Dinner at the Homesick Restaurant. Written by Ann Tyler. Narrated by Suzanne Torin.
Chapter 1. Something You Should Know. While Pearl Tull was dying, a funny thought occurred to her. It twitched her lips and rustled her breath, and she felt her son lean forward from where he kept watch by her bed. "Get," she told him, "you should have got." "You should have got an extra mother," was what she meant to say. The way we started extra children after the first child fell so ill. Cody, that was, the older boy. Not Ezra here beside her bed, but Cody, the troublemaker. A difficult baby, born late in her life. They had decided on no more. Then he developed croup. This was in 1931, when croup was something serious. She'd been frantic. Over his crib she had draped a flannel sheet, and she set out skillets, saucepans, buckets full of water that she'd heated on the stove. She lifted the flannel sheet to catch the steam. The baby's breathing was choked and rough, like something pulled through tightly packed gravel. His skin was blazing, and his hair was plastered stiffly to his temples. Toward morning he slept. Pearl's head sagged in the rocking chair, and she slept, too, fingers still gripping the ivory metal crib rail. Beck was away on business. Came home when the worst was over, Cody toddling around again with nothing more than a runny nose and a loose, unalarming cough that Beck didn't even notice. "I want more children," Pearl told him. He acted surprised, though pleased. He reminded her that she hadn't felt she could face another delivery. "But I want some extra," she said, for it had struck her during the croup. If Cody died, what would she have left? This little rented house, fixed up so carefully and pathetically. The nursery with its Mother Goose theme. And Beck, of course. But he was so busy with the Tanner Corporation, away from home more often than not, and even when home always fuming over business, who was on the rise and who was on the skids, who had spread damaging rumors behind his back, what chance he had of being let go now that times were so hard. "I don't know why I thought just one little boy would suffice," said Pearl. But it wasn't as simple as she had supposed. The second child was Ezra, so sweet and clumsy it could break your heart. She was more endangered than ever. It would have been best to stop at Cody. She still hadn't learned, though. After Ezra came Jenny, the girl. Such fun to dress, to fix her hair in different styles. Girls were a kind of luxury, Pearl felt. But she couldn't give Jenny up either. What she had now was not one loss to fear, but 3. Still, she thought, it had seemed a good idea once upon a time. Spare children, like spare tires, or those extra lisle stockings they used to package free with each pair. "You should have arranged for a second-string mother, Ezra," she said, or she meant to say. "How short-sighted of you." But evidently she failed to form the words, for she heard him sit back again without comment and turn a page of his magazine. She had not seen Ezra clearly since the spring of 75, 4.5 years ago, when she first started losing her vision. She'd had a little trouble with blurring. She went to the doctor for glasses. It was arteries, he told her. Something to do with her arteries. She was 81 years old, after all. But he was certain it could be treated. He sent her to a specialist, who sent her to someone else. Well, to make a long story short, they found they couldn't help her. Something had shriveled away behind her eyes. "I'm falling into disrepair," she told the children. "I've outlived myself." She gave a little laugh. To tell the truth, she hadn't believed it. She had made the appropriate sounds of dismay, then acceptance, then plucky cheer. But inwardly, she'd determined not to allow it. She just wouldn't hear of it. That was all. She had always been a strong-willed woman. Once, when Beck was away on business, she'd walked around with a broken arm for a day and a half till he could come stay with the babies. It was just after one of his transfers. She was a stranger in town and had no one to turn to. She didn't even hold with aspirin, didn't hold with depending, requesting. "The doctor says I'm going blind," she told the children. But privately, she'd intended to do no such thing. Yet every day, her sight had faded. The light, she felt, was somehow thinning and retreating. Her son, Ezra, his calm face that she loved to linger on, he grew dim. Even in bright sunshine, now, she had difficulty making out his shape. She could barely discern his silhouette as he came near her, that large, sloping body settling into softness a bit in his middle age. She felt his flannel warmth when he sat next to her on the couch, describing what was on her TV or going through her drawer of snapshots the way she liked to have him do. "What's that you've got, Ezra?" she would ask. "It seems to be some people on a picnic," he would say. "Picnic? What kind of picnic?" "White tablecloth in the grass, wicker basket, lady wearing a midi blouse." "Maybe that's Aunt Bessie." "I'd recognize your Aunt Bessie by now." "Or Cousin Elsa. She favored midi blouses, I recall." Ezra said, "I never knew you had a cousin." "Oh, I had cousins," she said. She tipped her head back and recollected cousins, aunts, uncles, a grandpa whose breath had smelled of mothballs. It was peculiar how her memory seemed to be going blind with the rest of her. She didn't so much see their faces as hear their fluid voices, feel the crisp ruching of the ladies' shirtwaists, smell their pomades and lavender water, and the sharp-scented bottle of crystals that sickly Cousin Bertha had carried to ward off fainting spells. "I had cousins aplenty," she told Ezra. They had thought she would be an old maid. They'd grown tactful, insultingly tactful. Talk of others' weddings and confinements halted when Pearl stepped out onto the porch. A college education was offered by Uncle Seward at Meredith College, right there in Raleigh, so she wouldn't have to leave home. No doubt he feared having to support her forever. A millstone, an orphaned spinster niece tying up his spare bedroom. But she told him she had no use for college. She felt that going to college would be an admission of defeat. Oh, what was the trouble exactly? She was not bad-looking. She was small and slender, with fair skin and fair, piled hair. But the hair was growing dry as dust, and the strain was beginning to show around the curled and mobile corners of her mouth. She'd had suitors in abundance, more than she could name, yet they never lasted, somehow. It seemed there was some magical word that everyone knew but Pearl. Those streams of girls, years younger than she, effortlessly tumbling into marriage. Was she too serious? Should she unbend more? Lower herself to giggle like those mindless, silly Winston twins? Uncle Seward, You can tell me." But Uncle Seward just puffed on his pipe and suggested a secretarial course. Then she met Beck Tull. She was 30 years old. He was 24, a salesman with the Tanner Corporation, which sold its farm and garden equipment all over the eastern seaboard, and where he would surely rise, a smart young fellow like him. In those days he was lean and rangy. His black hair waved extravagantly, and his eyes were a brilliant shade of blue that seemed not quite real. Some might say he was, well, a little extreme, flamboyant, not quite of Pearl's class, and certainly too young for her. She knew there were some thoughts to that effect. But what did she care? She felt reckless and dashing, bursting with possibilities. She met him at a church, at the Charity Baptist Church, which Pearl was only visiting because her girlfriend, Emmeline, was a member. Pearl was not a Baptist herself. She was Episcopalian, but, truthfully, not even that. She thought of herself as a non-believer. Still, when she went to the Baptist church and saw Beck Tull standing there, a stranger, glossily shaved and wearing a shiny blue suit, and he asked within 2 minutes if he might be allowed to call, she related it in some superstitious way to the church itself, as if Beck were her reward for attending with the Baptists. She did not dare stop attending. She became a member, to her family's horror, and was married at Charity Baptist, and went to one Baptist church or another, in one town or another, her entire married life, just so her reward would not be snatched away. Didn't that, maybe, it occurred to her, imply some kind of faith after all? Courting her, he brought chocolates and flowers, and then, more serious, pamphlets describing the products of the Tanner Corporation. He started telling her in detail about his work and his plans for advancement. He paid her compliments that made her uncomfortable till she could get off alone in her room and savor them. She was the most cultured and refined little lady that he had ever known, he said, and the best-mannered, and the daintiest. He liked to place her hand to his, palm to palm, and marvel at its tiny size. Despite the reputation of salesman, he was respectful to a fault, and never grabbed at her the way some other men might. Then he received his transfer, and after that, things sped up so. For he wouldn't hear of leaving her behind, but must marry her immediately and take her with him. So they had their Baptist wedding, both of them out of breath, Pearl always pictured later, and spent their honeymoon moving to Newport News. She never even got to enjoy her new status among her girlfriends. She didn't have time to show off a single one of her trousseau dresses, or to flash her 2 gold rings, the narrow wedding band, and the engagement ring set with a pearl, inscribed, "To a Pearl Among Women." Everything seemed so unsatisfying. They moved, and they moved again. For the first 6 years they had no children, and the moves were fairly easy. She'd gaze at each new town with hopeful eyes, and think, "This may be where I'll have my son." For pregnancy now took on the luster that marriage had once had. It was the treasure that came so easily to everyone but her. Then Cody was born, and moving seemed much harder. Children had a way of complicating things, she noticed. There were the doctors and the school transcripts and this, that, and the other. Meanwhile, she looked around and saw that somehow, without her noticing, she'd been cut off from most of her relatives. Aunts and uncles had died while she'd been too far away to do more than send a sympathy note. The house where she was born was sold to a man from Michigan. Cousins married strangers with last names she'd never heard of. Even the street names were changed, so she'd be lost if she ever went back. And it struck her once, in her 40s, that she really had no notion what had become of that grandpa with the mothball breath. He couldn't still be living, could he? Had he died and no one thought to inform her? Or maybe they'd sent the news to an out-of-date address, 3 or 4 years behind times. Or she might have heard, but simply forgotten, in the rush of some transfer or other. Anything was possible. Oh, those transfers. Always there was some incentive, a chance of promotion or richer territory, but it seldom amounted to much. Was it Beck's fault? He claimed it wasn't, but she didn't know. She really didn't know. He claimed that he was haunted by ill-wishers. There were so many petty people in this world, he said. She pursed her lips and studied him. "Why do you look at me that way?" he asked. "What are you thinking?" "At least," he said, "I provide for you. I've never let my family go hungry." She admitted that, but still she felt a constant itch of anxiety. It seemed her forehead was always tight and puckered. This was not a person she could lean on, she felt. This slangy, loud-voiced salesman, peering at his reflection with too much interest when he tied his tie in the mornings, combing his pompadour tall and damp and frilly, and then replacing the comb in a shirt pocket full of pencils, pens, ruler, appointment book, and tire gauge, all bearing catchy printed slogans for various firms. Over his beer in the evening, but he was not a drinking man, don't get her wrong, Beck liked to sing and pull at his face. She didn't know why beer made him tug his skin that way, work it around like a rubber mask, so by bedtime his cheeks had a stretched-out, slackened look. He sang "Nobody Knows the Trouble I've Seen," his favorite song. Nobody knows but Jesus. She supposed it must be true. What were his private thoughts, inside his spreading face, under the crest of black hair? She didn't have the faintest idea. One Sunday night, in 1944, he said he didn't want to stay married. They were sending him to Norfolk, he said, but he thought it best if he went alone. Pearl felt she was sinking in at the center, like someone given a stomach punch. Yet part of her experienced an alert form of interest, as if this were happening in a story. "Why?" she asked him, calmly enough. He didn't answer. "Beck? Why?" All he did was study his fists. He looked like a young and belligerent schoolboy waiting out a scolding. She made her voice even quieter. It was important to learn the reason. Wouldn't he just tell her what it was? He'd told her, he said. She lowered herself, shaking, into the chair across from him. She looked at his left temple, in which a pulse ticked. He was just passing through some mood, was all. He would change his mind in the morning. "We'll sleep on it," she told him. But he said, "It's tonight I'm going." He went to the bedroom for his suitcase, and he took his other suit from the wardrobe. Meanwhile, Pearl, desperate for time, asked couldn't they talk this over, think it through. No need to be hasty, was there? He crossed from bureau to bed, from wardrobe to bed, packing his belongings. There weren't that many. He was done in 20 minutes. He drew in his breath, and she thought, "Now he'll tell me." But all he said was, "I'm not an irresponsible person. I do plan to send you money." "And the children," she said, clutching new hope. "You'll want to visit the children." He would come with presents for them, and she'd be the one to open the door, perfumed, in her Sunday dress, maybe wearing a bit of rouge. She'd always thought false color looked cheap, but she could have been wrong. Beck said, "No." "What?" "I won't be visiting the children." She sat down on the bed. "I don't understand you," she said. There ought to be a whole separate language, she thought, for words that are truer than other words, for perfect, absolute truth. It was the purest fact of her life. She did not understand him, and she never would. At the time, they were living in Baltimore, in a row house on Calvert Street. The children were 14, 11, and 9. They were old enough to suspect something wrong if she didn't take care. She took infinite care. The morning after Beck left, she rose and dressed, piled her hair on her head the same as always, and cooked oatmeal for the children's breakfast. Cody and Jenny ate without speaking. Ezra told a long, rambling dream. He was the only one cheerful in the mornings. There was some disappointment that the oatmeal lacked raisins. Nobody asked where Beck was. After all, he often left before they woke on a Monday. And there'd been times, many times, when he'd stayed away the whole week. It wasn't so unusual. When Friday night rolled around, she said he'd been delayed. He'd promised to take them to the midget circus, and she told them she would do it instead. Another week passed. She had no close friends, but if she met a chance acquaintance in the grocery store, she remarked that luckily she wouldn't have to use any meat points today. Her husband was away on business, she said. People nodded, showing no interest. He was almost always away on business. Few had ever met him. Nights, especially Friday nights, she lay in bed in the dark and listened to the gritty click of heels on the sidewalk. Footsteps would come close and then pass. She would let out her breath. A new set of footsteps approached. Surely this was Beck. She knew how hesitantly he would let himself in, expecting the worst. His children's tears, his wife's reproaches. But instead, he'd find everything unchanged. The children would greet him offhandedly. Pearl would peck his cheek and ask if he'd had a good trip. Later, he would thank her for keeping his secret. He would be so easily readmitted, since only the two of them knew he'd left. Outsiders would go on believing the Tulls were a happy family. Which they were, in fact. Oh, they'd always been so happy. They'd depended only on each other, because of moving around so much. It had made them very close. He'd be back. Her Uncle Seward's widow wrote to wish her a happy birthday. Pearl had forgotten all about it. Pearl responded immediately, thanking her. "We celebrated at home," she wrote. "Beck surprised me with the prettiest necklace. Say hello to the others," she added, and she pictured them all in her uncle's parlor. She ached for them, but drew herself up and recalled how they had been so sure no man would marry her. She could never tell them what had happened. Her old friend Emmeline stopped by, on her way to visit a sister in Philadelphia. Pearl said Beck was out of town. The two of them were in luck. They could talk girl talk to their heart's content. She put Emmeline in the double bed with her instead of in the guest room. They stayed awake half the night, gossiping and giggling. Once Pearl almost set a hand on Emmeline's arm and said, "Emmeline, listen, I feel so horrible, Emmeline." But fortunately she caught herself. The moment passed. In the morning they overslept, and Pearl had to rush to get the children off to school. So there wasn't much said. "We should do this more often," Emmeline told her as she left, and Pearl said Beck would be sorry he had missed her. "You know, he's always liked you," she said. Although actually, Beck used to claim that Emmeline reminded him of a woodchuck. Easter came, and Jenny had a part in her school's Easter pageant. When the day arrived, and Beck was still not home, Jenny cried. Couldn't he ever be home? It wasn't his fault, Pearl told her. There was a war on. Production speeded up. He couldn't help it if his company needed him more now. They ought to be proud, she said. Jenny dried her tears and told everyone that her daddy had to help with the war effort. The war was so old by now, grinding on. No one was impressed. Still, it made Jenny feel better. Pearl went to the Easter pageant alone, wearing a rakish, visored hat that was patterned after the hats the Whacks wore. When Beck had been gone a month, he sent a note from Norfolk saying he was fine and hoped that she and the kids did not lack for anything. He enclosed a check for $50. It wasn't nearly enough. Pearl spent a morning pacing the house. First she went over his note in her mind, picking apart his words for underlying meanings. But not much could underlie, "right good apartment with hot plate," and "sales manager seems to think well of me." Then she considered the money. Around lunchtime, she put on her coat and her wax hat and walked around the corner to Sweeney Brothers Grocery and Fine Produce, where a Cashier Wanted sign had been yellowing in the window for weeks. They were tickled to death to hire her. The younger Sweeney brother showed her how to work the cash register and said she could start the next morning. When her children came home from school that day, she told them she was taking a job to fill in time. She needed something to keep her busy, she said, now that they were growing up and going off on their own more. 2 months passed. 3 months. $50 a month from Beck. When the second check arrived, no letter came with it. She tore the envelope apart, thinking it must have got stuck inside, but there wasn't a word. With the third check, though, he wrote that he was moving to Cleveland, where the company planned to open a new branch. He said it was a good sign they'd decided on this transfer, or invite, he called it. He never called it a transfer. He called it an invite to this important expansion westward. He began the letter, "Dear Pearl and Kids," but Pearl didn't show it to the children. She folded it neatly and put it with the first letter in a hosiery box in her bureau, where even that meddlesome Cody wouldn't think to look. In the fourth envelope, again, there was only a check. She saw that he was not in communication with her, was how she phrased it, but was merely touching base from time to time. Really, all he was doing was saying, "Please find enclosed." It didn't occur to her to answer him, yet she went on saving his letters. Sometimes she had strange thoughts that surprised her. For instance, "At least I have more closet space now, and more drawer space." At night she dreamed that Beck was new and wonderful again, someone she'd just become acquainted with, He gazed at her adoringly, overturning some unfamiliar center deep inside her. He helped her cross streets, climb steps. His hand cupped her elbow warmly, or circled her waist, or steadied the small of her back. She felt cherished. When she woke, her only thought was to sink back into her dream. She would keep her eyes shut. Superstitiously, she would play possum, not stirring, trying to persuade the dream that she was still asleep. But it never worked. Finally, she would rise, whatever the hour, and go downstairs to make a pot of coffee. Standing at the kitchen window with her cup, watching the sky whiten over the rooftops, she would catch sight of her dark, transparent reflection, her small face and round chin that was taking on a dented look these past few years, the worried tint of her colorless eyebrows, the pale frazzle of hair that failed to hide the crease across her forehead. That crease was not a wrinkle, but a scar, the mark of a childhood accident. Oh, she was not so old. She was not so very old. But then she remembered the accident. She'd been trying to ride a cousin's bicycle, the very first in the family. A wheel was what they called it. Trying to ride a wheel. And here it was, 1944, and bicycles were everywhere, but so modernized they were hardly the same breed of beast. All three of her children knew how to ride, and would in fact have had bikes of their own, if not for the war. How had she come so far? She had just passed her 50th birthday. There was not a hope of Beck's return. He'd found someone younger, someone glamorous and merry, still capable of bearing children. They were laughing at her, at how she'd always been an old maid, really, always an old maid at heart. How she flinched when he turned to her in the dark, still startled, after all these years, by the concreteness of him, by his scratchy whiskers, salty-smelling skin, weighty body. How she had to have things just perfect, the linens on labeled shelves in the cupboard, and the shades pulled evenly in the windows. How she'd never learned to let go, to give in, to float on the current of a day, but must always fuss and pull at stray threads and straighten the corners of things. And worst of all, how she knew she did that, knew while she was doing it, but still could not stop herself. He was never coming back. It was time to tell the children. She was amazed, in fact, that she'd managed to keep it from them for so long. Had they always been this easy to fool? One good thing about telling them, they would rally around her better. She didn't like to admit it, but she was losing control of the boys. Instead of supporting her, taking out the garbage, helping her in various manly and protective ways, they seemed to be running wild. Yes, even Ezra. They didn't even do the chores they used to do, let alone take on new ones. Cody, in fact, was hardly ever home. Ezra was dreamy and forgetful, and would like as not walk off in the middle of a task. When she told them what was what, she thought, they'd be horrified at how they'd let her down. They'd ask why she'd hidden it all this time, what she could have been thinking of. Only she couldn't tell them. She planned how she would do it. She would gather them around her on the sofa, in the lamplight, some evening after supper. "Children, dear ones," she would say, "there's something you should know." But she wouldn't be able to continue. She might cry. It was unthinkable to cry in front of the children, or in front of anyone. Oh, she had her pride. She was not a tranquil woman. She often lost her temper, snapped, slapped the nearest cheek, said things she later regretted, but thank the Lord she didn't expose her tears. She didn't allow any tears. She was Pearl Cody Tull, who'd ridden out of Raleigh triumphant with her new husband and never looked back. Even now, even standing at the kitchen window, all alone, watching her tense and aging face, she didn't cry. Every morning, then, she went off to Sweeney Brothers. She continued to wear her hat, giving the impression that she had merely dropped in and was helping out as a favor in a pinch. As each customer approached, generally someone she knew, at least by sight, she would give a firm nod and then squint, implying a smile. She rang up the purchases efficiently, while a boy named Alexander bagged them. "Thank you, and good day," she said at the end, with another shorthand smile. She liked to seem crisp and professional. When neighbors showed up, people she knew more closely, she felt she was dying inside, but she didn't lose her composure. With them she was even crisper. She had a little rhythm between the key-stabbing and the sliding of groceries along the wooden counter. It kept her mind off things. If she allowed herself to think, she started worrying. Summer had arrived, and her children were out of school all day. No telling what they might be up to. At 5:30 she walked home, past crowds of youngsters playing hopscotch or huddled over marble games, past babies set to air in their carriages, women perched on their stoops, fanning themselves in the heat. She'd climb her steps and be met at the door with bad news. "Jenny fell down the stairs today and bit her lower lip clean through and had to go to Mrs. Simmons's house for ice and gauze." "Oh, Jenny, honey." It seemed they greeted her with disaster, saved up all their accidents, especially for her. She'd want to take off her hat and shoes and fall back onto the sofa. But no, it was, "The toilet stopped up, and I tore my pants, and Cody hit Ezra with the orange juice pitcher." "Can't you just let me be?" she would ask. "Can't you just give me a minute to myself?" She'd make supper from tins she'd brought home, nothing fancy. She would listen to the radio while she washed dishes. Jenny was supposed to dry, but was off playing tag with the boys. Stepping out the back door to heave her dishpan of water into the yard, Pearl paused to watch them. Cody and Jenny, dark and quick, high-pitched, overcome with laughter. Ezra, pale, a glimmer in the twilight, slower and more wandery in his movements. Sometimes there'd be neighbor children, too, but more often just the three of them. They stuck together, mostly. She shampooed her hair and rinsed out a slip, called to Cody to fetch the other two and come inside now. Nights she worked on the house. To look at her, an out-of-date kind of woman, frail-boned, deep-bosomed, as if those pout-fronted gowns of her girlhood had somehow formed her figure, you would never guess it. But Pearl was clever with tools. She patched a crack, glazed a window, replaced 2 basement stair treads. She mended a lamp switch and painted the kitchen cupboards. Even in the old days she had done such things. Beck was not very handy. "This whole entire house is resting on my shoulders," she would tell him, and she meant it as an accusation, but the thought was also reassuring in a way. She knew that she was competent. From early in their marriage, from the moment she had realized how often they would be moving, she had concentrated on making each house perfect, airtight and rust-proof and waterproof. She dropped the effort of continually meeting new neighbors, and she stopped returning, freshly filled, the cake tins they brought over when she arrived. All she cared about was sealing up the house, as if for a hurricane. She woke nights, wondering if the basement were dry, and went down barefoot to make sure. She couldn't enjoy their Sunday outings because the house might have burned to the ground in her absence. How vividly she could picture their return. There'd be an open space where the house used to stand, and a tattered hole for the basement. Here in Baltimore, she gathered, she was thought to be unfriendly, even spooky. The witch of Calvert Street. What a notion! She'd known such witches in her childhood. She was nothing like them. All she wanted was to be allowed to get on with what mattered. Caulk the windows, weather-strip the door. With tools, she was her true self, capable and strong. She felt an indulgent kind of scorn for her children, who had not inherited her skill. Cody lacked the patience. Ezra was inept. Jenny too flighty. It was remarkable, Pearl thought, how people displayed their characters in every little thing they undertook. Hammering down a loose floorboard, with a bristle of nails in her mouth, she would let time slip away from her. It would get to be 10:30 or 11. Her children would be standing in the doorway, all sweaty and grass-stained, blinking in the sudden brightness. "Heavens! Get to bed," she told them. "I thought I called you in hours ago." But a while after they left, she'd start to feel deserted, even though they hadn't been much company. She would lay aside her hammer and rise and walk the house, smoothing her skirt, absently touching her hair where it was falling out of its bun. Up the stairs to the hall, past the little room where Jenny slept, and into her own room, with its buckling cardboard wardrobe streaked to look like wood grain, the bare-topped bureau, the cavernous bed. Then out again and up more stairs to the boys' room, a third-floor dormitory that smelled of heat. The trustful sound of her son's breathing made her envious. She turned and descended the stairs, all the way down to the kitchen. The back door stood open, and the screen door fluttered with moths. Neighboring houses rang with someone's laughter, a few cracked notes from a trumpet, an out-of-tune piano playing Chattanooga Choo-Choo. She closed the door and locked it and pulled down the paper shade. She climbed the stairs once more and took off her clothing, piece by piece, and put on her nightgown and went to bed. She dreamed he wore that aftershave that he'd used when they were courting. She hadn't smelled it in years, hadn't given it a thought, but now it came back to her distinctly, something pungent, prickled with spice. A swaggery and self-vaunting scent she had known even then. But catching wind of it, when he arrived on Uncle Seward's front porch to pick her up, she had felt adventurous. She had flung the door open so widely that it banged against the wall, and he had laughed and said, "Well now, hey now," as she stood there smiling out at him. She had heard you could not dream a smell, or recall a smell in its absence. So when she woke, she was convinced for a moment that Beck had let himself into the house and was seated on the edge of the bed, watching while she slept. But there was no one there. "Dance? Oh, I don't think so," she said inside her head. "I'm in charge of this whole affair, you see, and all I'd have to do is turn my back one instant for the party to go to pieces, just fall into little pieces." Whoever it was drew away. Ezra turned a page of his magazine. "Ezra?" she said. She felt him grow still. He had this habit, He had always had it, of becoming totally motionless when people spoke to him. It was endearing, but also in some ways a strain. For then, whatever she said to him, "I feel a draft," or "the paper boy is late again," was bound to disappoint him. Wasn't it? How could she live up to Ezra's expectations? She plucked at her quilt. "If I could just have some water," she told him. He poured it from the pitcher on the bureau. She heard no ice cubes clinking. They must have melted. Yet it seemed just minutes ago that he'd brought in a whole new supply. He raised her head, rested it on his shoulder, and tipped the glass to her lips. Yes, lukewarm. Not that she minded. She drank gratefully, keeping her eyes closed. His shoulder felt steady and comforting. He laid her back down on the pillow. "Dr. Vincent's coming at 10, he told her. "What time is it now?" 8:30. 8:30 in the morning? "Yes." "Have you been here all night?" she asked. "I slept a little." "Sleep now. I won't be needing you." "Well, maybe after the doctor comes." It was important to Pearl that she deceive the doctor. She didn't want to go to the hospital. Her illness was pneumonia. She was almost certain. She guessed it from a past experience. She recognized the way it settled into her back. If Dr. Vincent found out, he would send her off to Union Memorial, tend her over with plastic. "Maybe you should cancel the doctor altogether," she told Ezra. "I'm very much improved, I believe." "Let him decide that." "Well, I know how my own self feels, Ezra." "We won't argue about it just now," he said. He could surprise you, Ezra could. He'd let a person walk all over him, but then display at odd moments a deep and rock-hard stubbornness. She sighed and smoothed her quilt. It seemed he'd spilled some water on it. She remembered when Ezra was a child, still in elementary school. "Mother," he had said, "if it turned out that money grew on trees, just for one day and never again, would you let me stay home from school and pick it?" "No," she told him. "Why not? Your education is more important." "Other kids' mothers would let them, I bet." "Other mothers don't have plans for their children to amount to something." "But just for one day?" "Pick it after school, or before. Wake up extra early. Set your alarm clock ahead an hour." "An hour?" he said. "One little hour for something that happens only once in all the world?" "Ezra, will you let it be? Must you keep at me this way? Why are you so obstinate?" Pearl had asked him. It only now occurred to her, under her damp quilt, to wonder why she hadn't said yes, he could stay home. If money decided to grow on trees one day, let him pick all he liked, she should have said. What difference would it have made? Oh, she'd been an angry sort of mother. She'd been continually on edge. She'd felt too burdened, too much alone. And after Beck left, she'd been so preoccupied with paying the rent and juggling the budget and keeping those great clod-footed children in new shoes. It was she who called the doctor at 2 a.m. when Jenny got appendicitis. It was she who marched downstairs with a baseball bat the night they heard that scary noise. She'd kept the furnace stoked with coal, confronted the neighborhood bully when Ezra got beaten up, hosed the roof during Mrs. Simmons's chimney fire. And when Cody came home drunk from some girl's birthday party, who had to deal with that? Pearl Tull, who'd never taken anything stronger than a glass of wine at Christmas. She sat him smartly in a kitchen chair, ignored his groans, leaned across the table to him, and couldn't think of a thing to say. Then Cody graduated from high school, and Ezra was a sophomore, and Jenny was a tall young lady in 8th grade. Beck would not have known them. And they, perhaps, would not have known Beck. They never asked about him. Didn't that show how little importance a father has? The invisible man, the absent presence. Pearl felt a twinge of angry joy. Apparently, she had carried this off, made the transition so smoothly that not a single person guessed. It was the greatest triumph of her life. My one true accomplishment, she thought. What a pity there was no one to whom she could boast of it. Without noticing, even, she had gradually stopped attending the Baptist church. She stopped referring to Beck in conversation, although still, writing her Christmas cards to relatives in Raleigh, she remarked that Beck was doing well and sent them his regards. One night, she threw away his letters. It wasn't a planned decision. She was just cleaning her bureau, was all, and couldn't think of any good reason to save them. She sat by her bedroom wastebasket and dropped in, "Looks like I will be moving up the ladder," and "Little place convenient to the railway station," and "Told me I was doing mighty well." There weren't very many, 3 or so in the past year. When had she quit ripping open the envelopes with shaking hands and rapidly, greedily scanning the lines? It occurred to her that the man she still mourned, late on sleepless nights, bore no relation whatsoever to the man who sent these tiresome messages. "Ed Ball is retiring in June," she read with infinite boredom, "and I step into his territory, which has the highest per capita income in Delaware." It was a great satisfaction to her that he had misspelled capita. Her children grew up and embarked on lives of their own. Her sons started helping out financially, and Pearl was glad to accept. She had never been ashamed about taking money, from Uncle Seward in the olden days, or from Beck, or now from the boys. Where she came from, a woman expected the men to provide. And when Cody became so successful, he bought the row house she'd been renting all these years and presented her with the deed one Christmas morning. She could have retired from the grocery store right then, but she put it off till her sight began failing. What else would she do with her time? Empty nest, they called it. Nowadays, that was the term they used. It was funny, in her old age, to look back and see for how short a period her nest had not been empty. Relatively speaking, it was nothing. Empty far longer than full. So much of herself had been invested in those children. Who could believe how briefly they'd been with her? When she thought of them in their various stages, first clinging to her, then separating and drifting off, she thought of the hall lamp she used to leave on so they wouldn't be scared in the dark. Then later she'd left just the bathroom light on, further down the hall of whatever house they'd been living in. And later still, just the downstairs light, if one of them was out for the evening. Their growing up amounted, therefore, to a gradual dimming of the light at her bedroom door, as if they took some radiance with them as they moved away from her. She should have planned for it better, she sometimes thought. She should have made a few friends, or joined a club. But she wasn't the type. It wouldn't have consoled her. Last summer, she'd been half awakened by a hymn on her clock radio, "In the Sweet By and By," mournfully sung by some popular singer just before Norman Vincent Peale's sermonette. "We shall meet on that beautiful shore." She'd slipped into a dream in which a stranger told her that the beautiful shore was Wrightsville Beach, North Carolina, where she and Beck and the children had once spent a summer vacation. They were meeting on the shore after changing into swimsuits for the very first swim of their very first day. Beck was handsome, and Pearl felt graceful, and the children were still very small. They had round, excited, joyous faces and chubby little bodies. She was astounded by their innocence, by her own and Beck's as well. She stretched her arms toward the children, but woke. Later, speaking to Cody on the phone, she happened to mention the dream. "Wouldn't it be nice," she said, "if heaven were Wrightsville Beach? If, after dying, they'd open their eyes and find themselves back on that warm, sunny sand, everyone young and happy again, those long-ago waves rolling into shore?" But Cody hadn't entered into the spirit of the thing. "Nice?" he had asked. He asked, was that all she thought of heaven? Wrightsville Beach, where, as he recalled, she had fretted for 2 solid weeks that she might have left the oven on at home? And had she taken into account, he asked, his own wishes in the matter? Did she suppose that he wanted to spend eternity as a child? "Why, Cody, all I meant was," she said. Something was wrong with him. Something was wrong with all of her children. They were so frustrating. Attractive, likable people, the 3 of them, but closed off from her in some perverse way that she couldn't quite put her finger on. And she sensed a kind of trademark flaw in each of their lives. Cody was prone to unreasonable rages. Jenny was so flippant. Ezra hadn't really lived up to his potential. He ran a restaurant on St. Paul Street, not at all what she had planned for him. She wondered if her children blamed her for something. Sitting close at family gatherings, with the spouses and offspring slightly apart, non-members forever, they tended to recall only poverty and loneliness, toys she couldn't afford for them, parties where they weren't invited. Cody, in particular, referred continually to Pearl's short temper, displaying it against a background of stunned, childish faces so sad and bewildered that Pearl herself hardly recognized them. Honestly, she thought, wasn't there some statute of limitations here? When was he going to absolve her? He was middle-aged. He had no business holding her responsible anymore. And Beck. Well, he was still alive, if it mattered. By now he'd be old. She would bet he'd aged poorly. She would bet he wore a toupee, or false teeth too white and regular, or some flowing, youthful hairdo that made him look ridiculous. His ties would be too colorful, and his suits too bold a plaid. What had she ever seen in him? She chewed the insides of her lips. Her one mistake, a simple error in judgment. It should not have had such far-reaching effects. You would think that life could be a little more forgiving. Once or twice a year, even now, his letters arrived, though the money had stopped when Jenny turned 18. Or 2 months after she turned 18, which meant he'd lost track of her birthday, Pearl supposed. It was typical of him that he lacked the taste to make a final exit. He spent too long at his farewells, chatting in the doorway, letting in the cold. He had retired from the Tanner Corporation, he wrote. He remained at his last place of transfer, Richmond, like something washed up from a flood. But evidently he still traveled some. In 1967, he sent her a postcard from the World's Fair in Montreal, and another in 72 from Atlantic City, New Jersey. He seemed spurred into action by various overblown occasions. When man first walked on the moon, for instance, an event of no concern to Pearl or to any other serious person. "Well," he wrote, "looks like we made it." His enthusiasm seemed flushed, perhaps alcohol-induced. She winced and tore the letter into squares. Later, when her eyes went, she saved her mail for Ezra. She'd hold up an envelope. "Where's this from? I can't quite make it out." "National Rifle Association." "Throw it away." "What's this?" "Republican Party." "Throw it away. And this?" "Something in longhand from Richmond." "Throw it away." He didn't ask why. None of her children possessed a shred of curiosity. She dreamed her uncle hitched up Prince and took her to a medal contest, but she had failed to memorize a piece and stood on stage like a dumb thing with everybody whispering. When she woke, she was cross with herself. She should have done "Dat boy Fritz." She'd always been good at dialect, and she knew it off by heart still, too. Her memory had not faded in the slightest. She rearranged her pillow, irritably. Her edges felt uneven, was how she put it to herself. She slept again, and dreamed the house was on fire. Her skin dried out from the heat, and her hair seemed to sizzle in her ears. Jenny rushed upstairs to save her costume jewelry, and her footsteps died away all at once, as if she'd fallen into space. "Stop!" Pearl shouted. She opened her eyes. Someone was sitting next to her, in that leather armchair that creaked. "Jenny?" she said. "It's Ezra, Mother." Poor Ezra. He must be exhausted. Wasn't it supposed to be the daughter who came and nursed you? She knew she should send him away, but she couldn't make herself do it. "I guess you want to get back to that restaurant," she told him. No. "You're like a mother hen about that place," she said. She sniffed. Then she said, "Ezra, do you smell smoke?" "Why do you ask?" he said, cautious as ever. "I dreamed the house burned down." "It didn't, really." "Ah." She waited, holding herself in. Her muscles were so tense she ached all over. Finally she said, "Ezra?" "Yes, Mother." "Maybe you could just check." "Check what?" "The house, of course. Check if it's on fire." She could tell he didn't want to. "For my sake," she told him. "Well, all right." She heard him rise and shamble out. He must be in his stocking feet. She recognized that shushing sound. He was gone so long that she began to fear the worst. She strained for the roar of the flames, but heard only the horns of passing cars, the clock radio's electric murmur, a bicycle bell tinkling beneath the window. Then here he came, heavy and slow on the stairs. Evidently there was no emergency. He settled into his chair again. "Everything's fine," he told her. "Thank you, Ezra," she said humbly. "You're welcome." She heard him pick up his magazine. "Ezra," she said, "I've had a thought. Did you happen to check the basement?" "Yes." "You went clear to the bottom of the steps?" "Yes, Mother." "I don't much care for how that furnace sounds." "It's fine," he told her. It was fine. She resolved to believe him. She soothed herself by wandering mentally from one end of the house to the other, cataloging how well she'd managed. The fireplace flue was shut against the cold. The drains were clear, and the faucets were tight, and she'd bled the radiators herself, sightless, turning her key back sharply the instant she heard the hiss of water. The gutters were swept, and the roof did not leak, and the refrigerator hummed in the kitchen. Everything was proceeding according to instructions. "Ezra," she said. "Yes, Mother." "You know that address book in my desk?" "What address book?" "Pay attention, Ezra. I only have the one. Not the little red book for telephone numbers, but the black one, in my stationery drawer." "Oh, yes." "I want everybody in it invited to my funeral." There was a thrumming silence, as if she had said a bad word. Then Ezra said, "Funeral, Mother? You're not dying?" "No, of course not," she assured him. "But someday," she said craftily, "just in the eventuality, you see." "Let's not talk about it," he said. She paused, assembling patience. What did he expect? That she'd go on forever? It was so tiring. But that was Ezra for you. "All I'm saying," she said, "is I'd like those people invited. Are you listening? The people in my address book." Ezra didn't answer. "The address book in my stationery drawer." "Stationery drawer," Ezra echoed. Good. He'd got it. He flicked a magazine page, said nothing further, but she knew he'd got it. She thought of how that address book must have aged by now, smelling mousy, turning brittle. It dated back to long before her sight had started dimming. Emmeline was in it, and Emmeline had been dead for 20 years or more. So was Mrs. Simmons dead down in St. Petersburg, Florida, and Uncle Seward's widow, and perhaps his daughter, too. Why, everybody in that book was 6 feet under, she supposed, except for Beck. She remembered that he took a whole page, one town after another crossed out. She'd kept it up to date because she'd imagined needing to call him in an emergency. What emergency had she had in mind? She couldn't think of any that would be eased in the slightest by his presence. She'd like to see his face when he received an invitation to her funeral. An invite, he would call it. "Imagine that," he would say, shocked. "She left me first, after all. Here's this invite to her funeral." She could hear him now, She laughed. The doctor came, stamping his feet. "Is it snowing out?" she asked him. "Snowing? No." "You were stamping your feet." "No," he said. "It's just cold." He settled on the edge of her bed. "Feels like my toes are falling off," he told her. "My knee bones say we're going to have a frost tonight." She waved away the small talk. "Listen here," she said. "Ezra called you over by mistake." "Is that so?" "I'm really feeling fine. Maybe earlier I was under the weather, but now I'm much improved." "I see," he said. He took her wrist in his icy, wrinkled fingers. He was nearly as old as she was and had all but given up his practice. He held it for what seemed to be several minutes. Then he said, "How long has this been going on?" "I don't know what you're talking about." "Where's the phone?" he asked Ezra. "Wait! Dr. Vincent! Wait!" Pearl cried. He had laid down her wrist, but now he set his hand on hers, and she felt him leaning over her, breathing pipe tobacco. "Yes," he said. "I'm not going to any hospital." "Of course you're going." She spoke clearly, maybe a little too loudly, directing her voice toward the ceiling. "Now, I've thought this through," she told him. "I don't want those crank-up beds and professional smells. It would kill me." "Dear lady, and you know they wouldn't be able to give me penicillin." "Penicillin, no. That's what I took in 43. "Don't tire yourself," the doctor said. "I remember all about it." Or maybe it was 44. But Beck had not yet left. He'd been away on a business trip and brought back an archery set for the children. The things he spent his money on, when they were never well off in the best of times. He took the set on their Sunday drive to a field outside the city, nailed the canvas target to a tree trunk. Oh, he never gave a thought to danger. He was not the type to lie awake nights listing all that could go wrong. Well, anyway, she couldn't say just how it had happened. She was arranging a bouquet of winter grasses at the time, as she no longer partook in sports. But somehow she got hit. It was Cody who drew the bowstring, but that was incidental. Cody was not the one she had blamed, after the first little flurry. She blamed Beck, who through sheer thoughtlessness, if not intention, had shot her through the heart. Or not the heart exactly, but the fleshy part above it, between breast and shoulder. It was the queerest sensation, like being slapped. No sting whatsoever, but a jarring, and then a disk of bright blood on her favorite blouse. "Oh," she said, and she looked down and went on holding her weeds. Then the pain began. Beck, white-faced, pulled the arrow out. Jenny started crying. They drove straight home, forgetting to untack the target from the tree, but by the time they arrived, the bleeding had stopped, and it appeared there was no real danger. Pearl dressed the wound herself, iodine and gauze. 2 days later she noticed something amiss. The wound was not better, but worse, inflamed, and she had a fever. Beck was on another trip, and she had to go to the doctor alone, rushing off, breathless and hastily hatted, because she wanted to get home again before the children returned from school. In those days, Dr. Vincent was just building up his practice after a tour of duty in the army. She remembered he still had a full head of hair, and he wasn't yet wearing glasses. He gave her a shot of penicillin. A miracle drug he'd first used overseas, he said. Walking home, she felt a tremendous sense of well-being, the way you always do when a doctor has taken upon himself the burden of your illness. But that night, she collapsed. First there was a rash, then chills, then a hazy and swarming landscape. It was Cody who called the ambulance. In the hospital, once the crisis was past, everyone acted stern and reproachful, as if it had been her fault. "You almost died," a nurse told her. But that was nonsense. Of course she wouldn't have died. She had children. When you have children, you're obligated to live. She closed her eyes against the nurse's words. Then 2 doctors came in and pulled up chairs beside her bed and solemnly, portentously explained about penicillin. She must never, never take it again, and must keep instructions to that effect in her pocketbook at all times. Pearl wasn't paying much heed. She was framing a request to be released so she could get on home to her children. But she did remember they said, "Once is your limit. Twice will kill you." That impressed her. It was like something in a fairy tale. Like a magic potion you could use only once and never again. And here she'd wasted it on such a paltry occurrence, a bow and arrow wound. No more miracles. In later years, when penicillin was a household word, and her grandchildren took it for every little thing, she would go on and on about it. "Lucky you. Poor me. I'd just better not get an infection, is all I can say, or come down with strep throat or pneumonia." Pneumonia. There was a watery, roaring sound in her ears that made it hard to hear her own voice. She had to wait for it to subside before she spoke. "Dr. Vincent," she said. "I'm here." His hand was still on hers. It was no longer icy. He had warmed himself on her skin as if she were a stove. She gathered her voice and said, "Tell Ezra I'm staying." "But," he said, "I know what I'm doing." He was silent. "Tell him," she said forcefully, "that this is nothing. You understand? I don't want any hospitals. It would kill me, just kill me, to hear those loudspeakers paging doctors I have never heard of. This is just a cold. Tell him." "Well," said Dr. Vincent. He cleared his throat. He removed his hand from hers. "Are you sure?" he asked. "I'm sure." He seemed to be thinking. He turned away and said to Ezra, "You hear what she says?" "Yes," said Ezra, closer than Pearl had expected. "I suggest we call your brother and sister, though." Pearl felt a stirring of interest. "But if it's that serious," Ezra said. "Let's just see what happens," the doctor told him. He laid a palm on Pearl's forehead. After that, he must have left. The roar came back to her ears, and she didn't quite hear him go. She was dwelling on thoughts of Cody and Jenny. It would be lovely to have all her children together. Then, suddenly, a heavy chill spread across her chest. Why, she thought, Dr. Vincent is going to allow this. Yes, he's really going to allow it. This is it, then? Surely not. She'd been preoccupied with death for several years now. But one aspect had never before crossed her mind. Dying, you don't get to see how it all turns out. Questions you have asked will go unanswered forever. Will this one of my children settle down? Will that one learn to be happier? Will I ever discover what was meant by such and such? All these years, it emerged, she'd been expecting to run into Beck again. How odd. She hadn't realized. She had also supposed that there would be some turning point, a flash of light, in which she'd suddenly find out the secret. One day she'd wake up wiser and more contented and accepting. But it hadn't happened. Now it never would. She'd supposed that on her deathbed— Deathbed? Why, that was this everyday, ordinary posturepedic, not the ornate brass affair that she had always envisioned. She had supposed that on her deathbed she would have something final to tell her children when they gathered round. But nothing was final. She didn't have anything to tell them. She felt a kind of shyness. She felt inadequate. She stirred her feet fretfully and searched for a cooler place on the pillow. "Children," she had said. This was just before Cody left for college, the day she'd burned Beck's letters. She said, "Children, there's something I want to discuss with you." Cody was talking about a job. He had to find one in order to help with the tuition fees. "I could work in the cafeteria," he was saying, "or maybe off campus. I don't know which." Then he heard his mother and looked over at her. "It's about your father," Pearl said. Jenny said, "I'd choose the cafeteria." "You know, my darlings," Pearl told them, "how I always say your father's away on business." "But off campus they might pay more," said Cody, "and every penny counts." "At the cafeteria you'd be with your classmates, though," Ezra said. "Yes, I thought of that." "All those co-eds," Jenny said, "cheerleaders, girls in their little white bobby socks." "Sweater girls," Cody said. "There's something I want to explain about your father," Pearl told them. "Choose the cafeteria," Ezra said. "Children?" "The cafeteria," they said. And all three gazed at her coolly, out of gray, unblinking, level eyes, exactly like her own. She dreamed it was her 19th birthday, and that devilish John Dupree had brought her a tin of chocolates and a burnt leather ornament for her hair. "Why, John, how cunning! Have a sweet," she told him. In the dream, it puzzled her to know that John Dupree had been dead for 61 years. He was killed in the Argonne Forest by the Huns. She remembered paying a visit of condolence to his mother, who, however, was not receiving guests. "It's all been a mistake, apparently," Pearl told John Dupree. And she fastened up her hair with the burnt leather ornament. "There's no question," Jenny said. "We have to call an ambulance. What's got into Dr. Vincent? Is he senile?" "He does all right for his age," Ezra said. As usual, he seemed to have missed some central point. Even Pearl could see that. Jenny sighed, or perhaps just made some impatient rustling sound with her clothes. "It's lucky you called me," she said. "I come and find everything falling apart." "Nothing's falling apart." "And why is she lying flat? She's obviously having trouble breathing. Where's that big green cushion Becky made her?" Pearl had been skidding through time for a moment, preparing to go by ambulance to have her arrow wound treated. She was braced for the precarious, tilting trip down the stairs on a stretcher. It was mention of Becky that set her straight. Becky was her grandchild, Jenny's oldest daughter. "Jenny," she said. "How are you feeling?" Jenny asked. "Is Cody here, too?" Apparently not. Jenny leaned over the bed to give her a kiss. Pearl patted Jenny's hair and found it badly cut, choppy to the touch, but for once she didn't scold. Jenny had lovely thick hair that she tended to ignore, to mistreat, as if looks didn't really matter. "It was nice of you to come," Pearl told her. "Well, goodness, I was worried," said Jenny. "You're the only mother we have." Pearl felt she had come full circle. "You should have got an extra," she said. "Excuse me?" She didn't repeat it. She turned her face on the pillow and was overtaken by a sudden jolt of anger. Why hadn't they arranged for an extra? All those years when she was the only one, the sole support, the lone tall tree in the pasture, just waiting for the lightning to strike. Well, she seemed to be losing track of her thoughts. "Did you bring the children?" she said. "Not this time. I left them with Joe." "Joe? Oh, yes, her husband." "Why isn't Cody here?" Pearl asked. "Well, you know," said Ezra. "It's always so hard to locate him." "We think you should go to the hospital," Jenny told Pearl. "Oh, thank you, dear, but I don't believe I care to." "You're not breathing right." "Where's that cushion Becky made when she was little, the one with the uplifting motto?" Jenny said. "Sleep, O faithful warrior, upon thy carven pillow." She gave a little snort of laughter, and Pearl smiled, picturing Jenny's habit of covering her mouth with her hand, as if overcome, as if struck absolutely helpless by life's silliness. "Anyhow," Jenny said, pulling herself together, "Ezra, you agree with me, don't you?" "Agree?" "About the hospital." "Ah," said Ezra. There was a pause. You could pluck this single moment out of all time, Pearl thought, and still discover so much about her children. Even about Cody, for his very absence was a characteristic, perhaps his main one. And Jenny was so brisk and breezy, but, oh, you might say somewhat opaque, a reflecting surface flashing your own self back at you, giving no hint of herself. And Ezra, mild Ezra, no doubt confusedly tugging at the shock of fair hair that hung over his forehead, considering and reconsidering. "Well," he said, "I don't know. I mean, maybe if we waited a while." "But how long? How long can we afford to wait?" "Oh, maybe just till tonight or tomorrow." "Tomorrow? What if it's, say, pneumonia?" "Or it could be only a cold, you see." "Yes, but—" "And we wouldn't want her to go if it makes her unhappy." "No, but—" Pearl listened, smiling. She knew the outcome now. They would deliberate for hours, echoing each other's answers, repeating and rephrasing questions, evading, retreating, arguing for argument's sake, ultimately going nowhere. "You never did face up to things," she said kindly. "Mother?" "You always were duckers and dodgers." Dodgers? She smiled again and closed her eyes. It was such a relief to drift, finally. Why had she spent so long learning how? The traffic sounds, horns and bells and rags of music, flowed around the voices in her room. She kept mislaying her place in time, but it made no difference. All she remembered was equally pleasant. She remembered the feel of wind on summer nights, how it billows through the house and wafts the curtains, and smells of tar and roses. How a sleeping baby weighs so heavily on your shoulder, like ripe fruit. What privacy it is to walk in the rain beneath the drip and crackle of your own umbrella. She remembered a country auction she'd attended 40 years ago, where they'd offered up an antique brass bed, complete with all its bedclothes, sheets and blankets, pillow in a linen case embroidered with forget-me-nots. 2 men wheeled it onto the platform, and its ruffled coverlet stirred like a young girl's petticoats. Behind her eyelids, Pearl Tull climbed in and laid her head on the pillow, and was borne away to the beach, where 3 small children ran toward her, laughing, across the sunlit sand. Chapter 2. Teaching the Cat to Yawn. While Cody's father nailed the target to the tree trunk, Cody tested the bow. He drew the string back, laid his cheek against it, and narrowed his eyes at the target. His father was pounding in tacks with his shoe. He hadn't thought to bring a hammer. He looked like a fool, Cody thought. He owned no weekend clothes, as other fathers did, but had driven to this field in his strained-looking brown-striped salesman suit, white starched shirt, and navy tie with multicolored squares and circles scattered randomly across it. The only way you could tell this was a Sunday was when he turned, having pounded in the final tack, he didn't have his tie pulled up close to his collar. It hung loose and slightly crooked, like a drunkard's tie. A coxcomb of hair, as black as Cody's, but wavy, stood up on his forehead. "There," he said, plodding back. He still carried the shoe. He walked lopsided, either smiling at Cody or squinting in the sunlight. It was nowhere near spring yet, but the air felt unseasonably warm, and a pale sun poured heat like a liquid over Cody's shoulders. Cody bent and pulled an arrow from a cardboard tube. He laid it against the string. "Wait now, son," his father said. "You want to do things right now." Naturally, this would have to be an educational experience. There were bound to be lectures and criticisms attached. Cody sighed and lowered the bow. His father stooped to put his shoe on, squirming his foot in without undoing the laces, the way Cody's mother hated. The heel of his black rayon sock was worn so thin it was translucent. Cody looked off in another direction. He was 14 years old, too big to be dragged on family outings anymore, and definitely too big for bows and arrows. Unless, of course, you'd just leave the equipment to him and his friends alone, and let them horse around, or have themselves a contest, or shatter window panes and street lights for the hell of it. How did his father come up with these ideas? This was turning out to be even less successful than most. Cody's mother, who was not the slightest bit athletic, picked dried flowers beside a fence. His little sister buttoned her sweater with chapped and bluish hands. His brother, Ezra, 11 years old, chewed a straw and hummed. He was missing his whistle, no doubt, a bamboo pipe with 6 finger holes on which he played tunes almost ceaselessly. He'd smuggled it along, but their father had made him leave it in the car. At this moment, Cody's two best friends were attending a movie, Air Force, with John Garfield and Faye Emerson. Cody would have given anything to be with them. "Now, your left arm goes like this," his father said, positioning him. "You want to keep your wrist from getting stung, you see? And stand up straight. It was archery gave us our notions of proper posture. Says so in the instruction book. Used to be that people slouched around any old how, all except the archers. I bet you didn't know that, did you?" No, he didn't know that. He stood like something made of clay, while his father poked him here and prodded him there, molding him into shape. "In the olden days," his father said. Cody let go of the bowstring. Thwack! The arrow hit the edge of the target, more sidewise than endwise, bounced off harmlessly, and fell among the tree roots. "Now, what'd you go and do that for?" his father asked him. "Did I tell you to shoot yet? Did I?" "It slipped," said Cody. "Slipped? And anyhow, it couldn't have stuck in the target, not with that hard, fat tree trunk behind it." "It most certainly could have," his father said. "Like always, you just had to jump on in. Impulsive. Had to have it your way. When are you going to start keeping a better rein on yourself?" Cody's father, who never kept any sort of rein on himself whatsoever, as Cody's mother constantly reminded him, lunged off toward the target, muttering and grabbing fistfuls of weed heads, which he then threw away. Seeds and dry hulls spangled the air around him. "Willful boy. Never listens. Don't know why I bother." Cody's mother shaded her eyes and called, "Did he hit it?" "No, he didn't hit it. How could he? I wasn't even through explaining." "People have been known to hit a target without a person explaining it beforehand," Cody muttered. "What say?" "Let Ezra try," Cody's mother suggested. His father picked up the arrow and jammed it into the bullseye, dead center. "Want to tell me it can't stick?" he asked Cody. He pointed to the arrow, which stayed firm. "Look at that. Steel-tipped. Of course it sticks. And spongy bark on the tree. I chose that tree. Of course it sticks. You could have lodged it in easy." "Ha!" said Cody, kicking a clod of earth. "What say, son?" "Let Ezra try," Pearl called again. "Beck, let Ezra try." Ezra was her favorite, her pet. The entire family knew it. Ezra looked embarrassed and switched the straw to the other side of his mouth. Beck waded back to them. "Oh, I don't know. I wonder sometimes," he said. "Ezra, see if you can hit it, honey," Pearl called. Beck's glance at Cody might have been sympathy, or else disgust. He pulled another arrow from the cardboard tube. "All right, Ezra, come on and try," he said. "Just don't get carried away like Cody here did." Ezra came over, still nibbling his straw, and accepted the bow from Cody. Well, this would be a laugh. There was no one as clumsy as Ezra. When he took his stance, he did it all wrong. He just looked all wrong, in some way you couldn't put your finger on. His elbows jutted out, wing-like, his floppy yellow hair feathered in his eyes. "Now, wait now," Beck kept saying. "What's the trouble here?" He moved around, realigning Ezra's shoulders, adjusting his grip on the bow. Ezra stayed patient. In fact, he might have had his mind on something else altogether. It seemed his attention had been caught by a cloud formation over to the south. "Oh, well," Beck said finally, giving up. "Let her fly, I guess, Ezra. Ezra?" Ezra's fingers loosened on the string. The arrow sped in a straight, swift path, no arc to it at all, as if guided by an invisible thread, or, worse, by the purest and most natural luck. It split the length of the arrow that Beck had already jammed in, and it landed at the center of the bullseye, quivering. There was a sharp, caught silence. Then Beck said, "Will you look at that?" "Why, Ezra," Pearl said. "Ezra!" their sister Jenny cried. "Ezra, look what you did! What you went and did to that arrow!" Ezra took the straw from his mouth. "I'm sorry," he told Beck. He was so used to breaking things. "Sorry?" said Beck. He seemed to be hunting the proper tone of voice. Then he found it. "Well, son," he said, "this just goes to show that it pays to follow instructions. See there, Cody? See what happens? A bullseye. I'll be damned. If you'd listened close like Ezra did, and not gone off half-cocked—" He was moving toward the target as he spoke, oaring through the weeds, and Jenny was running to get there first. Cody couldn't take his turn at shooting, therefore, although he was itching to. He was absolutely obligated to split that second arrow as Ezra had split the first. It was unthinkable not to. What were the odds against it? He felt a springy twanging inside, as if he himself were the bowstring. He bent down and pulled a new arrow from the tube and fitted it to the bow. He drew and aimed at a clump of shrubbery, then at his father's dusty blue Nash, and then at Ezra, who was already wandering off again, dreamy as ever. Longingly, Cody focused on Ezra's fair, ruffled head. "Zing! Wham! Ah, you got me!" he said. Imagine the satisfaction. Ezra turned slowly and caught sight of him. "No!" he cried. "Huh?" Ezra ran toward him, flapping his arms like an idiot and stammering, "Stop! Stop! Stop! No, stop!" Did he really think Cody would shoot him? Cody stared, keeping the bow drawn. Ezra took a flying leap with his arms outstretched like a lover. He caught Cody in a kind of bear hug and slammed him flat on his back. It knocked the wind out of Cody. All he could do was gasp beneath Ezra's warm, bony weight. And meanwhile, what had happened to the arrow? It was minutes before he could struggle to a sitting position, elbowing Ezra off of him. He looked across the field and found his mother leaning on his father's arm, hobbling in his direction, with a perfect circle of blood gleaming on the shoulder of her blouse. "Pearl, my God! Oh, Pearl," his father was saying. Cody turned and looked at Ezra, whose face was pale and shocked. "See there?" Cody asked him. "See what you've gone and done?" "Did I do that?" "Gone and done it to me again," Cody said, and he staggered to his feet and walked away. On a weekday when his father was out of town, his mother shopping for supper, his brother and sister doing homework in their rooms, Cody took his BB gun and shot a hole in the kitchen window. Then he slipped outdoors and poked a length of fishing line through the hole. From the kitchen, he pulled the line until the rusty wrench that he'd tied to the other end was flush against the outside of the glass. He held it there by anchoring the line beneath a begonia pot. When his mother returned from shopping, Cody was seated at the kitchen table, coloring a map of Asia. After their homework was finished, Jenny and Ezra went out back. Ezra had been showing Jenny all week how to hit a softball. It seemed her classmates chose her last whenever they had a game. As soon as they had walked through, Cody rose and went to the window. He saw them take their places in the darkening yard, bounded on either side by the neighbors' hedges. They were a comically short distance apart. Jenny stood closest to the house and held her bat straight up, gingerly, as if preparing to club to death some small animal. Ezra tossed her a gentle pitch. He was no great player himself. Jenny took a whizzing swing, missed, and retrieved the ball from among the trash cans beside the back door. She threw it in an overhand so stiff and deformed that Cody wondered why Ezra bothered. Ezra caught it and pitched again. As the ball arched toward the bat, Cody felt for the fishing line beneath the begonia pot. He gave a quick tug. The window pane clattered inward, breaking in several pieces. Jenny spun around and stared. Ezra's mouth dropped open. "What was that?" Pearl called from the dining room. "Just Ezra, breaking another window," Cody told her. One weekend, their father didn't come home, and he didn't come the next weekend either, or the next. Or rather, one morning Cody woke up and saw that it had been a while since their father was around. He couldn't say that he had noticed from the start. His mother offered no excuses. Cody, watchful as a spy, studied her furrowed, distracted expression and the way that her hands plucked at each other. It troubled him to realize that he couldn't picture his father's most recent time with them. Trying to find some scene that would explain Beck's leaving, he could only come up with general scenes, blended from a dozen repetitions. Meals shattered by quarrels, other meals disrupted when Ezra spilled his milk, drives in the country where his father lost the way, and his mother snapped out pained and exasperated directions. He thought of once when the Nash's radiator had erupted in steam, and his father, looking helpless, had flung his suit coat over it. "Oh, honestly," his mother had said. But that was way back. It was years ago, wasn't it? Cody journeyed through the various cubbies and crannies of the house, hunting up the trappings of his father's phases, as his mother called them. There were the badminton rackets, the butterfly net, the archery set, the camera with its unwieldy flash gun, and the shoebox full of foreign stamps still in their glassine envelopes. But it meant nothing that these objects remained behind. What was alarming was his father's half of the bureau, an empty sock drawer, an empty underwear drawer. In the shirt drawer, one unused sports shirt, purchased by the 3 children for Beck's last birthday, his 44th, and a full assortment of pajamas. But then he always slept in his underwear. In the wardrobe, just a hanger strung with ties, his oldest, dullest, most frayed and spotted ties, and a pair of shoes so ancient that the toes curled up. Cody's brother and sister were staggeringly unobservant. They flitted in and out of the house like birds, Ezra playing his whistle, Jenny singing parts of jump-rope songs. Cody had the impression that musical notes filled their heads to overflowing. They left no room for anything serious. "Auntie Sue got dressed in blue," Jenny sang. "Put on shoes and rubbers, too." Her plain, flat voice and heedlessly swinging braids somehow reassured him. After all, what could go so wrong when she skipped past with her ragged rope? What could go so very wrong? Then, one Saturday, she said, I'm worried about Daddy." "Why?" Cody asked. "Cody," she said in her elderly way, "you can see that he doesn't come home anymore. I think he's left us." "Don't be silly," Cody told her. She surveyed him for a moment with a composure that made him uneasy, and when he didn't say any more, she turned and went out on the porch. He heard the glider creak as she settled into it, but she didn't start singing. In fact, the house was unusually quiet. The only sound was his mother's heels clicking back and forth overhead as she put away the laundry. And Ezra wasn't playing his whistle. Cody had no idea where Ezra was. He went upstairs to his mother's bedroom. She was folding a sheet. "What are you doing?" he asked. She gave him a look. He settled in a ladder-backed chair to watch her work. She was wearing a house dress that he very much disliked, cream-colored, with deep red streaks across it like paintbrush strokes. The shoulders were shaped by triangular pads that unbuttoned and removed when it was time to wash the dress. Cody had often thought of stealing those pads. With her shoulders broadened, his mother looked powerful and sharp and scary. On her feet were open-toed shoes and short white socks. She traveled rapidly between the laundry basket and the bed, laying out stacks of clothing. There was no stack for his father. "When is Dad coming home?" he asked. "Oh," she said, "pretty soon." She didn't meet his eyes. Cody looked around him and noticed for the first time that there was something pinched and starved about the way this house was decorated. Not a single perfume bottle or china figurine sat upon his mother's bureau. No pictures hung on the walls. Even the bedside tables were completely bare. And in all the drawers in this room, he knew, every object would be aligned and squared precisely. The clothing organized by type and color, whites grading into pastels and then to darks, comb and brush parallel, gloves paired and folded like a row of clenched fists. Who wouldn't leave such a place? He straightened, feeling panicky. His mother chose that moment to come over and smooth his hair down. "My," she told him, smiling, "you're getting so big. I can't believe it." He shrank back in his seat. "You're getting big enough for me to start relying on," she said. "I'm only 14, Cody told her. He slipped off the chair and left the room. The bathroom door was closed. He heard the shower running and Ezra singing Greensleeves. He opened the door just a crack, snaked one arm in, and turned on the hot water in the sink. Then he traveled through the rest of the house, from kitchen to downstairs bathroom to basement, methodically opening every hot water faucet to its fullest. But you couldn't really say his heart was in it. "Tull?" the man asked. "Yes." "Is this the Tull residence?" "Yes, it is." "Darrell Peters," the man said, showing a business card. Cody took a swig of beer and accepted the card. While he was reading it, he sloshed the beer bottle absently to get a good head of suds. He was wearing dungarees and nothing else. It was a blistering day in August. The house, however, was fairly cool, the living room dim, the paper shades pulled all the way down and glowing yellow with the afternoon sun. Mr. Peters looked in wistfully, but remained on the porch with his hat in his hand. He was way overdressed for August. "So," said Cody. He nudged the screen door open with his bare foot. Mr. Peters caught hold of it and stepped inside. "Would your mother be in?" he asked. "She's taken a job." "Well, then, Is Ezra Tull your father?" "He's my brother." "Brother. Ah. He's in." "Well, then," Mr. Peters said, "I'll go get him." Cody went upstairs and into Jenny's room. Jenny and Ezra were playing checkers on the floor. Ezra, wearing shorts and a sleeveless undershirt full of holes, stroked his cat, Alicia, and frowned at the board. "Someone to see you," Cody told him. Ezra looked up. "Who is it?" he asked. Cody shrugged. Ezra rose, still hugging the cat. Cody went with him as far as the stairs. He stopped there and leaned over the banister to eavesdrop, grinning. Ezra arrived in the living room. "You want me?" Cody heard him ask. "Ezra Tull?" said Mr. Peters. "Yes." "Well, maybe there's been a mistake." "What kind of mistake?" "I'm from Peaceful Hills Memorial Gardens," Mr. Peters said. "I thought you wished to purchase a resting place." "Resting place?" "I thought you filled out this mail-in coupon. Ezra Tull, your signature." "Yes, I would like an eternal home for myself and or my loved ones. I understand that a sales representative will call." "It wasn't me," said Ezra. "You didn't fill this out. You're not interested in a plot." "No, thank you." "I should have known," said Mr. Peters. "I'm sorry," Ezra told him. "Never mind. I can see it's not your doing." "Maybe when I'm older or something." "That's all right, son. Never mind." Cody climbed to the stuffy, hot third floor, where Lorena Schmidt sat on his bed with her back against the wall. She was new to the neighborhood, a tawny girl with long black hair, one lock of which she was twining around a finger. "Who was that?" she asked Cody. "A cemetery salesman." "Ugh!" "He came to see Ezra." "Who's Ezra?" "My brother Ezra, dummy." "Well, how should I know?" Lorena said. "You mean that brother downstairs? Blondish kid, good-looking?" "Good-looking? Ezra?" "I liked his kind of serious face," Lorena said. "And those pale gray eyes." "My eyes are gray." "Well, anyhow," Lorena said. "Besides," said Cody, "he gets fits." "He does?" "He'll fool you. He'll look as normal as anyone else, and then, all of a sudden, splat! He's flat on the floor, foaming at the mouth." "I don't believe you," Lorena said. "Some people think he's dangerous. I'm the only one brave enough to go near him when he gets that way." "I don't believe a word of it," Lorena said. She twisted around to the head of Cody's bed and lifted a corner of the window shade. "I see your mother coming," she said. "What? Where?" She turned and flashed him a grin. One of her front teeth was chipped, which made her look unstable, lacking in self-control. "I was teasing," she said. "Oh." "You ought to have seen your face. Huh! I haven't even met your mother. How would I know if she was coming?" "You must have met her," Cody said. "She's a cashier now at Sweeney Brothers' Grocery. Folks around this neighborhood call her the Sweeney Meanie." "Well, we do our shopping at Esmond's." "So would I," said Cody. "How come she works? Where's your father?" "Missing in action," he told her. "Oops, sorry." He gave a casual wave of his hand and took a swallow of beer. "She runs the cash register," he said. "Look in Sweeney's window next time you go past. You'll know her right off. Walk in and say, 'Ma'am, this soup can's dented. Can I have a reduction?' 'Soup, soup,' she'll say. 'Full price, please.'" "Oh, one of those," Lorena said. "Tight little bun on the back of her head. Mouth like it's holding straight pins. Anybody dawdles, tries to pass the time of day, she'll say, 'Move along, please. Please move along.'" He was smiling at Lorena as he spoke, but inside he felt a sudden pang. He pictured his mother at the register, with that anxious line like a strand of hair or a faint, fragile dressmaker's seam running across her forehead. Cody took every blanket and sheet from Ezra's bed and removed the pillow and the mattress. Underneath were 4 wooden slats laid across the frame. He lifted them out and stored them in the wardrobe. With great care, he set the mattress back on the frame. He drew a breath and waited. The mattress held. He replaced the bedclothes, and he puffed the pillow and laid it delicately at the head. He lugged a pile of magazines from their hiding place in his bureau, opened them, and scattered them on the floor. Then he turned off the light and went to his own bed across the room. Ezra padded in barefoot, eating a sandwich. He wore pajama bottoms with a trailing drawstring. "Oh, me," he said, and he sank into bed. There was a crash. The floor shook, and their mother shrieked and came pounding up the stairs. When she turned on the light, Cody raised his head and stared at her with a sleepy, befuddled expression. She had a hand pressed to her heart. She was taking in gulps of air. Jenny shivered behind her, hugging a worn stuffed rabbit. "Good Lord preserve us," their mother said. Ezra looked like someone in a bathtub full of cloth. He was having trouble disentangling himself from his sheets. One hand, upraised, still clutched the half-eaten sandwich. "Ezra, honey," Pearl said. But then she said, "Why, Ezra!" She was looking at the magazines. They were opened to pictures of women in nightgowns, in bathing suits, in garter belts and black lace brassieres, in bath towels, in useless wisps of transparent drapery, or in nothing whatsoever. "Ezra Tull," she said. Ezra worked his way up to peer over the edge of his bed frame. "Truly, Ezra, I never suspected that you would be such a person," she told him. Then she turned and left the room, taking Jenny with her. Ezra emerged from his bed, flew through the air, and landed on Cody. He grabbed a handful of hair and started shaking Cody's head. All Cody could say was, "Oomph, oomph," because he didn't want their mother to hear. Finally, he managed to bite Ezra's knee, and Ezra rolled off, panting and sobbing. He must have knocked into something at some earlier point, because his left eye was swelling. It made him look sad. Cody got up and showed him where he'd stashed the slats. They fitted them into place, heaved the mattress back on the frame, and attempted to smooth the blankets. Then Cody turned out the light, and they climbed into their beds and went to sleep. Sometimes Cody dreamed about his father. He would be stepping through the doorway, wearing one of his salesman's suits, bringing the afternoon paper, as he always did on Friday. His ordinariness was astounding. His thick strings of hair, and the tired, yellowish puffs beneath his eyes. In waking memories lately he was not so real, but had blurred and leveled and lost his details. "How was your week?" he asked tediously. Cody's mother answered, "Oh, all right." In these dreams, Cody was not his present self. He had somehow slid backward and become a toddler again, rushing around on tiny fat legs, feverishly showing off. "See this? And this? See me somersault? See me pull my wagon?" His smallness colored every act. He was conscious of a desperate need to learn to manage, to take charge of his surroundings. Waking in the dark, the first thing he did was stretch his long legs and lift his arms, which were becoming veiny and roped with muscle. He thought of how it would be if his father returned sometime in the future, when Cody was a man. "Look at what I've accomplished," Cody would tell him. "Notice where I've got to, how far I've come without you." Was it something I said? Was it something I did? Was it something I didn't do that made you go away? School started, and Cody entered 9th grade. He and his 2 best friends landed in the same homeroom. Sometimes Pete and Boyd came home with him. They all walked the long way, avoiding the grocery store where Cody's mother worked. Cody had to keep things separate. His friends in one half of his life, and his family in the other half. His mother hated for Cody to mix with outsiders. "Why don't you ever have someone over?" she would ask, but she didn't deceive him for a moment. He'd say, "Nah, I don't need anybody," and she would look pleased. "I guess your family's enough for you, isn't it?" she would ask. "Aren't we lucky to have each other?" He only allowed his friends in the house when his mother was at work, and sometimes, for no reason he could name, he would lead them through her belongings. He would open her smallest top bureau drawer and show them the real gold brooch that his father had given her when they were courting. "He thinks a lot of her," he would say. "He's given her heaps of stuff. Heaps! There's heaps of other stuff that I just don't happen to have on hand." His friends looked bored. Switching tactics, Cody would show them her ironed handkerchiefs, stacked so exactly that they seemed encased by an invisible square box. "I mean," he said, "your mothers don't do that, do they? Do they? Women," he said, and then, musing over some mysterious metal clasp or something that was evidently used to hold up stockings, "who can understand them? Really, can you figure them out? She likes Ezra best. My dumb brother Ezra. Sissy old Ezra. I mean, if it were Jenny, I could see it. Jenny being a girl and all. But Ezra? Who could like Ezra? Can you give me a single reason why?" His friends shrugged, idly gazing around the room and jingling the loose change in their pockets. He hid Ezra's left sneaker, his arithmetic homework, his baseball mitt, his fountain pen, and his favorite sweater. He shut Ezra's cat in the linen cupboard. He took Ezra's bamboo whistle to school and put it in the jacket of Josiah Payson, Ezra's best friend, a wild-eyed boy, the size of a full-grown man who was thought by some to be feeble-minded. It was typical of Ezra that he loved Josiah with all his heart, and would even have had him to the house if their mother weren't scared of him. Cody stopped by when Ezra's class was at lunch, and he slipped behind the cloakroom partition and stuck the whistle in the pocket of Josiah's enormous black peacoat. After that, there was a stretch of Indian summer, and Josiah evidently left his jacket where it hung, so the whistle stayed lost for days. Ezra was very upset about it. "Have you seen my whistle?" he asked everybody. For once, Cody didn't have to listen to Greensleeves and the Ash Grove played on that breathy little pipe, whose range was so limited that for high notes Ezra had to blow extra hard and split people's eardrums. "You took it," Ezra told Cody. "Didn't you? I know you did." "What would I want with a stupid toy whistle?" Cody asked. He was hoping that when it turned up in Josiah Payson's pocket, Ezra would blame Josiah. But it didn't happen that way. Whatever passed between them was settled without any fuss, and the two of them continued to be friends. Once again, a cracked, foggy ash grove burbled in every corner of the house. Their mother went on one of her rampages. "Pearl has hit the warpath," Cody told his brother and sister. He always called her Pearl at such times. "Better look out," he said. She's dumped all Jenny's bureau drawers." "Uh-oh," Ezra said. "She's slamming things around and talking to herself." "Oh, boy," Jenny said. Cody had met the other two on the porch. They'd stayed late at school. He silently opened the door for them, and they crept up the stairs. Each took a great lunging stride over the step that creaked, although surely their mother would not have heard them. She was making too much noise in the kitchen. Throwing pots through window panes was what it sounded like. They tiptoed across the hall to Jenny's room. "What a mess," Ezra breathed. Heaps of clothing covered the floor. Empty drawers had been hurled everywhere. The wardrobe stood open, its hangers stripped, and Jenny's puff-sleeved dresses lay in a heap. Jenny stared from the doorway. "Jen?" Cody asked her. "What did you do?" "Nothing," Jenny said in a quavery voice. "Think. Some little thing, something you've forgotten about." "Nothing. I promise." "Well, help me get these drawers back in," he said to Ezra. It was a two-man job. The drawers were oak, cumbersome and inclined to stick. Cody and Ezra grunted as they fitted them into the bureau. Jenny traveled around the room collecting her clothes. Tears had filled her eyes, and she kept dabbing at her nose with one or another rolled pair of socks. "Stop that," Cody told her. "She'll do it all again if she finds snot on your socks." He and Ezra gathered slips and hair ribbons, shook out blouses, tried to get the dresses back on their hangers the way they'd been before. Some were hopelessly wrinkled, and those they smoothed as best they could and hid at the rear of the wardrobe. Meanwhile, Jenny knelt on the floor, sniffling and folding undershirts. "I wish we could just go off," Ezra said, "and not come back till it's over." "It won't be over till she's had her scene," Cody told him. "You know that. There's no way we can get around it." "I wish Daddy were here." "Well, he's not, so shut up." Ezra straightened a sash. After they'd put everything in order, the three of them sat in a row on Jenny's bed. The sounds from the kitchen were different now. Cutlery rattling, glassware clinking. Their mother must be setting the table. Pretty soon she'd serve supper. Cody had such a loaded feeling in his throat, he never wanted to eat again. No doubt the others felt the same. Ezra kept swallowing. Jenny said, "Let's run away from home." "We don't have any place to run to," Cody said. Their mother came to the foot of the stairs and called them. Her voice was thin, like the sound of a gnat. "Children?" They filed down, dragging their feet. They stopped at the first-floor bathroom and meticulously scrubbed their hands, taking extra pains with the backs. Each one waited for the others. Then they went into the kitchen. Their mother was slicing a brick of Spam. She didn't look at them, but she started speaking the instant they were seated. "It's not enough that I should have to work till 5 p.m. No. Then I come home and find nothing seen to, no chores done, you children off till all hours with disreputable characters in the alleys, or wasting your time with school chorus, club meetings. Table not set, breakfast dishes not washed, supper not cooked, floors not swept, mail in a heap on the mat, and not a sign of any of you. Oh, I know what's going on. I know what you three are up to. Neighborhood savages, that's what you are, mingling with each and all. How am I supposed to deal with this? How am I expected to cope? Useless daughter, great unruly bruising boys. I know what people are saying. You think my customers aren't glad to tell me? Coming in simpering, "Well, Mrs. Tull, that oldest boy of yours is certainly growing up. I saw him with a pack of camels in the street in front of the Barlow girls' house." And I have to smile and take it. Have to stand there on exhibit while they're all thinking, poor Mrs. Tull, I don't know how she can hold her head up. It's clear she doesn't have the least ability to handle those children. Look at how they're disgracing her. Sticking potatoes on people's exhaust pipes, and letting the air out of tires, and shooting at streetlights with BB guns, and stealing hubcaps, and making off with traffic signs, and moving Mrs. Corelli's Madonna to Sonny Boy Brown's kitchen stoop, and hanging around the hydrants with girls no better than tramps, girls in tight sweaters and ankle chains. Oh, I hear about it everywhere. But not me, Mama, Jenny said. I beg your pardon. I don't do those things. Well, of course she didn't. Only Cody did. But she shouldn't have pointed that out. Now she'd drawn attention to herself. Pearl turned, gathered force, and plunged. You! I know about you! I couldn't believe my ears! What should I be doing but coming down the church steps Sunday when I see you with that Melanie Miller from your Bible class? Oh, Melanie! She made her voice shrill and prissy, nothing like Jenny's, really. Melanie, I just love your dress. I wish I had a dress like that. Understand, she said, turning to the boys, this was a cheap little number from Sears. The plaid wasn't matched. There was a ruffle at the hem like a square dance outfit, and a bunch of artificial flowers pinned to the waist. A totally inappropriate dress for a 9-year-old or for anyone. But, oh, I wish I had that, your sister says, so everyone thinks, poor Mrs. Tull, she can't even afford a Sears and Roebuck dress with artificial flowers. I don't know how she manages, slaving away at that grocery all day and struggling over her budget at night, cutting here and cutting there, wondering will she scrape by, hoping nobody runs up a doctor bill, praying her children's feet will stop growing. And Melanie's mother, well, it's just like opening the door to such a person. First thing you know, she'll be walking in here, big as life. Mrs. Tull, I happen to have the catalog we ordered Melanie's dress from, if you would care for one for Jenny. As if I'd want to dress my daughter like an orphan. As if I'd like for her to duplicate some other child. No, thank you, Mrs. Miller, I'll say. I may not be able to afford so very much, but at least when I do buy, I buy with finished seams. No, Mrs. Miller, you keep your so-called wish book, your 1/4-inch hem allowances, smashed felt flowers. What's wrong with us, I'd like to know? Aren't we good enough for my own blood daughter? Doesn't she feel I'm doing my best, my level best, to provide? Does she have to pick up riffraff? Does she have to bring home scum? We're a family. We used to be so close. What happened to us? Why would she act so disloyal? She sat down serenely, as if finished with the subject forever, and reached for a bowl of peas. Jenny's face was streaming with tears, but she wasn't making a sound, and Pearl seemed unaware of her. Cody cleared his throat. But that was Sunday, he said. Pearl's serving spoon paused, midway between the bowl and her plate. She looked politely interested. Yes, she said. This is Wednesday. Yes. It's Wednesday, damn it. It's 3 days later, so why bring up something from Sunday? Pearl threw the spoon in his face. You upstart, she said. She rose and slapped him across the cheek. You wretch! You ugly horror! She grabbed one of Jenny's braids and yanked it so Jenny was pulled off her chair. Stupid clod, she said to Ezra, and she took the bowl of peas and brought it down on his head. It didn't break, but peas flew everywhere. Ezra cowered, shielding his head with his arms. Parasites, she told them. I wish you'd all die and let me go free. I wish I'd find you dead in your beds." After that, she went upstairs. The three of them washed the dishes, dried them, and put them away in the cupboards. They wiped the table and countertops and swept the kitchen floor. The sight of any crumb or stain was a relief, a pleasure. They attacked it with bonhomie. They pulled the shades in the windows and locked the back door. Outside, the neighborhood children were organizing a game of hide-and-seek, but their voices were so faint that they seemed removed in time as well as in space. They were like people from long ago, laughing and calling only in memory, or in one of those eerily lifelike dreams that begin on the edge of sleep. Shortly before Thanksgiving, a girl named Edith Tabor transferred to their school. Cody had been new to so many schools himself. He recognized that defiant tilt of her head when she stepped into his homeroom. She carried a zippered notebook that wasn't the right kind at all, and over her skirt she wore what appeared to be a grown man's shirt, which no one had ever heard of doing. But she had thick black hair and the kind of gypsy look that Cody liked, and he was also drawn by the proud and scornful way she walked alone to her classes. As friendless as Cody was, he thought, or at least as friendless as he felt inside. So that afternoon he walked a short distance behind her. It turned out she lived just 1 block north of him. And the next afternoon he caught up and walked beside her. She seemed to welcome his company and talked to him nearly non-stop, every now and then clutching her coat collar tight against her throat in a gesture that struck him as sophisticated. Her brother was in the Navy, she said, and had promised to bring her a silk kimono if he made it through the war. And she didn't find that Baltimore was very cosmopolitan, and she thought Miss Saunders, the English teacher, resembled Lana Turner. She said she felt it was really attractive when boys didn't slick their hair back but let it fall over their foreheads, straight, the way Cody did. Cody raked his fingers through his hair and said, well, he didn't know about that. He'd always sort of supposed that girls preferred a little wave or curl or something. She said she just despised for a boy to have curls. They walked the rest of the way without speaking, although from time to time Cody whistled parts of the only tune that came to his mind, which happened to be the Ash Grove. He couldn't walk her home on Wednesday because he had to stay late for detention, and the following day was Thanksgiving. There wouldn't be any more school till Monday. All Thursday morning he hung around the front porch in the damp November chill, gazing northward to Edith's street, and then wheeling away and taking mid-air punches at a cushion from the glider. Finally his mother emerged, Rosie from the kitchen, and coaxed him inside. "Cody, honey, you'll freeze to death. Come and shell me some pecans." They were having a meager meal. No turkey, but she'd promised to make a pie for dessert. Already the house smelled different, spicier, more festive. Cody would have stayed on the porch forever, though, if he'd thought there was a chance of seeing Edith. After dinner, they all played Monopoly. Generally, Cody's family didn't allow him in their games. He had this problem with winning. He absolutely insisted on winning any game he played. And he did win, too, by sheer fierceness, by caring the most. Also, he'd been known to cheat. Sometimes he would even win when no one else suspected it was a contest. He would eat more peanuts, get his corn shucked the fastest, or finish his page of the comics first. "Go away," his family would say when he approached, nonchalantly shuffling cards or tossing a pair of dice. "You know what we said, never again." But this afternoon, they let him play. He tried to hold back, but once he'd bought a hotel on the boardwalk, things got out of hand. "Oh, my, I should have remembered," his mother said. "What's he doing in this game?" But she was smiling. She wore her blue wool dress, and her hair was coming out of its bun, which made her look relaxed. Her token was the flatiron. She skipped right over the boardwalk, but Ezra was next, and he hit it. He didn't have anywhere near enough money. Cody tried to lend him some. He hated it when people just gave up. He liked to get everybody thousands of dollars in debt, struggling to the bitter end. But Ezra said, No, I quit," and backed off, holding up one palm in that old mannish way he had. So Cody had to go on with just Jenny and his mother, and eventually with just his mother. They played right down to the line, when she landed on the boardwalk with $3 bills to her name. As a matter of fact, Cody had a pretty good time. Then the younger two talked Cody and Pearl into putting on their old skit, "The Mortgage Overdue." "Oh, come on, please. It wouldn't feel like a holiday without it." Cody and Pearl ended up agreeing to it, even though they were rusty, and Cody couldn't remember the dance step that came at the finish. This was something salvaged from his mother's girlhood, the kind of piece performed at amateur recital contests or campfire circles. Pearl played Ivy, the maiden in distress, and Cody was the villain, twirling his waxed mustache. "Ivy, sweet, sweet Ivy, lean upon my arm," he cajoled her with an evil leer, while Pearl rolled her eyes and shrank into a corner. She could have been an actress, her children thought. She had it letter-perfect, the blushing gaze and the old-fashioned sing-song of her responses. At the end, the hero came and rescued her. Ezra and Jenny always claimed to be too shy, so Cody had to take the hero's part as well. "I will pay the money for the mortgage on the farm," he told the maiden, and he danced her into the dining room. The dance step came back to him after all, but his mother's tongue got twisted, and instead of "wedded life," she said "leaded wife," and collapsed in a heap of giggles. Jenny and Ezra gave them 3 curtain calls. That evening, Cody went out to the porch and looked northward some more in the twilight. Ezra came too and sat in the glider, pushing back and forth with the heel of one sneaker. "Want to walk toward Sloop Street?" Cody asked him. "What's on Sloop Street?" "Nothing much. This girl I know, Edith Tabor." "Oh, yes, Edith," Ezra said. "You know who she is?" "She's got this whistle," Ezra said, "that plays sharps and flats with hardly any extra trouble." "Edith Tabor?" "A recorder." "You're thinking of someone else," Cody told him. "Well, maybe so." Cody was silent a moment, leaning on the porch railing. Ezra creaked companionably in the glider. Then Cody said, "A black-haired girl, 9th grader." "New in town," Ezra agreed. "When'd you see her?" "Just yesterday," Ezra said. "I was walking home from school, playing my whistle, and she caught up with me and said she liked it and asked if I wanted to see her recorder. So I went to her house, and I saw it." "To her house? Did she know you were my brother?" "Well, no, I don't think so," Ezra said. "She has a parakeet that burps and says, 'Forgive me.' Her mother served us cookies." "You met her mother?" "It would be nice to have a recorder someday." "She's too old for you," Cody said. Ezra looked surprised. "Well, of course," he said. "She's 14 and a half. What would she want with a little sixth grader?" "She wanted to show me her whistle," Ezra said. "Shoot," said Cody. "Cody, are we going to walk towards Sloop Street?" "Nah," said Cody. He kicked a pillar. "If I ask Mother," Ezra said, "do you think she would get me one of those recorders for Christmas?" "You dunce," said Cody. "You raving idiot. Do you think she's got money to spare for goddamn whistles?" "Well, no, I guess not," Ezra said. Then Cody went into the house and locked the door, and when Ezra started pounding on it, Cody told their mother it was only Mr. Millage having one of his crazy spells. Monday morning, he looked for Edith on the way to school, but he didn't see her. As it turned out, she was tardy. She arrived in homeroom just after the bell. He tried to catch her eye, but she didn't glance his way, only gazed fixedly at the teacher all during announcements. And when the first bell rang, she walked to class with Sue Meeks and Harriet Smith. Evidently, she was no longer friendless. By third period, it was clear she was avoiding him. He couldn't even get near her. She had a constant bodyguard. But what had he done wrong? He cornered Barbara Pace, a plump, cheerful redhead who served as a kind of central switchboard for ninth-grade couples. "What's the matter with Edith?" he asked. "Who?" "Edith Tabor. We were getting along just fine, and now she won't speak." "Oh," she said. She shifted her books. She was wearing a man-sized shirt with the tails out. Come to think of it, so were half the other girls. "Well," she said, "I guess she likes somebody else now." "Is it my brother?" Cody asked. "Who's your brother?" "Ezra. My brother, Ezra." "I didn't know you had a brother," she said, peering at him. "Well, she liked me well enough last week. What happened?" "See," she told him patiently, "now she's been to a couple of parties, and naturally she's developed new interests. She's got a sort of broader view. And also, she didn't realize about your reputation." "What reputation?" "Well, you do drink, Cody, and you hung around with that cheap Lorena Schmidt all summer. You smell like a walking cigarette, and you almost got arrested over Halloween." "Did my brother tell her that?" "What's this about your brother? Everybody told her. It's not exactly a secret." "Well, I never claimed to be a saint," Cody said. "She says you're real good-looking and all, but she wants a boy she can respect," said Barbara. "She thinks she might like Francis Elburn now." "Francis Elburn? That fairy?" "He's really more her type," said Barbara. "His hair is curly." "So? Francis Elburn? Jesus Christ." "There's no need to use profanity," Barbara told him. Cody walked home alone, long after the others had left, choosing streets where he'd be certain not to run into Edith or her friends. Once he turned down the wrong alley, and it struck him that he was still an outsider, unfamiliar with the neighborhood. His classmates had been born and raised here, most of them, and were more comfortable with each other than he could ever hope to be. Look at his two best friends. Their parents went to the movies together. Their mothers talked on the telephone. His mother— He kicked a signpost. What he wouldn't give to have a mother who acted like other mothers. He longed to see her gossiping with a little gang of women in the kitchen, letting them roll her hair up in pin curls, trading beauty secrets, playing cards, losing track of time. "Oh, goodness, look at the clock, and supper not even started. My husband will kill me. Run along, girls." He wished she had some outside connection, something beyond that suffocating house. And his father. He had uprooted the family continually, tearing them away as soon as they were settled and plunking them someplace new. But where was he now that Cody wanted to be uprooted, now that he was saddled with a reputation and desperate to leave and start over? His father had ruined their lives, Cody thought, first in one way and then in another. He thought of tracking him down and arriving on his doorstep. "I'm in trouble. It's all your fault. I've got a bad name. I need to leave town. You'll have to take me in." But that would only be another unknown city, another new school to walk into alone. And there, too, probably his grades would begin to slip, and the neighbors would complain, and the teachers would start to suspect him first when any little thing went wrong. And then Ezra would follow shortly, in his dogged, earnest, devoted way, and everybody would say to Cody, "Why can't you be more like your brother?" He let himself into the house, which smelled of last night's cabbage. It was almost dark, and the air seemed thick. He felt he had to labor to move through it. He climbed the stairs wearily. He passed Jenny's room, where she sat doing her homework in a tiny, dull circle of yellow from the lamp. Her face was thin and shadowed, and she didn't bother greeting him. He climbed on up to his own room and flicked on the light switch. He had set his books on the bureau before he realized Ezra was there. Asleep, as usual, curled on his bed with a sheaf of homework papers. Oh, Ezra was so slow and dazed. He could sleep any time. His lips were parted. His cat, Alicia, lay in the crook of his arm, purring and looking self-satisfied. Cody knelt beside his bed and pulled from beneath it a half-filled bottle of bourbon, an empty gin bottle, 5 empty beer bottles, a crumpled pack of Camels, and a box of pretzels. He strewed them around Ezra, arranging them just right. He went to the hall storage closet and took out his father's 620 Brownie camera. In the doorway of his room, he aimed and paused and clicked the shutter. Ezra didn't wake, amazingly enough. The light from the flash gun was so powerful you'd see swimming blue globes for minutes after being photographed. But the cat seemed mildly disturbed. She got to her feet and yawned. What a yawn! Huge and disdainful. It would have made a wonderful picture. Deadbeat Ezra and his no-account cat, both with gaping mouths. Cody wondered if she'd do it again. "Yawn," he told her, and he advanced the film for another photo. "Alicia, yawn." She only smirked and settled down again. He yawned himself, demonstrating. But apparently cats didn't find such things contagious. He lowered the camera and came closer to pat her head, scratch beneath her chin, stroke her throat. Nothing worked. "Yawn, damn it," he said, and he tried to pry her teeth apart by force. She drew up sharply, eyes wide and glaring. Ezra woke. "Your cat is retarded," Cody told him. "Huh? I can't get her to yawn." Ezra reached over, matter-of-factly, and circled the cat with his arm. She gave a luxurious yawn and nestled down against him, and Ezra went back to sleep. Cody didn't try for another picture, though. He'd never seen anyone take the fun out of things the way Ezra could. Cody and Ezra and Jenny went shopping for a Christmas present for their mother, Each of them had saved 4 weeks' allowance, which meant 40 cents apiece, and Cody had $1 extra that he'd taken from Miss Saunders's center desk drawer. That made $2.20. Enough for some winter gloves, Cody suggested. Jenny said gloves were boring and she wanted to buy a diamond ring. "That's really stupid," Cody told her. "Even you ought to know you can't buy a diamond ring for $2.20. "I don't mean a real one. I mean glass, or anything, just so it's pretty and not useful." They were forced to shop in the stores near home, since they didn't want to spend money on car fare. It was mid-December, and crowds of other people were shopping too, plowing past with their arms full of packages, breathing white clouds in the frosty air. Further downtown, the department store windows would be as rich and bright as the insides of jewel boxes, and there'd be carols and clanging brass bells and festoons of tinsel on the traffic lights. But in this neighborhood, the shops were smaller, darker, decorated with a single wreath on the door, or a cardboard Santa Claus carrying a carton of Chesterfield cigarettes. Soldiers on leave straggled by in clumps, looking lost. The shoppers had something grim and determined about them, even those with the gaudiest packages. They seemed likely to mow down anyone in their path. Cody took a pinch of Jenny's coat sleeve so as not to lose her. "I'm serious," she was saying. "I don't want to get her anything warm, anything necessary, anything—" "Serviceable," Ezra said. They all grimaced. "If we bought her a ring, though," Ezra said, "she might feel bad about the wastefulness. She might not really enjoy it." Cody hated the radiant, grave expression that Ezra wore sometimes. It showed that he realized full well how considerate he was being. "What do you want for Christmas?" Cody asked him roughly. "World peace?" "World what?" "I'd like a recorder," Ezra said. They crossed an intersection with a swarm of sailors. "Well," said Cody, "you're not getting one." "I know that." "You're getting a cap with turned-down ear flaps and a pair of corduroy pants." "Cody," said Jenny, "you weren't supposed to tell." "It doesn't matter," Ezra said. They separated for a woman who had stopped to fit her child's mittens on. "It used to be," Jenny said, "that we got toys for Christmas and candy. Remember how nice last Christmas was?" "This one's going to be nice, too," Ezra told her. "Remember down in Virginia when Daddy bought us a sled and Mother said it was silly because it hardly ever snowed? But December 26th we woke up and there was snow all over everything?" "That was fun," Ezra said. "We had the only sled in town," Jenny said. "Cody started charging for rides. Daddy showed us how to wax the runners, and we pulled it to the top of that hill. What was the name of that hill? It had such a funny—" Then she stopped short on the sidewalk. Pedestrians jostled all around her. "Why?" she said. Cody and Ezra looked at her. "He's really not ever coming home again, is he?" she said. No one answered. After a minute they resumed walking, 3 abreast, and Cody took a pinch of Ezra's sleeve, too, so they wouldn't drift apart in the crowd. Cody sorted the mail, setting aside for his mother a couple of envelopes that looked like Christmas cards. He threw away a department store flyer and a letter from his school. He pocketed an envelope with a Cleveland postmark. He went upstairs to his room and switched on the goosenecked lamp beside his bed. While the light bulb warmed, he whistled and stared out the window. Then he tested the bulb with his fingers, and, finding it hot enough, wrapped the envelope around it and counted slowly to 30. After that, he pried open the flap with ease and pulled out a single sheet of paper and a check. "Says they should be producing to capacity by June of 45, his father wrote. "Sorry the enclosed is a little smaller than expected, as I have incurred some—" It was his usual letter, nothing different. Cody folded it again and slid it back in the envelope, though it hardly seemed worth the effort. Then he heard the front door slam. "Ezra Tull!" Pearl called. Her cloppy high heels started rapidly up the stairs. Cody tucked the envelope into his bureau and shut the drawer. "Ezra?" "He's not here," Cody said. She came to stand in the doorway. "Where is he?" she asked. She was out of breath, untidy looking. Her hat was on crooked, and she still wore her coat. "He went to get the laundry like you told him to." "What do you know about this?" She bore down on him, holding out a stack of snapshots. The one on top was so blurred and gray that Cody had trouble deciphering it. He took the whole collection from her hand. Ah, yes. Ezra lay in a stupor surrounded by liquor bottles. Cody grinned. He'd forgotten that picture completely. "What could it mean?" his mother asked. "I take a roll of film to the drugstore, and I come back with the shock of my life. I just wanted to get the camera ready for Christmas. I was expecting maybe some scenes from last summer, or Jenny's birthday cake. And here I find Ezra like a derelict, a common drunk. Could this be what it looks like? Answer me." "He's not as perfect as you think he is," Cody told her. "But he's never given me a moment's worry." "He's done a lot that might surprise you." Pearl sat down on his bed. She was shaking her head, looking stunned. "Oh, Cody, it's such a battle, raising children," she said. "I know you must think I'm difficult. I lose my temper. I carry on like a shrew sometimes. But if you could just realize how helpless I feel, how scary it is to know that everyone I love depends on me. I'm afraid I'll do something wrong." She reached up. For the photos, he thought, and he held them out to her. But no, what she wanted was his hand. She took it and pulled him down beside her. Her skin felt hot and dry. "I've probably been too hard on you," she said. "But I look to you for support now, Cody. You're the only person I can turn to. It may be you and I are more alike than you think. Cody, what am I going to do?" She leaned closer, and Cody drew back. Even her eyes seemed to give off heat. Well," he said. "Who took that picture, anyhow? Was it you?" "Look," he said, "it was a joke." "Joke?" "Ezra didn't drink that stuff. I just set some bottles around him." Her gaze flicked back and forth across his face. "He's never touched a drop," Cody told her. "I see," she said. She freed his hand. She said, "Well, all I can say is, that's some joke, young man." Then she stood up and took several steps away from him. "That's some sense of humor you've got," she said. Cody shrugged. "Oh, I suppose it must seem very funny, scaring your mother half out of her wits. letting her babble on like a fool, slandering your little brother? It must seem hilarious to someone like you." "I'm just naturally mean, I guess," Cody said. "You've been mean since the day you were born," she told him. After she had walked out, he went to work resealing his father's letter. Ezra landed on Park Place, and Cody said, "Aha! Park Place with one hotel, $1,500. Poor Ezra," Jenny said. "How'd you do that?" Ezra asked Cody. "How'd I do what?" "How'd you get a hotel on Park Place? A minute ago it was mortgaged." "Oh, I scrimped and saved," Cody said. "There's something peculiar going on here." "Mother," Jenny called, "Cody's cheating again." Their mother was stringing the Christmas tree lights. She looked over and said, "Cody?" "What did I do?" Cody asked. "What did he do, children?" "He's the banker," Jenny said. "He made us let him keep the bank and the deeds and the houses. Now he's got a hotel on Park Place and all this extra money. It's not fair." Pearl set down the box of lights and came over to where they were sitting. She said, "All right, Cody, put it back. Jenny keeps the deeds from now on. Ezra keeps the bank. Is that clear?" Jenny reached for the deeds. Ezra began collecting the money. "And I tell you this," Pearl said, "if I hear one more word, Cody Tull, you're out of the game. Forever. Understood?" She bent to help Ezra. "Always cheating, tormenting, causing trouble." She laid the 5s beside the 1s, the 10s beside the 5s. "Cody, you hear what I say?" He heard, but he didn't bother answering. He sat back and smiled, safe and removed, watching her stack the money. Chapter 3. Destroyed by Love. Part 1. Supposedly, Jenny Tull was going to be a beauty someday, but the people who told her that were so old they might easily be dead by the time that day arrived, and no one her own age saw much promise in her. At 17, she was skinny and severe and studious-looking. Her bones were so sharp they seemed likely to puncture her skin. She had coarse, dark hair that she was always hacking at, much to her mother's disapproval. One week chopping it to a blunt, square shape, the next week cutting bangs that accidentally slanted toward the left, and then, to correct her error, shortening the bangs so drastically that they appeared damaged and painful. While her classmates were wearing, in 1952, bouffant skirts and perky blouses with the collars turned up in back, Jenny's clothes were hand-me-downs from her mother. Limp, skimpy dresses, fashionable in the 40s, with too much shoulder and not enough skirt. And since her mother despised the sloppiness of loafers, Jenny's shoes were the same kind of sturdy brown Oxfords that her brothers wore. Every morning she clomped off to school, looking uncomfortable and cross. No wonder hardly anyone bothered to speak to her. She was about to be, for the very first time, the only child at home. Her brother Cody was away at college. Her brother Ezra had refused to go to college and started instead what his mother openly hoped was a temporary job in Scarlatti's restaurant, chopping vegetables for salads. But just as he was advancing to sauces, notice came that he'd been drafted. None of his family could envision it. Placid Ezra, slogging through Korea, tripping over his bayonet at every opportunity. Surely something would be wrong with him, some weakness of spine or eyesight that would save him. But no, he was found to be in perfect health, and in February was ordered off to a training camp down south. Jenny sat on his bed while he packed. She was touched by the fact that he was taking along his little pearwood recorder, the one he'd bought with his first week's wages. It didn't seem to her that he had a very clear idea of what he was getting into. He moved in his cautious, deliberate way, sorting out what he would send to the basement for storage. Since their mother had plans for renting his room, he couldn't just leave things as they were. Already his brother Cody's bed was freshly made up for a boarder, the blankets tight as drumskins on the narrow mattress, and Cody's sports equipment was packed away in cartons. She watched Ezra empty a drawer of undershirts, most of them full of holes. Somehow he always managed to look like an orphan. He had grown to be a large-boned man, but his face was still childishly rounded, with the wide eyes, the downy cheeks, the delicate lips of a schoolboy. His hair seemed formed of layers of silk in various shades of yellow and beige. Girls were always after him, Jenny knew, but he was too shy to take advantage of it, or maybe even to be aware of it. He proceeded through life absent-mindedly, meditatively, as if considering some complex mathematical puzzle from which he was bound to look up, you would think, as soon as he found the solution. But he never did. "After I leave," he told Jenny, "will you stop in at Scarlatti's restaurant from time to time?" "Stop in and do what?" "Well, talk with Mrs. Scarlatti, I mean. Just make sure she's all right." Mrs. Scarlatti had been without a husband for years, if she'd ever had one, and her only son had recently been killed in action. Jenny knew she must be lonely, but she was a bleak and striking woman, so fashionably dressed that it seemed an insult to her particular section of Baltimore. Jenny couldn't imagine holding a conversation with her. Still, anything for Ezra. She nodded. "And Josiah, too," Ezra said. "Josiah?" Josiah was even more difficult, downright terrifying, in fact. Ezra's friend, Josiah Payson, close to 7 feet tall, excitable and incoherent. It was generally understood that he wasn't quite right in the head. Back in grade school, the other children had teased him, and they had teased Ezra, too, and asked Jenny why her brother hung out with dummies. "Everybody knows Josiah should be sent away," they told her. "He ought to go to the crazy house. Everybody says so." She said, "Ezra, I can't talk to Josiah. I wouldn't understand him." "Of course you'd understand," said Ezra. "He speaks English, doesn't he?" "He gibbers, he jabbers, he stutters." "You must have only seen him when they're picking on him. The rest of the time he's fine. Oh, if Mother'd let me have him to the house once, you would know. He's fine. He's as bright as you or me, and maybe brighter." "Well, if you say so," Jenny told him. But she wasn't convinced. After Ezra was gone, it occurred to her that he'd only mentioned outsiders. He hadn't said anything about taking care of their mother. Maybe he assumed that Pearl could manage on her own. She could manage very well, it was true, but Ezra's leaving seemed to take something out of her. She delayed the renting of his room. "I know we need the money," she told Jenny, "but I really can't face it right now. It still has his smell. Maybe if I aired it a while. It still has his shape in it, know what I mean? I look in, and the air feels full of something warm. I think we ought to wait a bit." So they lived in the house, alone. Jenny felt even slighter than usual, overwhelmed by so much empty space. In the afternoons, when she came home from school, her mother would still be at work, and Jenny would open the door and hesitantly step inside. Sometimes it seemed there was a startled motion, or a stopping of motion, somewhere deep in the house, just as she crossed the threshold. She'd pause then, heart-thumping, alert as a deer, but it never turned out to be anything real. She'd close the door behind her and go upstairs to her room, turn on her study lamp, change out of her school clothes. She was an orderly, conscientious girl who always hung things up and took good care of her belongings. She would set her books out neatly on her desk, align her pencils, and adjust the lamp so it shone at the proper angle. Then she'd work her way systematically through her assignments. Her greatest dream was to be a doctor, which meant she'd have to win a scholarship. In 3 years of high school, she had never received a grade below an A. At 5 o'clock, she would go downstairs to scrub the potatoes or start the chicken frying, whatever was instructed in her mother's note on the kitchen table. Soon afterward, her mother would arrive. "Well, I tell you, that old Pendle woman is a trial and a nuisance. Just a nuisance. Lets me ring up all her groceries, and then says, 'Wait now, let me see. Why, I don't have near enough money for such a bill as this.' Goes fumbling through her ratty cloth change purse, while everyone behind her shifts from foot to foot." She would tie an apron over her dress and take Jenny's place at the stove. "Honey, hand me the salt, will you? I see there's no mail from the boys. They've forgotten all about us, it seems. It's only you and me now." It was only the two of them, yes, but there were echoes of the others all around. Wicked, funny Cody, peaceful Ezra, setting up a loaded silence as Jenny and her mother seated themselves at the table. "Pour the milk, will you, dear? Help yourself to some beans." Sometimes Jenny imagined that even her father made his absence felt, though she couldn't picture his face and had little recollection of the time before he'd left them. Of course, she'd never mentioned this to her mother. Their talk was small talk, little dibs and dabs of things, safely skating over whatever might lie beneath. "How is that poor Carol girl, Jenny? Has she lost any weight that you've noticed?" Jenny knew that, in reality, her mother was a dangerous person, hot-breathed and full of rage and unpredictable. The dry straw texture of her lashes could seem the result of some conflagration, and her pale hair could crackle electrically from its bun, and her eyes could get small as hatpins. Which of her children had not felt her stinging slap, with the claw-encased pearl in her engagement ring that could bloody a lip at one flick? Jenny had seen her hurl Cody down a flight of stairs. She'd seen Ezra ducking, elbows raised, warding off an attack. She herself, more than once, had been slammed against a wall, been called serpent, cockroach, hideous little sniveling gutter snipe. But here Pearl sat, decorously inquiring about Julia Carroll's weight problem. Jenny had a faint, tremulous hope that times had changed. Perhaps it was the boy's fault. Maybe she and her mother, intelligent women after all, could live without such scenes forever. But she never felt entirely secure. And at night, when Pearl had placed a kiss on the center of Jenny's forehead, Jenny went off to bed and dreamed what she had always dreamed. Her mother laughed a witch's shrieking laugh, dragged Jenny out of hiding as the Nazis tramped up the stairs, accused her of sins and crimes that had never crossed Jenny's mind. Her mother told her, in an informative and considerate tone of voice, that she was raising Jenny to eat her. Cody wrote almost never, and what letters he did write were curt and factual. I won't be coming home for spring vacation. All my grades are fine except French. This new job pays better than the old one did. Ezra sent a postcard the moment he arrived in camp, and followed that 3 days later with a letter describing his surroundings. It was longer than several of Cody's put together. But still it didn't tell Jenny what she wanted to know. There's somebody 2 blocks down who's from Maryland, too, I hear, but I haven't had a chance to talk to him, and I don't think he's from Baltimore anyway, but some other place I wouldn't know about, so I doubt we'd have much to— What was he saying, exactly? Had he, or had he not, made any friends? If people lived so close together, you'd think they would have talked. Jenny pictured the others ignoring him. Or worse, tormenting him and making fun of his incompetence. He simply was not a soldier. But, "I have learned right much about my rifle," he wrote. "Cody would be surprised." She tried to imagine his long, sensitive fingers cleaning and oiling a gun. She understood that he must be surviving, more or less, but she couldn't figure out how. She thought of him on his belly, in the dust of the rifle range, squeezing a trigger. His gaze was so reflective. How would he hit a target? "They say the whole bunch of us will be joining the Korean conflict as soon as we are—" Why, they'd pick him off like a fly. He'd never do more to defend himself than dodge and shield his head. "I think a lot about Scarlatti's restaurant and how nice the lettuce smelled when I tore it into the bowl," he wrote. His only mention of homesickness, if that was what it was. Pearl gave a jealous sniff. As if lettuce had a smell! Jenny was jealous, too. He could have remembered, instead, how he and she used to lie on the floor in front of the Philco on Monday nights, listening to the city's service band of America. What did he see in that restaurant, anyhow? Then a little knob of discomfort started nudging inside her chest. There was something she hadn't done, something unpleasant that she didn't want to do. Check on Mrs. Scarlatti. She wondered if Ezra had really meant for her to keep her promise. He couldn't actually expect that of her, could he? But she supposed he could. He was a literal-minded kind of person. So she folded Ezra's letter and put it in her pocket. Then she slipped her coat on and walked to St. Paul Street, to a narrow brick building set in a strip of shops and businesses. Scarlatti's was the neighborhood's one formal, elegant eating place. It served only supper, mostly to people from better parts of the city. At this hour, 5:30 or so, it wouldn't even be open. She went to the rear, where she'd been a couple of times with Ezra. She circled 2 garbage cans overflowing with wilted greens, and she climbed the steps and knocked on the door. Then she cupped a hand to the window pane and peered in. Men in dirty aprons were rushing around the kitchen, which was a mass of steam and stainless steel, pot lids clattering, bowls as big as bird baths heaped with sliced vegetables. No wonder they hadn't heard her. She turned the knob, but the door was locked, and before she could knock any harder, she caught sight of Mrs. Scarlatti. She was slouched in the dining-room entranceway, holding a lit cigarette. A white-faced woman in a stark black knife of a dress. Whatever she was saying, Jenny couldn't catch it, but she heard the gravelly, careless sound of her voice. And she saw how Mrs. Scarlatti's black hair was swept completely to the right, like one of those extreme Vogue magazine models, and how she leaned her head to the right as well, so that she seemed to be burdened, cruelly misused, bearing up under an exhausting weight that had something to do with men and experience. Imagine Ezra knowing such a person. Imagine him at ease with her, close enough to worry about her. Jenny backed away. She understood, all at once, that her brothers had grown up and gone. Her mental pictures of them were outdated. Ezra playing the bamboo whistle he used to have in grade school, Cody triumphantly rattling his dice over their old Monopoly board. She thought of a faded flannel shirt that Ezra had worn so often it was like a second skin. She thought of how he would rock back and forth with his hands in his rear pockets when he was lost for something to say, or dig a hole in the ground with his sneaker. And how, when Jenny was shattered by one of their mother's rages, he would slip downstairs to the kitchen and fix her a mug of hot milk laced with honey, sprinkled over with cinnamon. He was always so quick to catch his family's moods and to offer food and drink and unspoken support. She traveled down the alley, and instead of heading home, took Bushnell Street and then Putnam. It was getting colder. She had to button her coat. 3 blocks down Putnam stood a building so weathered and dismal you'd think it was an abandoned warehouse, till you saw the sign, Tom and Eddie's Body Shop. She'd often come here to fetch Ezra home, but she'd only called his name at the drive-in doorway. She had never been inside. Now she stepped into the gloom and looked around her. Tom and Eddie, she assumed, were talking to a man in a business suit. One of them held a clipboard. In the background, Josiah Payson swung a gigantic rubber mallet against the fender of a pickup. Jenny was hit by a piece of memory, a mystifying fragment. Josiah, in the schoolyard, long ago, violently flailing a pipe or a metal bar of some sort, cutting a desperate, whizzing circle in the air, and shouting something unintelligible, while Ezra stood guard between him and a mob of children. "Everything will be fine. Just go away," Ezra was telling the others. But what had happened next? How had it ended? How had it started? She felt confused. Meanwhile, Josiah swung his mallet. He was grotesquely tall, as gaunt as the armature for some statue never completed. His cropped black hair bristled all over his head. His skull of a face glistened, and he clenched a set of teeth so ragged and white and crowded, so jumbled together and overlapping, that it seemed he had chewed them up and was preparing to spit them out. "Josiah," she called timidly. He stopped to look at her. Or was he looking someplace else? His eyes were dead black, lidless and almost oriental. It was impossible to tell where they were directed. He heaved the hammer onto a stack of burlap bags and lunged toward her, his face alight with happiness. "Ezra's sister!" he said. "Ezra!" She smiled and hugged her elbows. Directly in front of her, he came to a halt and smoothed his stubble of hair. His arms seemed longer than they should have been. "Is Ezra okay?" he asked her. "He's fine." "Not wounded or—" "No." Ezra was right. Josiah spoke as distinctly as anyone, in a grown man's rumbling voice. But he had trouble finding something to do with his hands, and ended up scraping them together as if trying to rid his palms of dirt or grease, or even of a layer of skin. She was aware of Tom and Eddie glancing over at her curiously, losing track of their conversation. "Come outside," she told Josiah. "I'll let you see his letter." Outside it was twilight, almost too dark to read, but Josiah took the letter anyway and scanned the lines. There was a crease between his eyebrows, as deep as if someone had pressed an axe blade there. She noticed that his coveralls, pathetically well washed, were so short for him that his fallen white socks and hairy shin bones showed. His lips could barely close over that chaos of teeth. His mouth had a bunchy look, and his chin was elongated from the effort. He handed the letter back to her. She had no way of knowing what he had got out of it. "If they'd let me," he said, "I'd have gone with him. Oh, I wouldn't mind going. But they claimed I was too tall." Too tall? She'd never heard of such a thing. "So I had to stay behind," he said. "But I didn't want to. I don't want to work in a body shop all my life. I plan to do something different." "Like what?" "Oh, I don't know. Find something with Ezra, I guess, once he gets out of the army. Ezra, he would always come to visit me here and look around and say, 'How can you stand it? All the noise,' he'd say. 'We gotta find you something different.' But I didn't know where to start hunting. And now Ezra's gone away. It's not the noise that's so bad, but it's hot in summer and cold in winter. My feet get bothered by the cold, get these itchy things all over the toes." "Chilblains, maybe," Jenny suggested. She felt pleasantly bored. It seemed she had known Josiah forever. She ran a thumbnail down the crease of Ezra's letter. Josiah gazed either at her or straight through her, it was hard to tell which, and cracked his knuckles. "Probably what I'll do is work for Ezra," he said, "once Ezra opens his restaurant." "What are you talking about? Ezra's not opening a restaurant." "Sure he is." "Why would he want to do that? As soon as he pulls himself together, he's going off to college, studying to be a teacher." "Who says so?" Josiah asked. "Well, my mother does. He's got the patience for it, she says. Maybe he'll be a professor even," Jenny told him. But she wasn't so certain now. I mean, it's not a life work, restaurants. "Why isn't it?" She couldn't answer. "Ezra's going to have him a place where people come just like to a family dinner," Josiah said. "He'll cook them one thing special each day and dish it out on their plates, and everything will be solid and wholesome, really home-like." "Ezra told you that?" "Really just like home." "Well, I don't know. Maybe people go to restaurants to get away from home." "It's going to be famous," Josiah said. "You have the wrong idea entirely," Jenny told him. "How did you come up with such a crazy notion?" Then, without warning, Josiah went back to being his old self, or her old picture of him. He dropped his head, like a marionette whose strings had snapped. "I gotta go," he told her. "Josiah?" "Don't want those people yelling at me." He loped away without saying goodbye. Jenny watched after him, as regretfully as if he were Ezra himself. He didn't look back. Cody wrote that he was being interviewed by several corporations. He wanted a job in business after he finished school. Ezra wrote that he could march 20 miles at a go now without much tiring. It began to seem less incongruous, even perfectly natural, that Ezra should be a soldier. After all, wasn't he an enduring sort, uncomplaining, cheerful in performing his duties? Jenny had worried needlessly. Her mother, too, seemed to relax somewhat. "Really, it's for the best, when you think about it," she said. "A stint in the service is often just the ticket. Gives a boy time to get hold of himself. I bet when he comes back, he'll want to go to college. I bet he'll want to teach someplace." Jenny didn't tell her about his restaurant. Twice, after her first visit to Josiah, she looked in on him again. She would stop by the body shop after school, and Josiah would come outside a moment to swing his arms and gaze beyond her and speak of Ezra.
"Got a letter from him myself, over at the house. Claimed he was marching a lot."
20 miles, Jenny said.
"Some of it uphill."
"He must be in pretty good shape by now."
"He always did like to walk."
The third time she came, it was almost dark. She'd stayed late for chorus. Josiah was just leaving work. He was getting into his jacket, which was made of a large, shaggy plaid in muted shades of navy and maroon. She thought of the jackets that little boys wore in the lower grades of school.
"That Tom," Josiah said, jabbing his fists in his pockets. "That Eddie."
He strode rapidly down the sidewalk. Jenny had trouble keeping up.
"They don't care how they talk to a fellow," he said. "Don't give a thought to what he might feel. Feelings just like anyone else."
She dropped back, deciding that he'd rather be alone, but partway down the block he stopped and turned and waited.
"Aren't I a human being?"
he asked when she arrived at his side.
"Don't I feel bad if someone shouts at me? I wish I were out in the woods someplace. None of these people to bother me. Camping out in a dead quiet with a little private tent from L.L. Bean and a L.L. Bean sleeping bag."
He turned and rushed on. Jenny had to run.
"I've half a mind to give notice," he said.
"Why don't you, then?"
"My mama needs the money."
"You could find something else."
"Oh, no, it isn't easy."
"Why not?" He didn't answer. They raced past a discount jewelry store, a bakery, a bank of private apartments with inviting yellow windows. Then he said,
"Come and have supper at our house."
"What? Oh, I can't."
"Ezra used to come," he said, "back before he worked in the restaurant and couldn't get away. My mama was always glad to set an extra plate out. Always. Any time. But your mother didn't often let him. Your mother doesn't like me."
"Oh, well—"
"I wish you'd just have supper with us."
She paused. Then she said, "I'd be happy to." He didn't seem surprised. Jenny was astonished herself. He grunted and continued to tear along. His whisks of black hair stood out around his head. He led her down a side street, then through an alley that Jenny wasn't familiar with. From the front, his house must have been very much like hers, a brick row house set in a tiny yard. But they approached it from the rear, where a tacked-on gray frame addition gave it a ramshackle look. The addition turned out to be an unheated pantry with a cracked linoleum floor. Josiah stopped there to work himself free of his jacket, and then he reached for Jenny's coat and hung them both on hooks beside the door.
"Mama,"
he called. He showed Jenny into the kitchen.
"Got company for supper, Mama."
Mrs. Payson stood at the stove, a small, chubby woman dressed in earth tones. She reminded Jenny of some modest brown bird. Her face was round and smooth and shining. She looked up and smiled, and since Josiah failed to make the introduction, Jenny said, "I'm Jenny Tull." "Oh, any kin to Ezra?" "I'm his sister." "My, I'm just so fond of that boy," Mrs. Payson said. She lifted the pot from the stove and set it on the table. "When he was called up, I cried. Did Josiah tell you? I sat right down and cried. Why, he has been like a son to me, always in and out of the house." She laid 3 place settings while Josiah poured the milk. "I'll never forget," she said, "back when Josiah's daddy died. Ezra came and sat with us and fixed us meals and made us cocoa. I said, 'Ezra, I feel selfish taking you from your family.' But he said, 'Don't you worry about it, Mrs. Payson.'" Jenny wondered when that could have been. Ezra had never mentioned Mr. Payson's dying. Supper was spaghetti and a salad, with chocolate cake for dessert. Jenny ate sparingly, planning to eat again when she got home so her mother wouldn't guess. But Josiah had several helpings of everything. Mrs. Payson kept refilling his plate. "To look at him," she said, "you'd never know he eats so much, would you? Skinny as a fence post. I reckon he's still a growing boy." She laughed, and Josiah grinned bashfully, with his eyes cast down, a skeletal, stooped, hunkering man. Jenny had never thought about the fact that Josiah was somebody's son, some woman's greatest treasure. His stubby black lashes were lowered. His prickly head was bent over his plate. He was so certain of being loved. Here, if no place else. She looked away. After supper, she helped with the dishes, placing each clean plate and glass on open wooden shelves whose edges had grown soft from too many coats of paint. Her mother would be frantic by now, but Jenny lingered over the wiping of each fork. Then Josiah walked her home. "Come back and see us," Mrs. Payson called from the doorway. "Make sure you're buttoned up." Jenny thought of, was it Jack and the Beanstalk? Or perhaps some other fairy tale, where the humble widow, honest and warm-hearted, lives in a cottage with her son. Everything else, the cold dark of the streets, the picture of her own bustling mother, seemed brittle by comparison, lacking the smoothly rounded completeness of Josiah's life. They walked up Calvert Street without talking, puffing clouds of steam. They crossed to Jenny's house and climbed the porch steps. "Well," said Jenny, "thank you for inviting me, Josiah." Josiah made some awkward, jerky motion that she assumed was an effort toward speech. He stumbled closer, enveloped her in a circle of rough plaid, and kissed her on the lips. She had trouble at first understanding what was happening. Then she felt a terrible dismay, not so much for herself as for Josiah. Oh, it was sad. He had misread everything. He would be so embarrassed. But how could he have made such an error? Thinking it over, pressed willy-nilly against his whiskery chin, against the knobbiness of his mouth, she saw things suddenly from his viewpoint. Their gentle little romance was what he must call it, as seamless as the widow Payson's fairy tale existence. She longed for it. She wished it were true. She ached, with something like nostalgia, for a contented life with his mother in her snug house, for an innocent, protective marriage. She kissed him back, feeling, even through all those layers of wool, how he tensed and trembled. Then light burst out. The front door slammed open, and her mother's voice broke over them. "What? "What? What is the meaning of this?" They leapt apart. "You piece of trash," Pearl said to Jenny. "You tramp! You trashy thing! So this is what you've been up to! Not so much as notifying me where you are. Supper not started. I'm losing my mind with worry. Then here I find you, necking with a... For lack of a word, it seemed, she struck out. She slapped Jenny hard across the cheek. Jenny's eyes filled with tears. Josiah, as if it were he who'd been struck, averted his face sharply and stared away at some distant point. His mouth was working, but no sound came forth. "With a crazy, a dummy, a retarded person. You did it to spite me, didn't you? It's your way of making mock of me. All these afternoons that I've been slaving in the grocery store, you were off in some alleyway, weren't you? Off with this animal, this gorilla, letting him take his pleasure just to shame me." Josiah said, But, just to show me up when I had such great plans for you. Cutting school, no doubt, lying with him in bushes and back seats of cars, and maybe this very house for all I know, while I'm off slaving at Sweeney Brothers. But, ugh! Josiah shouted. And he sputtered so that Jenny saw white flecks flying in the lamplight. Then he flung out his scarecrow arms and plunged down the steps and disappeared. She didn't see him again, of course. She chose her routes carefully and never again came near him, never approached any place that he was likely to be found, and she assumed he did the same. It was as if, by mutual agreement, they had split the city between them. And besides, she had no reason to see him. Ezra's letters stopped. Ezra appeared in person. One Sunday morning, there he was, sitting in the kitchen when Jenny came down to breakfast. He wore his old civilian clothes that had been packed away in mothballs, jeans and a scruffy blue sweater. They hung on him like something borrowed. It was alarming how much weight he had lost. His hair was unbecomingly short, and his face was paler, older, shadowed beneath the eyes. He sat slumped, clamping his hands between his knees, while Pearl scraped a piece of scorched toast into the sink. "Jam or honey, which?" she was asking. "Jenny, look who's here! It's Ezra, safe and sound. Let me pour you more coffee, Ezra." Ezra didn't speak, but he gave Jenny a tired smile. He'd been discharged, as it turned out, for sleepwalking. He had no memory of sleepwalking, but every night he dreamed the same dream. He was marching through an unchanging terrain of cracked mud flats, without a tree or a sprig of grass, with a blank blue bowl of sky overhead. He would set one foot in front of the other, and march and march and march. In the morning, his muscles would ache. He'd thought it was from his waking marches, till they told him differently. All night, they told him, he roamed the camp, plodding between the rows of cots. Soldiers would stir and sit up and say, "Tull, that you?" And he would leave. He wouldn't answer, wouldn't wake, but simply went someplace else. To some of the soldiers, the youngest ones, his silence was frightening. There were complaints. He was sent to a doctor who gave him a box of yellow pills. With the pills he still walked, but he would fall down from time to time and just lie where he fell until morning. Once he must have landed on his face. When they roused him, his nose was bloody, and they thought it might be broken. It wasn't, but for several days he had purple circles under his eyes. Then they sent him to a chaplain, who asked if Ezra had anything particular on his mind. Was there some trouble back home, perhaps? Woman trouble? Illness in his family? Ezra said no. He told the chaplain things were fine. He couldn't for the life of him think what this was all about. The chaplain asked if he liked the army, and Ezra said, well, it wasn't something you would like or dislike. It was something you had to get through, was more to the point. He said the army wasn't his style exactly, what with the shouting, the noise, but still he was coming along. He guessed he was doing all right. The chaplain said just to try not to sleepwalk again in that case. But the very next night Ezra walked directly into town, 4.5 miles, in his olive-drab underwear, with his eyes wide open but flat as windows, and a waitress in a diner had to wake him up and get her brother-in-law to drive him back to camp. The next day they called another doctor in, and the doctor asked him a series of questions and signed some papers and sent him home. "So, here I am," Ezra said in a toneless voice. "Discharged." "But honorably," said his mother. "Oh, yes." "The thought! All the while this was going on, you never said a word." "Well, how could you have helped?" he asked. The question seemed to age her. She sagged. After breakfast he went upstairs and fell on his bed and slept through the day, and Jenny had to wake him for supper. Even then he could barely keep his eyes open. He sat groggily swaying, eating almost nothing, nodding off in the middle of a mouthful. Then he went back to bed. Jenny wandered through the house and fidgeted with the cords of window shades. Was this how he was going to be now? Had he changed forever? But Monday morning he was Ezra again. She heard his little Pearwood recorder playing Greensleeves before she was even dressed. When she came downstairs, he was scrambling eggs the way she liked, with cheese and bits of green pepper, while Pearl read the paper. And at breakfast he said, "I guess I'll go get my old job back." Pearl glanced over at him but said nothing. "How come you didn't call on Mrs. Scarlatti?" Ezra asked Jenny. "She wrote and said you never came." Jenny said, "Oh, well, I meant to." She lowered her eyes and held her breath, waiting. Now was when he would mention Josiah. But he didn't. She looked up and found him buttering a piece of toast, and she let out her breath. She was never going to be certain of what Ezra knew or didn't know. Part 2. By the time Jenny reached college, she'd grown to be the beauty that everyone predicted. Or was it only that she'd come into fashion? Her mirror showed the same face, so far as she could tell, but most of her dormitory's phone calls seemed to be for her, and if she hadn't been working her way through school, waiting tables, folding laundry, shelving books in the library stacks, she could have gone out every night. Away from Baltimore, her looks lost a little of their primness. She let her hair grow, and she developed a breathless, fly-away air. But she never forgot about medical school. Her future was always clear to her, a straightforward path to a pediatric practice in a medium-sized city, preferably not too far from a coast. She liked knowing she could get out any time. Wouldn't Midwesterners feel claustrophobic? Friends teased her about her single-mindedness. Her roommate objected to Jenny's study light, was exasperated by the finicky way she aligned her materials on her desk. In this respect, at least, Jenny hadn't changed. Meanwhile, her brother Cody had become a success, shot ahead through several different firms, mainly because of his ideas for using the workers' time better, and then branched out on his own to become an efficiency expert. And Ezra still worked for Mrs. Scarlatti, but he had advanced as well. He really ran the kitchen now, while Mrs. Scarlatti played hostess out front. Jenny's mother wrote to say it was a shame, a crime and a shame. "I tell him the longer he piddles about in that woman's restaurant, the harder he'll find it to get back on track. You know he always intended to go to college." Pearl still clerked at the grocery store, but was better dressed, looking less careworn, since Jenny's scholarship and part-time jobs had relieved the last financial strain. Jenny saw her twice a year, at Christmas and just before the start of school each September. She made excuses for the other holidays, and during the summers she worked at a clothing shop in a small town near her college. It wasn't that she didn't want to see her mother. She often thought of her wiry energy, the strength she had shown in raising her children single-handed, and her unfailing interest in their progress. But whenever Jenny returned, she was dampened almost instantly by the atmosphere of the house, by its lack of light, the cramped feeling of its papered rooms, a certain grim spareness. She almost wondered if she had some kind of allergy. It was like a respiratory ailment. On occasion, she believed she might be smothering. Her head grew stuffy, as it did when she had studied too long without a break. She snapped at people. Even Ezra irritated her, with his calm and his docility. So she kept her distance, and after missing her family a while, began to discard the very thought of them. She grew brisker, busier, more hurried. Ezra's letters, as ponderous as his conversation, just this side of dull, would turn up on the edge of the bathroom sink, or crumpled among the bedclothes, where Jenny had laid them aside in mid-sentence. Her mind just drifted, that was all. And twice during her first 2 years in college, Cody stopped to see her while traveling through Pennsylvania on business, and both times she was happy at the prospect. He was so dashing and good-looking, she was proud to show him off. But she felt muffled gradually, once he'd arrived. It wasn't her fault. It was his. It seemed that everything she said carried, for him, the echo of their mother. She saw him stiffen. She knew exactly what he was thinking. "How are you fixed for money?" he would ask her. "You need a few new dresses?" She would say, "No, thanks, Cody, I'm fine," really meaning it, needing nothing. But she saw from his expression what he had understood her to say. "No," in Pearl's thin voice, "never mind me." She could not straighten his tie, or compliment his suit, or inquire about his present life, without setting up that guarded look in his face. It made her feel unjustly accused. Did he really imagine she would be so domineering, or reproachful, or meddlesome? "Look," she tried once, "let's start over. I didn't intend what you think I intended." But his wary, sidelong glance told her that he suspected even this. There was no way to cut themselves out of the tangle. She let him leave. Back in her dorm room, she studied her reflection, her swing of dark hair, and her narrow-waisted figure. Then she acted gayer than usual for a while, and had a sense of having clapped her hands to free them of some thick and clinging dust. Late in her senior year, she fell in love. She had been in love before, of course, once with an English major who'd grown too possessive bit by bit, and once with a barrel-necked football star who seemed now, when she looked back, to be a symptom of some temporary insanity. But this was different. This was Harley Baines, a genius, a boy of such intelligence that even his smudged tortoiseshell glasses, pure white skin, and adenoidal voice struck awe in his classmates. He was not outside Jenny's group so much as above it, beyond it, a group in himself. It was rumored that he could have had a Ph.D. at 12, but was kept from it by his parents, who wanted him to enjoy a normal childhood. Next year, he'd be at Paulum University, outside Philadelphia, doing advanced research in the field of genetics. Jenny was going to Paulum, too. She had just been accepted by its medical school. That was what made her notice Harley Baines. Secure in the center of her own noisy group, which would not be hers much longer, which would soon be scattered by graduation, leaving her defenseless, she looked across the campus and saw Harley Baines passing with his stork-like gait, wearing unstylish pleated flannel trousers and a bulky pullover obviously knitted by his mother. His hair, which could have used a shampoo, was a particularly dense shade of black. She wondered if he knew she was entering Paulum. She wondered if he would care, if he found girls beneath his notice. Was he impervious? Unobtainable? Her friends had to call her name several times, laughing at her bemused expression. It was the spring of 1957, an unusually late and gradual spring. Professors opened the classroom windows with long hooked poles, and the smell of lilacs floated in. Jenny wore sleeveless blouses and full skirts and ballerina flats. Harley Baines laid aside his home-knit sweater. Bared, his arms were muscular, thick with black hair. Around his neck he wore a gold or brass disc of some kind. She was dying to know what it was. One day in German class, she asked. He said it was a medal he'd won in a high school science fair for setting up an experiment on the metabolic rate of white rats. She thought it was a funny thing to go on wearing all this time, but she didn't say so. Instead, she touched the medal lightly with her fingertips. It hung just inside his shirt, and it was almost hot. She asked him at other times, catching up with him in a corridor, arranging to stand behind him in the cafeteria line, whether he was looking forward to Paulum University, and what sort of housing he would have there, and what he'd heard about Paulum's public transportation system. Offering these questions in an even, non-committal voice, she felt like one of those circus trainers who take care to present to an animal only the curled-in backs of their hands, showing they pose no threat. She didn't want to alarm him, but Harley didn't act alarmed at all, and answered her courteously, matter-of-factly. Was that good or bad? When exams began, she came to him with her genetics notes and asked if he could help her study. They sat outdoors in the grass, in front of the student union, on a blue chenille bedspread she'd brought from her room. Their classmates lounged on other bedspreads all around them, including some of Jenny's friends, who cast her startled, doubtful looks and then glanced quickly past her. She'd been hoping they would stroll over, make Harley a part of the group, but on second thought she could see that would never happen. While she framed her queries, acting not so slow-witted as to put him off, but still in need of his assistance, Harley listened and stripped a grass blade. He wore heavy, dressy shoes that seemed out of place on the bedspread. In his probing hands, the grass blade took on the look of a scientific experiment. He answered her levelly, with no question marks after his sentences. He took it for granted that she would understand him. Which she did, in fact, and would have even if she hadn't known her subject ahead of time. His logic proceeded steadily from A to B to C. In his slowness and his thoroughness, he reminded her of Ezra, though otherwise how different they were. When he finished, he asked if everything was clear now. "Yes, thank you," she said, and he nodded and rose to go. Was that it? She rose, too, and felt suddenly dizzy. Not from standing, she believed, but from love. He had actually managed to bowl her over. She wondered what he would do if she threw her arms around him and collapsed against him, laid her face on his white chest, burned her cheek on his scientific medal. Instead, she asked, "Will you help me fold the bedspread, please?" He bent to lift one end, and she lifted the other. They advanced. He gave his end to her, and then soberly brushed off every wisp of grass, every flower petal and grain of pollen from his side of the spread. After that, he took the spread back again, evidently assuming that she would brush off her side. She looked up into his face. He stepped forward, flipped the spread around him like a hooded cloak, and wrapped her inside its darkness, and kissed her. His glasses knocked against her nose. It was an unskillful kiss, anyhow, too abrupt, and she couldn't help imagining the picture they made. A blue chenille pillar in the middle of the campus, a twin-sized mummy. She laughed. He dropped the spread and turned on his heel and walked off very fast. A plume of hair bobbed on the back of his head like a rooster's tail. Jenny returned to her room and took a bath and changed to a ruffled dress. She leaned out her open window, humming. Harley didn't come. Eventually she went to supper, but he wasn't in the cafeteria either. The next day, after her last exam, she phoned his dormitory. Some sleepy-sounding, gruff boy answered. "Baines has left for home," he said. "Home? But we haven't had graduation yet." "He's not planning to go through with that." "Oh," said Jenny. She hadn't thought of graduation as going through with anything, although it was true you could simply have your diploma mailed out. To people like Harley Baines, she supposed, a degree was unimportant, while Jenny's family was coming all the way to Summerfield for this event. She said, "Well, thank you anyhow," and hung up, hoping her voice didn't sound as forlorn to Harley's roommate as it did to her. That summer, after graduation, she worked again at Molly's Togs in the little town near the college. It had always seemed a pleasant job, but this year she was depressed by the studied casualness of married women's clothes, their Bermuda shorts for golfing, and their wide-hipped khaki skirts. She gazed away unhelpfully when her customers asked, "Does it suit me? Do you think it's too youthful?" Next year at this time she would be at Paulham. She wondered how soon she could start wearing a starched white coat. In July, a letter arrived from Harley Baines, forwarded from home by her mother. When Jenny returned to her boarding house after work, she found it on the hall table. She stood looking at it a moment. Then she slipped it into her straw purse and climbed the stairs. She let herself into her room, threw her purse on the bed, and opened the window. She took a square tin from a drawer and fed the 2 goldfish in the bowl on the bureau. All before opening Harley's letter. Did she guess ahead of time what it would say? Later, she imagined that she must have. His handwriting was as small and separate as typing. She would have imagined something more headlong from a genius. He used a colon after the greeting, as if it were a business letter. 18 July, 1957. Dear Jenny, I unreasonably took offense at what was in fact a natural reaction on your part. I must have seemed ridiculous. What I had intended before our misunderstanding was that we might become better acquainted over the summer and then marry in the fall. I still find marriage a viable option. I know this must seem sudden. We haven't exactly had a normal American courtship. But after all, we are neither of us frivolous people. Bear in mind that we will both be at Paulham next year and could share a single apartment, buy groceries in economy lots, etc. Also, I sense that your finances have been something of a problem, and I would be glad to assume that responsibility. The above sounds more pragmatic than I'd intended. Actually, I find I love you, and am awaiting your earliest reply. Sincerely, Harley Baines. P.S. I know that you're intelligent. You didn't have to make up all those questions about genetics. The postscript, she thought, was the most affecting part of the letter. It was written in a looser hand, as if impulsively, while the rest seemed copied and perhaps recopied from a rough draft. She read the letter again, and then folded it and set it on her bed. She went over to study her goldfish, who had left too much food floating on the surface of the water. She would have to cut down on their rations. "Dear Harley," she practiced. It was such a surprise to— No, he wouldn't care for gushiness. "Dear Harley, I have considered your terms, and—" What she was trying to say was yes. She was pulled only very slightly by the feelings she'd had for him earlier, which now seemed faded and shallow, a schoolgirl crush brought on by senior panic. What appealed to her more was the angularity of the situation, the mighty leap into space with someone she hardly knew. Wasn't that what a marriage ought to be? Like one of those movie-style disasters, shipwrecks or earthquakes or enemy prisons, where strangers, trapped in close quarters by circumstance, show their real strengths and weaknesses. Lately, her life had seemed to be narrowing. She could predict so easily the successive stages of medical school, internship, and residency. She had looked in a mirror not so long ago and realized all at once that the clear, fragile skin around her eyes would someday develop lines. She was going to grow old, like anyone else. She took paper from a bureau drawer, sat down on her bed, and uncapped her fountain pen. "Dear Harley," she wrote. She plucked a microscopic hair from the pen point. She thought a while. Then she wrote, "All right," and signed her name. The ultimate in no-nonsense communication. Even Harley couldn't find it excessive. The following evening, just before supper, Jenny arrived in Baltimore. She had burned all her bridges, quit her job, given away her goldfish, and packed everything in her room. It was the most reckless behavior she had ever shown. On the Greyhound bus, she sat grandly upright, periodically shrugging off the snoring soldier who drooped against her. When she reached the terminal, she hailed a cab instead of waiting for a city bus, and rode home in style. No one had been told she was coming, so she was puzzled by the fact that while she was paying off the driver, the front door of her house opened wide, and her mother proceeded across the porch and down the steps in a flowing, flowered dress, high-heeled pumps, and a hat whose black net veil was dotted with what looked like beauty spots. Behind her came Ezra, in unpressed clothes that were a little too full cut. And last was Cody, dark and handsome and New Yorkish, in a fine-textured, fitted gray suit and striped silk tie. For a second, Jenny fancied they were headed for her funeral. This was how they would look, formally dressed and refraining from battle, if Jenny were no longer among them. Then she shook the thought away, and smiled and climbed out of the taxi. Her mother halted on the sidewalk, "My stars," she said. "Ezra, when you say family dinner, you mean family dinner." She raised her veil to kiss Jenny's cheek. "Why didn't you tell us you were coming? Ezra, did you plan it this way?"
"I didn't know a thing about it," Ezra said. "I thought of writing you, Jenny, but I didn't think you'd come all this distance just for supper."
"Supper?" Jenny asked. "It's some idea of Ezra's," Pearl told her. "He found out Cody was passing through, maybe spending the night, and he said, 'I want both of you to get all dressed up.'"
"I am not spending the night," Cody said. "I'm running on a schedule here. When will you see that? I shouldn't even be staying for supper. I ought to be in Delaware."
"Ezra's got something he wants to say," Pearl said, picking a thread off Jenny's sundress. "Some announcement he wants to make, and is taking us to Scarlatti's restaurant. Though hot as it is, I believe a leaf of lettuce is just about all I could manage. Jenny, honey, you're thin as a stick. And what's in this big suitcase? How long are you planning to stay?" "Oh, well, not long," Jenny said. She felt shy about telling her news. "Maybe I ought to change clothes. I'm not as dressed up as the rest of you."
No, you're fine," Ezra told her. He was rubbing his hands together, the way he always did when he was pleased. "Oh, it's working out so well," he said. "A real family dinner. It's just like fate."
Cody took Jenny's suitcase inside the house. Meanwhile, her mother fussed, smoothing Jenny's hair, clucking at her bare legs. "No stockings on a public conveyance!" Cody came back and opened the door of a shiny blue car at the curb. He helped Pearl in, cupping her elbow.
"What do you think of my car?" he said to Jenny.
"It's very nice. Did you buy it new?"
"How else? A Pontiac. Smell that new car smell," he said. He walked around to the driver's seat. Jenny and Ezra settled in the rear. Ezra's knobby wrists dangled between his knees. "Of course, it's not yet paid for," Cody said, pulling into traffic, "but it will be very soon."
"Cody Tull," his mother said, "you didn't go in debt for this."
"Why not? I'm getting rich, I tell you. 5 years from now, I can walk into an auto dealer, any dealer, Cadillac, and slap cold cash on the counter and say, 'I'll take 3. Or, on second thought, make that 4.
"But not now," said Pearl. "Not yet. You know how I feel about buying on time."
"Time is what I deal with," Cody said. He laughed and shot through an amber light. "What could be more fitting? 10 years more, you'll be riding in a limousine."
"Why would I want to do that?"
"And Ezra can go to Princeton if he likes. And I can buy Jenny a clinic all her own. I can pay for her to specialize in every field, one by one."
Now was the moment for Jenny to mention Harley, but she watched the scenery and said nothing. At Scarlatti's, they were shown to a table in the corner, at the end of the long, brocade-draped dining room. It was early evening, not yet dark. The restaurant was almost empty. Jenny wondered where Mrs. Scarlatti was. She started to ask about her, but Ezra was too busy overseeing their meal. He had ordered ahead, evidently, and now wanted it known that 4 would be eating instead of 3.
"We have my sister with us, too. It's going to be a real family dinner."
The waiter, who seemed fond of Ezra, nodded and went to the kitchen. Ezra sat back and smiled at the others. Pearl was polishing a fork with her napkin. Cody was still talking about money.
"I plan to buy a place in Baltimore County," he said, "in the not-too-distant future. There's no particular reason that I should be based in New York. I always did want land. That rolling Maryland farmland. I might raise horses.
Horses? Oh, Cody, really? That's just not our style, Pearl said. What would you want with horses?
Mother, Cody said, anything's our style. Don't you see? There's no limit. Mother, do you know who called for my services last week? The Tanner Corporation.
Pearl set her fork down. Jenny tried to remember where she had heard that name before. It rang just the dimmest bell. It was like some lowly household object that you never look at and only notice when you return after years of absence. "Tanner?" she asked Cody. "What's that?"
It's where our father worked.
"Oh, yes."
Where he still may, for all I know. But, Jenny, you should have seen it. Such a nickel-and-dime operation. I mean, not small, good Lord, with that mess of branch offices overlapping and conflicting, but so tacky. Really so easily encompassed. And I was thinking, imagine, just like that, I have them in my power. The Tanner Corporation. The great almighty Tanner Corporation. That afternoon, I went out and ordered my Pontiac.
"There was never," Pearl said, "the slightest thing tacky about the Tanner Corporation." Their appetizers arrived on chilled plates, along with a slender, pale green bottle of wine. The waiter poured a sip for Ezra, who tasted it as if it were important.
"Good," he said.
It was strange to see him in a position of command.
"Cody, try this wine."
"Never," said Pearl, "was there anything nickel and dime, in the smallest, tiniest way ever in this world, about the Tanner Corporation."
"Oh, Mother, face it," Cody told her. "It's a trash heap. I'm going to strip it to the bones."
You would think he was speaking of something alive, an animal, some creature that would suffer. Pearl must have thought so, too. She said, "Cody, why must you act toward me in this manner?"
"I'm not acting in any manner."
"Have I ever wronged you, knowingly? Ever done you harm?"
"Please," Ezra said. "Mother, Cody, it's a family dinner. Jenny, let's have a toast."
Jenny hastily raised her glass. "A toast," she said.
"Mother, a toast."
Pearl's eyes went reluctantly to Ezra's face. "Oh," she said after a pause, "thank you, dear. But wine in all this heat would settle on my stomach like a rock."
"It's a toast to me, Mother. To my future. A toast," said Ezra, "to the new full partner of Scarlatti's restaurant."
"Partner? Who would that be?"
"Me, Mother."
Then the double doors to the kitchen opened, and in came Mrs. Scarlatti, glamorous as ever, striding on rangy, loose-strung legs and tossing back her asymmetrical hairdo. She must have been waiting for her cue, eavesdropping, in fact. "So," she said, setting a hand on Ezra's shoulder, "what do you think of my boy here?" "I don't understand," said Pearl. "Well, you know he's been my right hand for so long, ever since my son died. Really better than my son, if the truth be told. Poor Billy never cared all that much for the restaurant business." Ezra was rising, as if something momentous were about to happen, while Mrs. Scarlatti went on speaking in her rasping, used-up voice, telling his own mother what an angel Ezra was, a sweetie, so gifted, such a respect for food, for decent food, served decently, such a divine, she said, instinct for seasonings. He pulled his leather billfold from his pocket. He peered into it, looked anxious for a moment, and then said, "Ah," and held up a ragged dollar bill. "Mrs. Scarlatti," he said, "with this dollar, I hereby purchase a partnership in Scarlatti's restaurant." "It's yours, dear heart," said Mrs. Scarlatti, taking the money. "What's going on here?" Pearl asked. "We signed the papers in my lawyer's office yesterday afternoon," Mrs. Scarlatti said. "Well, it makes good sense, doesn't it? Who would I leave this damn place to when I kick off? My chihuahua? Ezra knows it inside out by now. Ezra, pour me a glass of wine." "But I thought you were going to college," Pearl told Ezra. "I was?" "I thought you were planning to be a teacher, maybe a professor. I don't understand what's happened. Oh, I know it's none of my affair. I've never been the type to meddle. Only, let me tell you this. It's going to look very, very peculiar to people who don't have all the facts. Accepting such a gift, and from a woman to boot. It's a favor. Partnerships don't cost $1. You'll be beholden all your life. Ezra, we Tulls depend on ourselves, only on each other. We don't look to the rest of the world for any help whatsoever. How could you lend yourself to this?" "Mother, I like making meals for people," Ezra said. "He's a marvel," said Mrs. Scarlatti. "But the obligation—" Cody said, "Let him be, Mother." She swung on him so quickly, it was more like pouncing. "I know you're enjoying this," she said. "It's his life." "What do you care about his life? You only want to see us break up, dissolve in the outside world." "Please," said Ezra. But Pearl rose and marched toward the door. "You haven't eaten," Ezra cried. She didn't stop. In her straight-backed posture, Jenny saw the first signs of her mother's old age, her stringy tendons and breakable bones. "Oh, dear," Ezra said. "I wanted this to be such a good meal." He tore off after Pearl. Scattered diners raised their heads, thought a moment, and went back to eating. That left Cody, Jenny, and Mrs. Scarlatti. Mrs. Scarlatti didn't seem particularly distressed. "Mothers," she said mildly. She tucked the dollar bill inside her black linen bosom. Cody said, "Well, does that wrap it up? Because I should have been in Delaware an hour ago. Can I give you a lift, Jenny?" "I guess I'll walk," Jenny said. The last she saw of Mrs. Scarlatti, she was standing there all alone, surveying the untouched appetizers with an amused expression on her face. After Cody had driven off, Jenny walked slowly toward home. She didn't see Pearl or Ezra anywhere ahead of her. It was twilight, a sticky evening, smelling of hot tires. As she floated past shops in her sundress, she began to feel like someone's romantic vision of a young girl. She tried out a daydream of Harley Baines, but it didn't work. What did Jenny know about marriage? Why would she even want to get married? She was only a child. She would always be a child. Her wedding plans seemed makeshift and contrived, a charade. She felt foolish. She tried to remember Harley's kiss, but it had vanished altogether, and Harley himself was no more real to her than a little paper man in a mail-order catalog. In the candy store, two children argued while their mother pressed a hand to her forehead. Next came the pharmacy, and then the fortune-tellers. a smudged plate-glass window with Mrs. Emma Parkins, Readings and Advice, arched in curly gold letters that were flaking around the edges. Handmade signs sat propped on the sill like afterthoughts. Strictest confidence, and no payment if not fully satisfied. In the light from a dusty globe lamp, Mrs. Parkins herself paced the room, a fat, drab old woman with a cardboard fan on a popsicle stick. Jenny reached the corner, paused, and then turned. She went back to the fortune-teller's door. Should she knock or just walk on in? She tried the handle. The door swung open, and a little bell above it tinkled. Mrs. Parkins lowered her fan and said, "Do tell. A customer." Jenny hugged her purse to her chest. "Keeping warm?" Mrs. Parkins asked her. "Yes," said Jenny. She thought she smelled cough syrup, the bitter, dark, cherry-flavored kind. "Why don't you have a seat?" Mrs. Parkins said. There were 2 armchairs, puffy, facing each other across the little round table that held the lamp. Jenny sat in the chair nearest the door. Mrs. Parkins plucked her dress from the backs of her thighs and settled down with a groan, still gripping her fan. "Radio says the weather ought to break tomorrow," she said, "but I don't know if I can last that long. Seems like every year the heat just hits me harder." Yet her hand, when she reached for Jenny's, was cool and dry, with tough little pads at the fingertips. She fanned herself while she studied Jenny's palm. It made her work look commonplace. "Long life, good career line," she murmured, as if riffling through a file. Jenny relaxed. "I suppose there's something special you want to know about," Mrs. Parkins said. "Oh, well—" "No sense beating around the bush." Jenny said, "Should I get, well, married?" "Married," said Mrs. Parkins. "I mean, I could. I have this chance. I've been asked." Mrs. Parkins went on scrutinizing Jenny's hand. Then she beckoned for the other one, which she barely glanced at. Then she sat back and fanned herself some more, gazing at the ceiling. "Married," she said finally. "Well, I tell you. You could, or you could not. If you don't, you will get other offers. Surely. But here's my advice. You go ahead and do it." "What, get married?" "If you don't, see," Mrs. Parkins said, "you'll run into a lot of heartbreak, a lot of trouble in your romantic life. From various different people. What I mean to say," she said, "if you don't go on and get married, you'll be destroyed by love." "Oh," Jenny said. "That'll be $2, please." Searching through her purse, Jenny had an interesting thought. By Ezra's rate of exchange, she could have bought a couple of restaurants for the same amount of money. She married Harley late in August in the little Baptist church that the Tulls had attended off and on. Cody gave Jenny away, and Ezra was the usher. The guests he ushered in were Pearl, Mr. and Mrs. Baines, and an aunt on Harley's mother's side. Jenny wore a white eyelet dress and sandals. Harley wore a black suit, white button-down shirt, and snub-nosed, dull-black shoes. Jenny looked down at those shoes all during the ceremony. They reminded her of licorice jelly beans. Pearl did not shed a tear. because she said she was so glad things had worked out this way, even though certain people might have informed her sooner. It was a relief to see your daughter handed over safely, she said. A burden off. Mrs. Baines cried steadily, but that was the kind of woman she was. She told Jenny after the wedding that it certainly didn't mean she had anything against the marriage. Then Harley and Jenny took a train to Paulham University, where they'd rented a small apartment. They had no furniture yet, and spent their wedding night on the floor. Jenny was worried about Harley's inexperience. She was certain he'd always been above such things as sex. He wouldn't know what to do, and neither would she, and they would end up failing at something the rest of the world managed without a thought. But actually, Harley knew very well what to do. She suspected he'd researched it. She had an image of Harley at a library desk, comparing the theories of experts, industriously making notes in the proper outline form. Part 3. On old Olympus's torrid top, Jenny told the scenery rushing past her window, a Finn and German picked some hops. This was supposed to remind her of the cranial nerves. Olfactory, optic, oculomotor. She frowned and checked her textbook. It was 1958, the start of the first weekend in May, but not a weekend she could spare. She was paying a visit to Baltimore, when she should have been holed up in Paulham studying. She had telephoned her mother long distance. "Could you ask Ezra to meet my train?" "I thought you had so much work to do." "I can work down there just as well." "Are you bringing Harley?" "No." "Is anything wrong?" "Of course not." "I don't like the sound of this, young lady." On the telephone, Pearl's voice was dim and staticky, easily dealt with. Jenny had said, "Oh, Mother, really?" But now the train was drawing into Baltimore, and the sight of factory smokestacks, soot-blackened bricks, and billboards peeling in the rain, a landscape she associated with home, made her feel less sure of herself. She hoped that Ezra would meet her alone. She rubbed a clean spot on the window and stared out at acres of railroad track, then at the first metal posts flying by, then at slower posts, better defined, and a dark flight of stairs. The train shrieked and jerked to a stop. Jenny closed her book. She stood up, edged past a sleeping woman, and took a small suitcase from the rack overhead. This station always seemed to be under some kind of construction, she thought. When she arrived at the top of the stairs, she heard the whine of a power tool, an electric drill or saw. The sound was almost lost beneath the high ceiling. Ezra stood waiting, smiling at her, with his hands in his windbreaker pockets. "How was your trip?" he asked. "Fine." He took her suitcase. "Harley all right?" "Oh, yes." They threaded through a sparse crowd of people in raincoats. "Mother's still at work," Ezra said, "but she ought to be home by the time we get there. And I've put in a call to Cody. I thought we might all have dinner at the restaurant tomorrow night. He's supposed to be passing through." "How is the restaurant?" Ezra looked unhappy. He guided Jenny through the door into a dripping mist that felt cool on her skin. "She's not at all well," he said. Jenny wondered why he called the restaurant "she," as if it were a ship. But then he said, "The treatments are making her worse. She can't keep anything down." And she understood that he must mean Mrs. Scarlatti. Last fall, Mrs. Scarlatti had been hospitalized for a cancer operation, her second, though up until then no one had known of the first. Ezra had taken it very hard. mournfully trudging down a row of taxis, he said, "She hardly ever complains, but I know she's suffering." "Are you running the restaurant alone, then?" "Oh, yes. I've been doing that since November. Everything. The hiring and the firing. Bringing in new help as people quit. A restaurant is not all food, you know. Sometimes it seems that food is the least of it. I feel the place is falling apart on me, but Mrs. Scarlatti says not to worry. It always looks like that, she says. Life is a continual shoring up, she says, against one thing and another, just eroding and crumbling away. I'm beginning to think she's right." They had reached his car, a dented gray Chevy. He opened the door for her and heaved her suitcase into the rear, which was already a chaos of restaurateurs' weeklies, soiled clothing, and some kind of tongs or skewers in a kitchen corner shopping bag. "Sorry about the mess," he said when he'd slid behind the wheel. He started the engine and backed out of his parking slot. "Have you learned to drive yet?" "Yes, Harley taught me. Now I drive him everywhere. He likes to be free to think." They were on Charles Street. The rain was so fine that Ezra hadn't bothered to turn on his windshield wipers, and the glass began to film over. Jenny peered ahead. "Can you see?" she asked Ezra. He nodded. "First he wants me to drive," she said, "and then he criticizes every last little thing about how I do it." "He's so clever. You don't know how far his cleverness can extend. I mean, it's not just math or genetics he knows all about, but the most efficient temperature for cooking pot roast, the best way to organize my kitchen. Everything, all charted out in his mind. When I'm driving, he says, 'Now, Jennifer, you know full well that 3 blocks from here is that transit stop where you have to veer left. So what are you doing in the right-hand lane? You ought to plan ahead more,' he says. '3 blocks!' I say, 'Good grief, I'll get to it when I get to it.' And he says, 'That's exactly what your trouble is, Jenny.' Between here and that transit stop, I tell him, anything might happen. And he says, 'Not really.' No, not really. In all 3 intersections, there's a left-turn lane, as you'll recall, so you wouldn't have to wait for—" Nothing is unplanned for Harley. You can see the numbered pages leafing over inside his head. There's never a single mistake. "Well," Ezra said, "I guess it's like a whole different outlook, being a genius." "It's not as if I hadn't been warned," said Jenny, "but I didn't realize it was a warning. I was too young to read the signals. I thought he was only like me, you know, a careful person. I always was careful, but now, compared to Harley, I don't seem careful at all. I should have guessed when I went to meet his parents before the wedding, and all the books in his room were arranged by height and blocks of color. Alphabetized I could have understood, or separated by subject matter, but this arbitrary, fixed pattern of things, a foot of red, a foot of black, no hardbacks mingling with the paperbacks, it's worse than Mother's bureau drawers. It's out of the frying pan into the fire. The first time Harley kissed me, he had to brush off this bedspread beforehand that we'd been sitting on. Wouldn't you think that might have told me something? Every night now, before he goes to sleep, he perches on the edge of the bed and brushes off the soles of his feet. These bare, white feet, untouched. What could have dirtied them? He wears shoes every waking moment, and slippers if he takes one step in the night. But no, there he sits, so methodical, so exact, everything in its proper sequence. Brush, brush. Sometimes I think I'll hit him. I'm fascinated. I stand there watching him brush his left foot first, his right foot second, not letting either touch the floor once he's finished with it, and I think I'm going to bash your head in for you, Harley." Ezra cleared his throat. "It's the adjustment," he said. "Yes, that's it. Adjustment. The first year of marriage. I'm sure that's all it is." "Well, maybe so," Jenny said. She wished she hadn't talked so much. When they reached home, therefore, where their mother had just arrived herself, Jenny said nothing at all about Harley. Pearl thought Harley was wonderful, admirable, maybe not so easy to hold a conversation with, but the perfect person to marry her daughter. "Now tell me," Pearl said when she'd kissed her, "how come you didn't bring that husband of yours? You haven't had some silly kind of quarrel?" No, it's only my work. The strain of work," Jenny said. "I wanted to come and rest, and Harley couldn't leave his lab." It was true that the house seemed restful suddenly. After Ezra left for Scarlatti's, her mother led Jenny to the kitchen and brewed her a cup of tea. One thing Pearl never skimped on was tea. She moved around the room, heating the speckled brown teapot, humming some old wavery hymn. The damp weather had frizzed her hair into little corkscrews, and the steam had turned her cheeks pink. She looked almost pretty. What kind of a marriage had she had? Something must have gone terribly wrong with it, but Jenny couldn't help imagining it as perfect, all of a piece, her parents permanently joined. That her father had left was only a fluke, some misunderstanding still not cleared up. "I thought we'd have a very light supper," said her mother. "Maybe a salad or something." "That would be fine," Jenny said. "Something plain and simple." Plain and simple was just what Jenny needed. She loosened. She was safe at last, in the only place where people knew exactly who she was and loved her anyhow. So it was all the odder that after supper, touring the house, she felt a flash of pity for Ezra when she looked in upon his room. Still here, she thought, seeing his boyish tartan blanket on the bed, his worn recorder on the windowsill, the stamped metal tray on his bureau heaped with ancient green-tinged pennies. How can he bear it, she wondered, and she went back down the stairs, shaking her head and marveling. This was what Jenny had brought with her. A change of clothes, her anatomy textbook, Harley's letter proposing marriage, and his photo in a sterling silver frame. Unpacking, she set the photo firmly on her desk and examined it. She had brought it not for sentimental reasons, but because she planned to think Harley over, to sum him up. And she didn't want distance to alter her judgment. She foresaw that she might be so misguided as to miss him. This picture would remind her not to. He was a stiff and stodgy man. You could see it in the thickened line of his jaw, and in the opaque, bespectacled gaze he directed at the camera. He disapproved of her reasoning methods. Too rushed and haphazard, he said. He didn't like her chattery friends. He thought her clothes lacked style. He criticized her table manners. 25 chews per bite, he would tell her. That's my advice. Not only is it more healthful, but you'll find yourself not eating so much. He was obsessed by the fear that she might grow fat. Since Jenny could count every one of her ribs, she wondered if he had a kind of mad spot, if he were insane, not through and through, but in one isolated area. It was the uncontrollability he feared, perhaps. He would not like to see Jenny ballooning, the pounds collecting unrestrained. He wouldn't like to see her getting out of hand. That must be it. but she did begin to wonder if she might be gaining weight. She started stepping on the scales every morning. She stood in front of the full-length mirror, sucking in her stomach. Was it possible her hips were widening? Out in public, though, she noticed that the fleshy women were the ones who caught Harley's eye. The burgeoning and dimpled ones, blondes, a little blousy. It was a mystery, really. Jenny's grades were not very good. She wasn't failing or anything like that, but neither was she making A's, and her lab work was often slipshod. Sometimes it seemed to her that she'd been hollow all these years, and was finally caving in on herself. They'd found her out. At heart, there was nothing to her. Packing for this trip, which Harley saw as a waste of time and money, she had strode across the bedroom to where his photo sat on the bureau. Harley was standing in front of it. "Move, please," she told him. He looked offended and stepped aside. Then, when he saw what she wanted, his face had, well, flown open, you might say. His glare had softened, his lips had parted to speak. He was touched. And she was touched that he was touched. Nothing was ever simple. There were always these complications. But what he said was, "I don't understand you. Your mother has frightened and mistreated you all your life, and now you want to visit her for no apparent reason." Probably what he was saying was, "Please don't go." You had to be a trained decoder to read the man. She shook open his letter of proposal. See how he had dated it? 18 July 1957. A form that struck her as pretentious, unless, of course, he happened to be English. She wondered how she could have overlooked the pompous language, the American courtship, as if his superior intelligence placed him on a whole separate continent. And most of all, the letter itself, the very fact that it was written, advancing the project of marriage like a corporation merger. Well, she had overlooked it. She'd chosen not to see. She knew she had acted deviously in this whole business, making up her mind to win him, marrying him for practical reasons. She had calculated, was what it was, but she felt the punishment was greater than the crime. It wasn't such a terrible crime. She'd had no idea, would any unmarried person, what a serious business she was playing with, how long it lasts, how deep it goes. And now look, the joke was on her. Having got what she was after, she found it was she who'd been got. Talk about calculating. He was going to run her life, arrange it perfectly by height and color. He was going to sit in the passenger seat with that censorious expression on his face and dictate every turn she took and every shift of gears. Because she knew it would make Ezra happy, she went to visit the restaurant late in the evening. The rain had stopped, but there was still a mist. She felt she was walking underwater, in one of those dreams where a person can breathe as easily as on land. There were only a few other people out, all of them hurrying, locked in themselves, shrouded by raincoats and plastic scarves. Traffic swished by. Reflections of the headlights wavered on the streets. The restaurant's kitchen seemed overcrowded. It was a miracle that an acceptable plate of food could emerge from it. Ezra stood at the stove, supervising the skimming of some broth or soup. A young girl lifted ladles full of steaming liquid and emptied them into a bowl. "When you're done," Ezra was saying, and then he said, "Why, hello, Jenny," and came to the door where she waited. Over his jeans he wore a long white apron. He looked like one of the cooks. He took her around to meet the others, sweaty men chopping or straining or stirring. "This is my sister, Jenny," he would say, but then he'd get sidetracked by some detail and stand there discussing food. "Can I offer you something to eat?" he asked finally. "No, I had supper at home." "Or maybe a drink from the bar?" "No, thanks." "This is our head waiter, Oakes. And this is Josiah Payson. You remember him?" She looked up and up into Josiah's face. He was all in white, spotless. How had they found a uniform to fit him? But his hair still bristled wildly, and it was no easier than ever to see where he was directing his gaze. Not at her, that was certain. He was avoiding her. He seemed completely blind to the sight of her. "When the Boyces come," Ezra was saying to Oakes, "tell them we have the cream of mussel soup. There's only enough for the two of them. It's waiting on the back burner." "How are you, Josiah?" Jenny asked.
"Oh, not bad."
"So you work here now?"
"I'm the salad chef. Mostly I cut things up."
His spidery hands twisted in front of him. The crease in his forehead seemed deeper than ever. "I've thought of you often," Jenny said. She didn't mean it at first, but then she understood, with a rush to her head that was something like illness, that she spoke the truth. She had been thinking of him all these years, without knowing it. It seemed he had never once left her mind. Even Harley, she saw, was just a reverse kind of Josiah, a Josiah turned inside out. Equally alien, black and white, incomprehensible to anyone but Jenny. "Is your mother well?" she asked him.
"She died."
"Died?"
"A long time ago. She went out shopping and she died. I live in my house all alone now."
"I'm sorry," Jenny said. But still he wouldn't meet her eyes. Ezra turned from Oakes and asked, "Are you sure I can't get you a snack, Jenny?" "I have to leave," she told him. Going home, she wondered why the walk seemed so long. Her feet felt unusually heavy, and there was some old, rusty pain deep inside her chest. "The ash grove, how graceful," Ezra's recorder piped out. "How sweetly 'tis singing." Waking slowly, still webbed in bits of dreams, Jenny found it strange that a Pearwood recorder should put forth plums. Perfectly round, pure, plummy notes, arriving in a spill on her bed. She sat up and thought for a moment. Then she pushed her blankets back and reached for her clothes. Ezra was playing Le Godiveau de Poisson when she left the house. Down this street, and then that one, and then another that turned out to be a mistake. She had to retrace her path. It was going to be a beautiful day. The sidewalks were still wet, but the sun was rising in a pearly pink sky above the chimneys. She dug her hands in her coat pockets. She met an old man walking a poodle, but no one else, and even he passed soundlessly and vanished. When she reached the street she wanted, nothing looked familiar, and she had to take the alley. She could only find the house from the rear. She recognized that makeshift gray addition behind the kitchen, and the buckling steps that gave beneath her feet, and the wooden door with most of its paint worn off. She looked for a bell to ring, but there wasn't one. She had to knock. There was the scraping of furniture somewhere inside the house, chair legs pushing back. Josiah, when he came, was so tall that he darkened the window she peered through. He opened the door.
"Jenny?"
he said. "Hello, Josiah." He looked around him, as if supposing she had come to see someone else. She noticed his breakfast on the kitchen table, a slice of white bread spread with peanut butter. In the scuffed linoleum and the sink full of dirty dishes, in his tattered jeans and raveling brown sweater, she read neglect and hopelessness. She pulled her coat tighter around her.
What are you here for?"
he asked. "I did everything wrong," she told him.
"What are you talking about?"
"You must feel I'm just like the others, just like the ones you want to escape from, off in the woods with your sleeping bag."
"Oh, no, Jenny," he said. "I would never believe you're like that."
"You wouldn't?"
"Nobody would. You're too pretty."
"But I mean," she said. She set a hand on his sleeve. He didn't pull away. Then she stepped closer and slipped her arms around him. She could feel, even through her coat, how thin and bony his ribcage was, and how he warmed his skimpy sweater. She laid her ear against his chest, and he slowly, hesitantly, raised his hands to her shoulders. "I should have gone on kissing you," she said. "I should have told my mother, 'Go away. Leave us alone.' I should have stood up for you and not been such a coward."
No, she heard him say. "I don't think about it. I don't think about it."
She drew back and looked up at him.
"I don't talk about it," he said.
"Josiah," she said, "won't you at least tell me it's all right now?"
"Sure," he said. "It's all right, Jenny."
After that, there was really nothing else to discuss. She stood on tiptoe to kiss him goodbye, and she thought he looked directly at her when he smiled and let her go.
"To everybody's good health," Cody said, raising his glass. "To Ezra's food. To Scarlatti's restaurant." "To a happy family dinner," Ezra said. "Oh, well, that too, if you like."
They all drank, even Pearl. Or maybe the little sip she took was only make-believe. She was wearing her netted hat and a beige tailored suit so new that it failed to sit back when she did. Jenny was in an ordinary skirt and blouse, but still she felt dressed up. She felt wonderful, in fact, perfectly untroubled. She kept beaming at the others, pleased to have them around her. But really, were they all here? In Jenny's new mood, her family seemed too small. These 3 young people and this shrunken mother, she thought, were not enough to sustain the occasion. They could have used several more members. A family clown, for instance, and a genuine black sheep, blacker than Cody, and maybe one of those managerial older sisters who holds a group together by force. As things were, it was Ezra who had to hold them together. He wasn't doing a very good job. He was too absorbed in the food. Right now he was conferring with the waiter, gesturing toward the soup, which had arrived a touch too cool, he said, though to Jenny it seemed fine. And now Pearl was collecting her purse and sliding back her chair. "Powder room," she mouthed to Jenny. Ezra would be all the more upset once he noticed she'd gone. He liked the family in a group, a cluster, and he hated Pearl's habit of constantly freshening up in a restaurant. just as he hated for Cody to smoke his slim cigars between courses. "I wish just once," he was always saying, "we could get through a meal from start to finish." And he would say it again as soon as he discovered Pearl was missing. But now he was telling the waiter, "If Andrew would keep the china hot—" "He mostly does, I swear it, but the warming oven's broke." "What's your opinion?" Cody whispered, setting his face close to Jenny's. "Has Ezra ever slept with Mrs. Scarlatti, or has he not?" Jenny's mouth dropped open. "Well?" he asked. "Cody Tull!" "Don't tell me it hasn't occurred to you. A lonely rich widow, or whatever she is. Nice-looking boy with no prospects." "That's disgusting," Jenny told him. "Not at all," Cody said blandly, sitting back. He had a way of surveying people from under half-lowered lids which made him look tolerant and worldly. "There's nothing wrong," he said, "with taking advantage of your luck. And you have to admit, Ezra's lucky. Born lucky. Have you ever noticed what happens when I bring around my girlfriends? They fall all over him. They have ever since we were kids. What do they see in him, anyway? How does he do it? Is it luck? You're a woman. What's his secret?" "Honestly, Cody," Jenny said, "I wish you'd grow out of this." Ezra finished his conversation with the waiter. "Where's Mother?" he asked. "I turn my back 1 second and she disappears." "Powder room," said Cody, lighting a cigar. "Oh, why does she always do that? More soup is coming, fresh off the stove, piping hot this time." "Are you having it brought in by barefoot runners?" Cody asked. Jenny said, "Don't worry, Ezra, I'll go call her." She made her way between the tables, toward a corridor with an exit sign over the archway. But just before the ladies' room, in front of a swinging, leather-covered door, she caught sight of Josiah. He had his white uniform on and was carrying an aqua-plastic dishpan full of chicory leaves. "Josiah," she said. He stopped short and his face lit up. "Hi, Jenny," he said. They stood smiling at each other, not speaking. She reached out to touch his wrist. "Oh, no!" her mother cried. Jenny snatched her hand back and spun around. "Oh, Jenny! Oh, my God!" Pearl said. Her eyes were no longer gray, they were black, and she gripped her shiny black purse. "Well, I understand it all now," she said. "No, wait," Jenny said. Her heart was beating so fast it seemed she was vibrating where she stood. "Visiting for no apparent reason," said Pearl, "and slipping away this morning to meet him like a tramp, some cheap little tramp." "Mother, you've got it wrong," Jenny told her. "It's nothing, don't you see?" She felt she had run out of breath. Gasping for air, she gestured toward Josiah, who merely stood there with his mouth agape. We just met in the hall, and it's not that way at all. He's nothing to me, don't you see?" But she had to say this to Pearl's back, hurrying after her through the dining room. Pearl reached their table and said, "Ezra, I cannot stay here." Ezra stood up. "Mother?" "I simply cannot," she said. She gathered up her coat and walked away. "But what happened?" Ezra asked, turning to Jenny. "What's bothering her?" Cody said, "That lukewarm soup, no doubt," and he rocked back comfortably in his chair with a cigar between his teeth. "I wish just once," Ezra said, "we could eat a meal from start to finish." "I don't feel well," Jenny told him. In fact, her lips were numb. It was a symptom she seemed to remember from before, from some long-forgotten moment, or maybe from a nightmare. She left her coat behind, and she rushed through the dining room and out to the street. At first, she thought her mother had disappeared. Then she found her, half a block ahead, a militant figure walking briskly. Oh, what if she wouldn't even turn around? Or worse, would turn and lash out, slap, snap, her clawed pearl ring, her knowing face. But Jenny ran to catch up with her anyway. "Mother," she said. In the light from the liquor store window, she saw her mother reassemble her expression, take on a cool, unperturbed look. "You've got it all wrong," Jenny told her. "I'm not a tramp. I'm not cheap. Mother, listen to me." "It doesn't matter," Pearl said politely. "Of course it matters. You're over 21. If you don't know good from bad by now, there's nothing more I can do about it." "I felt sorry for him," Jenny said. They crossed a street and started up the next block. "He told me his mother had died," Jenny said. They veered around a gang of teenaged boys. "She was all he had. His father's dead, too. She was the center of his life." "Well," said Pearl, "I suppose it can't have been easy for her." "I don't know how he's going to manage now she's gone." "I believe I saw her in the grocery once," said Pearl. "A brown-haired woman?" "Plumpish, sort of." "Full in the face?" "Like a wood thrush," Jenny said. "Oh, Jenny," said her mother, and she gave a little laugh. "The things you come up with sometimes." They passed the candy store, and then the pharmacy. Jenny and her mother fell into step. They passed the fortune-teller's window. The same dusty lamp glowed on the table. Jenny, looking in, thought that Mrs. Parkins had not been much of a prophet. Why, she had even had to listen to the radio for tomorrow's weather. And she should have guessed from the very first instant, from the briefest, most cursory glance, that Jenny was not capable of being destroyed by love. Chapter 4. Heart Rumors. The first few times that Mrs. Scarlatti stayed in the hospital, Ezra had no trouble getting in to visit her. But the last time was harder. "Relative?" the nurse would ask. "No, I'm her business partner." "Sorry, relatives only." "But she doesn't have any relatives. I'm all she's got. See, she and I own this restaurant together." "And what's that in the jar?" "Her soup." "Soup," said the nurse. "I make this soup she likes." "Mrs. Scarlatti isn't keeping things down." "I know that, but I wanted to give her something." This would earn him a slantwise glance before he was led brusquely into Mrs. Scarlatti's room. In the past, she had chosen to stay in a ward. She was an extremely social woman. She'd sit up straight in her dramatic black robe, a batik scarf hiding her hair, and "Sweetie," she'd say as he entered. For a moment the other women would grow all sly and alert, till they realized how young he was. Way too young for Mrs. Scarlatti. But now she had a private room, and the most she could do when he arrived was open her eyes and then wearily close them. He wasn't even sure that he was welcome any more. He knew that after he left, someone would discard his soup. But this was his special gizzard soup that she had always loved. There were 20 cloves of garlic in it. Mrs. Scarlatti used to claim it settled her stomach, soothed her nerves, changed her whole perception of the day, she said. However, it wasn't on the restaurant's menu because it was a bit hearty, her word, and Scarlatti's restaurant was very fine and formal. This hurt Ezra's feelings a little. When she was well enough to be home, he had often brewed single portions in the restaurant kitchen and carried them upstairs to her apartment. Even in the hospital, those first few times, she could manage a small-sized bowl of it. But now she was beyond that. He only brought the soup out of helplessness. He would have preferred to kneel by her bed and rest his head on her sheets, to take her hands in his and tell her, "Mrs. Scarlatti, come back." But she was such a no-nonsense woman, she would have looked shocked. All he could do was offer this soup. He sat in a corner of the room in a green vinyl chair with steel arms. It was October, and the steam heat had come on. The air felt sharp and dry. Mrs. Scarlatti's bed was cranked upward slightly to help her breathe. From time to time, without opening her eyes, she said, "Oh, God." Then Ezra would ask, "What? What is it?" And she would sigh. Or maybe that was the radiator. Ezra never brought anything to read, and he never made conversation with the nurses who squeaked in and out on their rubber soles. He only sat, looking down at his pale, oversized hands, which lay loosely on his knees. Previously, he had put on weight. He'd been nowhere near fat, but he'd softened and spread in that mild way that fair-haired men often do. Now the weight fell off. Like Mrs. Scarlatti, he was having trouble keeping things down. His large, floppy clothes covered a large, floppy frame that seemed oddly two-dimensional. Wide in front and wide behind, he was flat as paper when viewed from the side. His hair fell forward in a sheaf, like wheat. He didn't bother pushing it back. He and Mrs. Scarlatti had been through a lot together, he would have said, if asked. But what exactly? She had had a bad husband. A matter of luck, she made it seem, like a bad bottle of wine, and ditched him. She had lost her only son, Ezra's age, during the Korean War. But both these events she had suffered alone, before her partnership with Ezra began. And Ezra himself, well, he had not actually been through anything yet. He was 25 years old, and still without wife or children, still living at home with his mother. What he and Mrs. Scarlatti had survived, it appeared, was year after year of standing still. Her life that had slid off somewhere in the past, his that kept delaying its arrival, they'd combined. They held each other up in empty space. Ezra was grateful to Mrs. Scarlatti for rescuing him from an aimless, careerless existence and teaching him all she knew. But more than that, for the fact that she depended on him. If not for her, whom would he have? His brother and sister were out in the world. He loved his mother dearly, but there was something over-emotional about her that kept him eternally wary. By other people's standards, even he and Mrs. Scarlatti would not have seemed particularly close. He always called her Mrs. Scarlatti. She called Ezra her boy, her angel, but was otherwise remarkably distant, and asked no questions at all about his life outside the restaurant. He knew the restaurant would be fully his when she died. She had told him so, just before this last hospital stay. "I don't want it," he had said. She was silent. She must have understood that it was only his manner of speaking. Of course he didn't want it, in the sense of coveting it. He never thought much about money. But what would he do otherwise? Anyway, she had no one else to leave it to. She lifted a hand and let it drop. They didn't mention the subject again. Once, Ezra persuaded his mother to come and visit, too. He liked for the various people in his life to get along, although he knew that would be difficult in his mother's case. She spoke of Mrs. Scarlatti distrustfully, even jealously. "What you see in such a person I can't imagine. She's downright tough, is what she is, in spite of her high-fashion clothes. It looks like her face is not trying. Know what I mean? Like she can't be bothered putting out the effort. Not a bit of lipstick, and those crayon-y black lines around her eyes, and she hardly ever smiles at people." But now that Mrs. Scarlatti was so sick, his mother kept her thoughts to herself. She dressed carefully for her visit and wore her netted hat, which made Ezra happy. He associated that hat with important family occasions. He was pleased that she'd chosen her Sunday black coat, even though it wasn't as warm as her everyday maroon. In the hospital, she told Mrs. Scarlatti, "Why, you look the picture of health. No one would ever guess." This was not true, but it was nice of her to say it. "After I die," Mrs. Scarlatti said in her grainy voice, "Ezra must move to my apartment." His mother said, "Now let's have none of that silly talk." "Which is silly?" Mrs. Scarlatti asked. But then she was overtaken by exhaustion, and she closed her eyes. Ezra's mother misunderstood. She must have thought she'd asked what was silly, a rhetorical question, and she blithely smoothed her skirt around her and said, "Total foolishness. I never heard such rot." Only Ezra grasped Mrs. Scarlatti's meaning. Which was silly, she was asking, her dying or Ezra's moving? But he didn't bother explaining that to his mother. Another time he got special permission from the nurse's office to bring a few men from the restaurant, Todd Duckett, Josiah Payson, and Raymond the sauce-maker. He could tell that Mrs. Scarlatti was glad to see them, although it was an awkward visit. The men stood around the outer edges of the room and cleared their throats repeatedly, and would not take seats. "Well," said Mrs. Scarlatti, "are you still buying everything fresh?" From the inappropriateness of the question, none of them was remotely involved with the purchasing, Ezra realized how out of touch she had grown. But these people, too, were tactful. Todd Duckett gave a mumbled cough and then said, "Yes, ma'am, just how you would have liked it." "I'm tired now," Mrs. Scarlatti said. Down the hall lay an emaciated woman in a coma, and an old man with a tiny wife who was allowed to sleep on a cot in his room, and a dark-skinned foreigner whose masses of visiting relatives gave the place the look of a gypsy circus. Ezra knew that the comatose woman had cancer, the old man a rare type of blood disease, and the foreigner some cardiac problem. It wasn't clear what. "Heart rumor," he was told by a dusky exotic child, who was surely too young to be visiting hospitals. She was standing outside the foreigner's door, delicately reeling in a yo-yo. "Heart murmur, maybe?" "No, rumor." Ezra was starting to feel lonely here, and would have liked to make a friend. The nurses were always sending him away while they did something mysterious to Mrs. Scarlatti, and much of any visit he spent leaning dejectedly against the wall outside her room, or gazing from the windows of the conservatory at the end of the corridor. But no one seemed approachable. This wing was different from the others, more hushed, and all the people he encountered wore a withdrawn, forbidding look. Only the foreign child spoke to him. "I think he's going to die," she said. But then she went back to her yo-yo. Ezra hung around a while longer, but it was obvious she didn't find him very interesting. Bib lettuce, Boston lettuce, chicory, escarole, dripping on the counter in the center of the kitchen. While other restaurants' vegetables were delivered by anonymous, dank, garbage-smelling trucks, Scarlatti's had a man named Mr. Purdy, who shopped personally for them each morning before the sun came up. He brought everything to the kitchen in splintery bushel baskets along about 8 a.m., and Ezra made a point of being there so that he would know what foods he had to deal with that day. Sometimes there were no eggplants, sometimes twice as many as planned. In periods like this, dead November now, nothing grew locally, and Mr. Purdy had to resort to vegetables raised elsewhere, limp carrots and waxy cucumbers shipped in from out of state. And the tomatoes, they were a crime. "Just look," said Mr. Purdy, picking one up. "Vine-grown, the fella tells me. Vine-grown, yes. I'd like to see them grown on anything else. But ripened, I say? However was they ripened? Vine-ripened too, fella assures me. Well, maybe so. But nowadays, I don't know, all them taste anyhow like they spent 6 weeks on a windowsill. Like they was made of windowsill, or celluloid, or pencil erasers. Well, I tell you, Ezra, I apologize. It breaks my heart to bring you such rubbish as this here. I'd sooner not show up at all." Mr. Purdy was a pinched and prunish man in overalls, a white shirt, and a shiny black suit coat. He had a narrow face that seemed eternally disapproving, even during the growing season. Only Ezra knew that, inwardly, there was something nourishing and generous about him. Mr. Purdy rejoiced in food as much as Ezra did. And for the same reasons, less for eating himself than for serving to others. He had once invited Ezra to his home, a silver-colored trailer out on Ritchie Highway, and given him a meal consisting solely of new asparagus, which both he and Ezra agreed had the haunting taste of oysters. Mrs. Purdy, a smiling, round-faced woman in a wheelchair, had claimed they talked like lunatics, but she finished 2 large helpings while both men tenderly watched. It was a satisfaction to see how she polished her buttery plate. "If this restaurant was just mine," Ezra said now, "I wouldn't serve tomatoes in the winter. People would ask for tomatoes, and I'd say, 'What can you be thinking of? This is not the season.' I'd give them something better." "They'd stomp out directly," Mr. Purdy said. "No, they might surprise you. And I'd put up a blackboard, write on it every day just 2 or 3 good dishes. Of course, in France they do that all the time. Or I'd offer no choice at all. Examine people and say, 'You look a little tired. I'll bring you an oxtail stew.'" "Mrs. Scarlatti would just die," said Mr. Purdy. There was a silence. He rubbed his bristly chin and then corrected himself. "She'd rotate in her grave." They stood around a while. "I don't really want a restaurant anyhow," Ezra said. "Sure," Mr. Purdy said. "I know that." Then he put his black felt hat on and thought a moment and left. The foreign child slept in the conservatory, her head resting on the stainless steel arm of a chair like the one in Mrs. Scarlatti's room. It made Ezra wince. He wanted to fold his coat and slide it beneath her cheek, but he worried that would wake her. He kept his distance, therefore, and stood at one of the windows, gazing down on pedestrians far below. How small and determined their feet looked, emerging from their foreshortened figures. The perseverance of human beings suddenly amazed him. A woman entered the room, one of the foreigners. She was lighter-skinned than the others, but he knew she was foreign because of her slippers, which contrasted with her expensive wool dress. The whole family, he had noticed, changed into slippers as soon as they arrived each morning. They made themselves at home in every possible way, setting out bags of seeds and nuts and spicy-smelling foods, once even brewing a quart of yogurt on the conservatory radiator. The men smoked cigarettes in the hall, and the women murmured together while knitting brightly colored sweaters. Now the woman approached the child, bent over her, and tucked her hair back. Then she lifted her in her arms and settled in the chair. The child didn't wake. She only nestled closer and sighed. So, after all, Ezra could have put his coat beneath her head. He had missed an opportunity. It was like missing a train, or something more important, something that would never come again. There was no explanation for the grief that suddenly filled him. He decided to start serving his gizzard soup in the restaurant. He had the waiters announce it to patrons when they handed over the menu. "In addition to the soups you see here, we are pleased to offer tonight—" One of the waiters had failed to show up, and Ezra hired a woman to replace him, strictly against Mrs. Scarlatti's policy. Waitresses, she said, belonged in truck stops. The woman did much better than the men with Ezra's soup. "Try our gizzard soup," she would say. "It's really hot and garlicky, and it's made with love." Outside it was bitter cold, and the woman was so warm and helpful. More and more people followed her suggestion. Ezra thought that the next time a waiter left, he would hire a second woman, and maybe another after that, and so on. He experimented the following week with a spiced crab casserole of his own invention, and then with a spinach bisque, and when the waiters complained about all they had to memorize, he finally went ahead and bought a blackboard. "Specials," he wrote at the top. But in the hospital, when Mrs. Scarlatti asked how things were going, he didn't mention any of this. Instead, he sat forward and clasped his hands tight and said, "Fine. Fine." If she noticed anything strange in his voice, she didn't comment on it. Mrs. Scarlatti had always been a lean, dark, slouching woman, with a faintly scornful manner. It was true, as Ezra's mother said, that she gave the impression of not caring what people thought of her. But that had been part of her charm, her sleepy eyes, hardly troubling to stay open, and her indifferent tone of voice. Now she went too far. Her skin took on the pallid look of stone, and her face began to seem sphinx-like, all flat planes and straight lines. Even her hair was sphinx-like, a short black wedge, a clump of hair, dulled and rough. Sometimes Ezra believed that she was not dying, but petrifying. He had trouble remembering her low laugh, her casual arrogance. "Sweetie," she used to say, ordering him off to some task, trilling languid fingers. "Angel boy." He had never felt more than 12 years old around her, but now he was ancient, her parent or grandparent. He soothed and humored her. Not all she said was quite clear these days. "At least," she whispered once. "I never made myself ridiculous, Ezra. Did I?"
"Ridiculous?" he asked.
"With you."
"With me? Of course not." He was puzzled and must have shown it. She smiled and rocked her head on the pillow.
"Oh, you always were a much-loved child," she told him.
It must have been a momentary wandering of the brain. She hadn't known him as a child.
"You take it all for granted," she said.
Maybe she was confusing him with Billy, her son. She turned her face away from him and closed her eyes. He felt suddenly anxious. He was reminded of that time his mother had nearly died, wounded by a misfired arrow, entirely Ezra's fault. Ezra, the family stumbler. "I'm so sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry," he had cried, but the apology had never been accepted, because his brother had been blamed instead, and his father, who had purchased the archery set. Ezra, his mother's favorite, had got off scot-free. He'd been left unforgiven, not relieved, as you might expect, but forever burdened. "You're mistaken," he said now, and Mrs. Scarlatti's eyes fluttered into crape but failed to open. "I wish you'd get me straight. See who I am. I'm Ezra," he said, and then, for no logical reason, he bent close and said, "Mrs. Scarlatti, remember when I left the army? Discharged for sleepwalking? Sent home? Mrs. Scarlatti, I wasn't really all the way asleep. I mean, I knew what I was doing. I didn't plan to sleepwalk, but part of me was conscious and observed what was going on, and could have wakened the rest of me if I'd tried. I had this feeling like watching a dream, where you know you can break it off at any moment. But I didn't. I wanted to go home. I just wanted to leave that army, Mrs. Scarlatti. So I didn't stop myself." If she had heard, with her only son, Billy, blown to bits in Korea, she would have risen up, sick as she was, and shouted, "Out! Out of my life!" So she must have missed it, for she only rocked her head again, and smiled, and went on sleeping. Just after Thanksgiving, the woman who'd been in a coma died, and the tiny old man either died or went home. But the foreigner stayed on, and his relatives continued to visit. Now that they knew Ezra by sight, they hailed him as he passed. "Come," they would call, and he would step in, shy and pleased, and stand around for several minutes with his fists locked in his armpits. The sick man was yellow and sunken, hooked to a number of tubes, but he always tried to smile at Ezra's entrance. Ezra had the impression that he knew no English. The others spoke English according to their ages. The child perfectly, the young adults with a strong, attractive accent, the old ones in ragged segments. Eventually, though, even the most fluent forgot themselves and drifted into their native language, a musical one with rounded vowels that gave their lips a muscled, pouched, commiserative shape, as if they were perpetually tut-tutting. Ezra loved to listen. When you couldn't understand what people said, he thought, how clearly the links and joints in their relationships stood out. A woman's face lit and bloomed as she turned to a certain man. A barbed sound of pain leapt from the patient, and his wife doubled over. The child, when upset, stroked her mother's gold wristwatch band
for solace. Once a young girl in braids sang a song with almost no tune. It wandered from note to note, as if by accident. Then a man with a heavy black mustache recited what must have been a poem. He spoke so grandly and unself-consciously that passers-by glanced in, and when he had finished, he translated it for Ezra. "O dead one, why did you die in the springtime? You haven't yet tasted the squash or the cucumber salad." Why, even their poetry touched matters close to Ezra's heart. By December, he had replaced 3 of the somber-suited waiters with cheery, motherly waitresses, and he'd scrapped the thick beige menus and started listing each day's dishes on the blackboard. This meant, of course, that the cooks all left. None of the dishes were theirs, or even their type. So he did most of the cooking himself, with the help of a woman from New Orleans and a Mexican. These 2 had recipes of their own as well, some of which Ezra had never tasted before. He was entranced. It was true that the customers seemed surprised, but they adjusted, Ezra thought, or most of them did. Now he grew feverish with new ideas, and woke in the night longing to share them with someone. Why not a restaurant full of refrigerators where people came and chose the food they wanted? They could fix it themselves on a long, long stove lining one wall of the dining room. Or maybe he could install a giant fireplace with a whole steer turning slowly on a spit. You'd slice what you liked onto your plate and sit around in armchairs eating and talking with the guests at large. Then again, maybe he would start serving only street food. Of course, he'd cook what people felt homesick for. Tacos like those from vendors' carts in California, which the Mexican was always pining after. And that wonderful vinegary North Carolina barbecue that Todd Duckett had to have brought by his mother several times a year in cardboard cups. He would call it the Homesick Restaurant. He'd take down the old black and gilt sign. But then he saw the sign, Scarlatti's, and he groaned and pressed his fingers to his eyes and turned over in his bed. "You have a beautiful country," the light-skinned woman said. "Thank you," said Ezra. "All that green, and so many birds. Last summer, before my father-in-law fell ill, we were renting a house in New Jersey. The Garden State, they call it. There were roses everywhere. We could sit on the lawn after supper and listen to the nightingales." "The what?" said Ezra. "The nightingales." "Nightingales? In New Jersey?" "Of course," she said. "Also, we liked the shopping. In particular, Corvettes. My husband likes the, how do you say, drip and dry suits." The sick man moaned and tossed, nearly dislodging a tube that entered the back of his wrist. His wife, an ancient, papery lady, leaned toward him and stroked his hand. She murmured something, and then she turned to the younger woman. Ezra saw that she was crying. She didn't attempt to hide it, but wept openly, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Ah," the younger woman said, and she left Ezra's side and bent over the wife. She gathered her up in her arms as she'd gathered the child earlier. Ezra knew he should leave, but he didn't. Instead, he turned and gazed out the window, slightly tilting his head and looking nonchalant, as some men do when they have rung a doorbell and are standing on the porch, waiting to be noticed and invited in. Ezra's sister, Jenny, sat at the desk in her old bedroom, reading a battered textbook. She was strikingly pretty, even in reading glasses and the no-color quilted bathrobe she always left on a closet hook for her visits home. Ezra stopped at her doorway and peered in. "Jenny?" he asked. "What are you doing here?" "I thought I'd take a breather," she said. She removed her glasses and gave him a blurry, unfocused look. "It isn't semester break yet, is it?" "Semester break? Do you think medical students have time for such things?" "No. Well," he said. But lately she'd been home more often than not, it appeared to him, and she never mentioned Harley, her husband. She hadn't referred to him once all fall, and maybe even all summer. "It's my opinion she's left him," Ezra's mother had said recently. "Oh, don't act so surprised. It must have crossed your mind. Here she suddenly moves to a new address, closer to the school, she claims, and then can't have us to visit any time I offer. Always too busy or preparing for some quiz, and when I call, you notice, it's never Harley who answers. Never once Harley who picks up the phone. Doesn't that strike you as odd? But I'm unable to broach the subject. I mean, she deflects me, if you know what I mean. Somehow I just never... You could, though. She always did feel closer to you than to me or Cody. Won't you just ask her what's what?" But now, when he lounged in the doorway, trying to find some way to sidle into a conversation, Jenny put her glasses back on and returned to her book. He felt dismissed. He said, "How are things in Paulum?" "Fine," she said, eyes scanning the print. "Harley all right?" There was a deep, studious silence. "It doesn't seem we ever get to see him anymore," Ezra said. "He's okay," Jenny said. She turned a page. Ezra waited a while longer, and then he straightened up from the doorway and went downstairs. He found his mother in the kitchen, unpacking groceries. "Well?" she asked him. "Well, what?" "Did you talk to Jenny?" She still had her coat on. She thrust her hands in her pockets and faced him squarely, with her bun slipping down the back of her head. "You promised me," she told him. "You swore you'd talk to her." "I didn't swear to, Mother." "You took a solemn oath," she told him. "I notice she still wears a ring," he said hopefully. "So what?" said his mother. She went back to her groceries. "She wouldn't wear a ring if she and Harley were separated, would she?" "She would if she wanted to fool us." "Well, I don't know. If she wants to fool us, maybe we ought to act fooled. I don't know." "All my life," his mother said, "people have been trying to shut me out. Even my children. Especially my children. If I so much as ask that girl how she's been, she shies away like I'd inquired into the deepest, darkest part of her. Now, why should she be so standoffish?" Ezra said, "Maybe she cares more about what you think than what outsiders think." "Ha!" said his mother. She lifted a carton of eggs from the grocery bag. "I'm worried I don't know how to get in touch with people," Ezra said. "I'm worried if I come too close, they'll say I'm overstepping. They'll say I'm pushy or emotional, you know. But if I back off, they might think I don't care. I really, honestly believe I missed some rule that everyone else takes for granted.
I must have been absent from school that day. There's this narrow little dividing line I somehow never located."
"Nonsense! I don't know what you're talking about," said his mother, and then she held up an egg. "Will you look at this? Out of 1 dozen eggs, 4 are cracked. 2 are smushed. I can't imagine what Sweeney Brothers is coming to these days."
Ezra waited a while, but she didn't say any more. Finally, he left. He tore down the wall between the restaurant kitchen and the dining room, doing most of the work in a single night. He slung a sledgehammer in a steady rhythm, then ripped away at hunks of plaster till a thick white dust had settled over everything. Then he came upon a mass of pipes and electrical wires, and he had to call in professionals to finish off the job. The damage was so extensive that he was forced to stay closed for 4 straight weekdays, losing a good deal of money. He figured that while he was at it, he might as well redecorate the dining room. He raced around the windows and dragged down the stiff brocade draperies. He peeled up the carpeting and persuaded a brigade of workmen to sand and polish the floorboards. By the evening of the 4th day, he was so tired that he could feel the hinging of every muscle. Even so, he washed the white from his hair and changed out of his speckled jeans and went to pay a visit to Mrs. Scarlatti. She lay in her usual position, slightly propped, but her expression was alert, and she even managed to smile when he entered.
"Guess what, Angel?" she whispered. "Tomorrow they're letting me leave."
"Leave?"
"I asked the doctor, and he's letting me go home."
"Home?"
"As long as I hire a nurse," he says. Well, don't just stand there, Ezra. I need for you to see about a nurse. If you'll look in that nightstand."
It was more talking than she'd done in weeks. Ezra felt almost buoyant with new hope. Underneath, it seemed, he must have given up on her. But of course he was also worried about the restaurant. What would she think when she saw it? What would she say to him?
"Everything must go back again, just the way it was," he could imagine. "Really, Ezra, put up that wall this instant and fetch my carpets and my curtains."
He suspected that he had very poor taste, much inferior to Mrs. Scarlatti's. She would say,
"Dear heart, how could you be so chintzy?"
a favorite word of hers. He wondered if he could keep her from finding out, if he could convince her to stay in her apartment till he had returned things to normal. He thanked his stars that he hadn't changed the sign that hung outside. It was Ezra who settled the bill at the business office the following morning. Then he spoke briefly with her doctor, whom he chanced to meet in the corridor. "This is wonderful about Mrs. Scarlatti," Ezra said. "I really didn't expect it."
"Oh," said the doctor.
"Well, I was getting sort of discouraged, if you want to know the truth."
"Well,"
the doctor said again, and he held out his hand so suddenly that it took Ezra a second to respond. After that, the doctor walked off. Ezra felt there was a lot more the man could have said, as a matter of fact. Mrs. Scarlatti went home by ambulance. Ezra drove behind, catching glimpses of her through the tinted window. She lay on a stretcher, and next to her was another stretcher holding a man in 2 full-leg casts. His wife perched beside him, evidently talking non-stop. Ezra could see the feathers on her hat bob up and down with her words. Mrs. Scarlatti was let off first,
The ambulance men unloaded her while Ezra stood around feeling useless. "Oh, smell that air," said Mrs. Scarlatti. "Isn't it fresh and beautiful?" Actually, it was terrible air, wintry and rainy and harsh with soot. "I never told you this, Ezra," she said, as they wheeled her through the building's front entrance, "but I really didn't believe I would see this place again. My little apartment, my restaurant." Then she raised a palm, her old peremptory gesture, directed toward the ambulance men. They were preparing to guide her stretcher through the right-hand door and up the stairs. "Dear fellow," she said to the nearest one, "could you just open that door on the left and let me take a peek?" It happened so fast, Ezra didn't have time to protest. The man reached back in a preoccupied way and opened the door to the restaurant. Then he resumed his study of the stairs. There was an angle at the top that was going to pose a problem. Mrs. Scarlatti, meanwhile, turned her face with some effort and gazed through the door. There was a moment, just a flicker of a second, when Ezra dared to hope that she might approve after all. But looking past her, he realized that was impossible. The restaurant was a warehouse, a barn, a gymnasium, a total catastrophe. Tables and upended chairs huddled in one corner, underneath bald, barren windows. Buckling plank footbridges led across the varnished floor, which had somehow picked up a film of white dust, and the missing kitchen wall was as horrifying as a toothless smile. Only 2 broad plaster pillars separated the kitchen from the dining room. Everything was exposed. Sinks and garbage cans, the blackened stove, the hanging pots with their tarnished bottoms, a calendar showing a girl in a sheer black nightgown, and a windowsill bearing 2 dead plants and a Brillo pad and Todd Duckett's asthma inhalant. "Oh, my God," said Mrs. Scarlatti. She looked up into his eyes. Her face seemed stripped. "You might at least have waited till I died," she said. "Oh," said Ezra. "No, you don't understand. You don't know. It wasn't what you think. It was just... I can't explain. I went wild somehow." But she raised that palm of hers and sailed up the stairs to her apartment. Even lying flat, she had an air of speed and power. She didn't refuse to see him again. Nothing like that. Every morning he paid her a visit and was admitted by her day nurse. He sat on the edge of the ladylike chair in the bedroom and reported on bills and health inspections and linen deliveries. Mrs. Scarlatti was unfailingly polite, nodding in all the right places, but she never said much in return. Eventually she would close her eyes as a sign that the visit was finished. Then Ezra would leave, often jostling her bed by accident or overturning his chair. He had always been a clumsy man, but now was more so than usual. It seemed to him his hands were too big, forever getting in the way. If only he could have done something with them. He would have liked to fix her a meal, a sustaining meal, with a depth of flavors, a complicated meal that would require a whole day of chopping things small and grinding and blending. In the kitchen, as nowhere else, Ezra came into his own, like someone crippled on dry land, but effortlessly graceful once he takes to water. However, Mrs. Scarlatti still wasn't eating. There was nothing he could offer her. Or he would have liked to seize her by the shoulders and shout, "Listen! Listen!" But something closed off about her face kept stopping him. Almost in plain words, she was telling him that she preferred he not do such a thing. So he didn't. After a visit, he would go downstairs and look in on the restaurant, which at this hour was vacant and echoing. He might check the freezer or erase the blackboard, and then perhaps just wander a while, touching this and that. The wallpaper in the back hall was too cluttered, and he ripped it off the wall. He tore away the ornate gilt sconces beside the telephone. He yanked the old-fashioned silhouettes from the restroom doors. Sometimes he did so much damage that there was barely time to cover it up before opening. But everybody pitched in, and it always got done somehow or other. By 6 o'clock, when the first customers arrived, the food was cooked, and the tables were laid, and the waitresses were calm and smiling. Everything was smoothed over. Mrs. Scarlatti died in March, on a bitter, icy afternoon. When the nurse phoned Ezra, he felt a crushing sense of shock. You would think this death was unexpected. He said, "Oh, no," and hung up, and had to call back to ask the proper questions. Had the end been peaceful? Had Mrs. Scarlatti been awake? Had she said any words in particular? "Nothing," said the nurse. "Really nothing at all, just slipped away like." "But she mentioned you this morning," she added. "I almost wondered, you know. It was almost like she sensed it. She said, 'Tell Ezra to change the sign.'" "Sign?" "It's not Scarlatti's restaurant anymore," she said. Or something like that. "It isn't Scarlatti's. I think that's what she said." From the pain he felt, Mrs. Scarlatti might as well have reached out from death and slapped him across the face. It made things easier, in a way. He was almost angry. He was almost relieved that she was gone. He noticed how the trees outside sparkled like something newly minted. He was the one who made the arrangements, working from a list that Mrs. Scarlatti had given him months before. He knew which funeral home to call, and which pastor, and which acquaintances she had wanted at the service. A peculiar thing, he thought of phoning the hospital and inviting that foreign family. Of course he didn't, but it was true they would have made wonderful mourners. Certainly they'd have done better than those who did come, and who later stood stiffly around her frozen grave. Ezra, too, was stiff, a sad, tired man in a flapping coat, holding his mother's arm. Something ached behind his eyes. If he had cried, Mrs. Scarlatti would have said, "Jesus, Ezra, for God's sake, sweetie." Afterward, he was glad to go to the restaurant. It helped to keep busy, stirring and seasoning and tasting, stumbling over the patch in the floor where the center counter had once stood. Later he circulated among the diners, as Mrs. Scarlatti herself used to do. He urged upon them his oyster stew, his artichoke salad, his spinach bisque, and his chili bean soup, and his gizzard soup that was made with love. Chapter 5. The Country Cook. Cody Tull always had a girlfriend, one girl after another, and all the girls were wild about him till they met his brother Ezra. Something about Ezra just hooked their attention, it seemed. In his presence they took on a bright, sharp, arrested look, as if listening to a sound that others hadn't caught yet. Ezra didn't even notice this. Cody did, of course. He would give an exaggerated sigh, pretending to be amused. Then the girl would collect herself. It was already too late, though. Cody never allowed second chances. He had a talent for mentally withdrawing. An Indian-faced man with smooth black hair, with level, balanced features, he could manage, when he tried, to seem perfectly blank, like a plaster clothing model. Meanwhile, his ragged, dirty, unloved younger self, with failing grades, with a U in deportment, clenched his fists and howled, "Why? Why always Ezra? Why that sissy, pale, goody-goody Ezra?" But Ezra just gazed into space from behind his clear gray eyes, from under his shock of soft, fair hair, and went on thinking his private thoughts. You could say this for Ezra. He seemed honestly unaware of the effect he had on women. No one could accuse him of stealing them deliberately, but that made it all the worse in a way. Cody half believed that Ezra had some lack, a lack that worked in his favor, that made him immune, that set him apart from ordinary men. There was something almost monkish about him. Women never really managed to penetrate his meditations, although he was unfailingly courteous to them and considerate. He was likely to contemplate them in silence for an inappropriate length of time, and then ask something completely out of the blue. For instance, "How did you get those little gold circles through your ears?" It was ridiculous. A man reaches the age of 27 without having heard of pierced earrings. However, it must not have seemed ridiculous to the woman he was addressing. She raised a finger to an earlobe in a startled, mesmerized way. She was spellbound. Was it Ezra's unexpectedness? The narrowness of his focus? He'd passed up her low-cut dress, powdered cleavage, long, silky legs. Or his innocence, perhaps. He was a tourist on a female planet, was what he was saying. But he didn't realize he was saying it, and failed to understand the look she gave him. Or didn't care, if he did understand. Only one of Cody's girlfriends had not been attracted to his brother. This was a social worker named Carol, or maybe Karen. Upon meeting Ezra, she had fixed him with a cool stare. Later, she had remarked to Cody that she disliked motherly men. "Always feeding, hovering," she said, for she'd met him at his restaurant. "But acting so clumsy and shy. In the end, it's you that takes care of them. Ever notice that?" However, she hardly counted. Cody had so soon afterward lost interest in her. You might wonder why he went on making these introductions, considering his unfortunate experiences. The earliest, dating from the year he turned 14, the latest, as recent as a month ago. After all, he lived in New York City, and his family lived in Baltimore. He didn't really have to bring these women home on weekends. In fact, he often swore that he would stop it. He would meet somebody, marry her, and not mention her even to his mother. But that would mean a lifetime of suspense. He'd keep watching his wife, uncomfortably, suspiciously. He'd keep waiting for the inevitable, like Sleeping Beauty's parents, waiting for the needle that was bound to prick her finger in spite of their precautions. He was 30 years old by now, successful in his business, certainly ready to marry. He considered his New York apartment temporary, a matter of minor convenience. He had recently purchased a farmhouse in Baltimore County with 40 acres of land. Weekends, he traded his slim gray suit for corduroys, and he roamed his property, making plans. There was a sunny backyard where his wife could have her kitchen garden. There were bedrooms waiting to be stocked with children. He imagined them tumbling out to meet him every Friday afternoon when he came home. He felt rich and lordly. Poor Ezra. All he had was that disorganized restaurant in the cramped, stunted center of the city. Once, Cody invited Ezra to hunt rabbits with him in the woods behind the farm. It wasn't a success. First, Ezra fell into a yellow jacket's nest. Then he got his rifle wet in the stream. And when they paused on a hilltop for lunch, he whipped out his battered recorder and commenced to tootling greensleeves, scaring off all living creatures within a 5-mile radius, which may have been his intention. Cody wasn't even talking to him at the end. Ezra had to chatter on by himself. Cody stalked well ahead of him in total silence, trying to remember why this outing had seemed such a good idea. Ezra sang, "Mr. Rabbit." "Every little soul," he sang, blissfully off-key, "must shine, shine." No wonder Cody was a cuticle chewer, a floor pacer, a hair rummager. No wonder when he slept at night he ground his teeth so hard that his jaws ached every morning. Early in the spring of 1960, his sister, Jenny, wrote him a letter. Her divorce was coming through in June, she said. 2 more months, and then she'd be free to marry Sam Wiley. Cody didn't think much of Wiley, and he flicked this news aside like a gnat and read on. "Though it looks," she said, "as if Ezra might beat me down the aisle. Her name is Ruth, but I don't know any more than that." Then she said she was seriously considering dropping out of medical school. The complications of her personal life, she said, were using up so much energy that she had none left over for anything else. Also, she had gained 3 pounds in the last 6 weeks and was perfectly obese, a whale, living now on lettuce leaves and lemon water. Cody was accustomed to Jenny's crazy diets. She was painfully thin, so he skimmed that part. He finished the letter and folded it. Ruth? He opened it again. "As if Ezra might beat me down the aisle," he read. He tried to think of some other kind of aisle. Airplane, supermarket, movie house. But in the end, he had to believe it. Ezra was getting married. Well, at least now Cody could keep his own girls. This gave him, for some reason, a little twinge of uneasiness. But Ezra? Married? That walking accident? Imagine him in a formal wedding, forgetting license, ring, and responses, losing track of the service while smiling out the window at a hummingbird. Imagine him in bed with a woman. Cody snorted. He pictured the woman as dark and biblical because of her name, Ruth. Shadowed eyes and creamy skin, torrents of loose black hair. Cody had a weakness for black-haired women. He didn't like blondes at all. He pictured her bare-shouldered, in a red satin nightgown, and he crumpled Jenny's letter roughly and dropped it in the wastebasket. The next day, at work, Ruth's image hung over him. He was doing a time and motion study of a power drill factory in New Jersey, a dinosaur of a place. It would take him weeks to sort it out. Joining object K to object L. Right-hand transport unloaded. Search, grasp, transport loaded. He passed down the assembly line with his clipboard, attracting hostile glances. Ruth's black hair billowed in the rafters. Unavoidable delays, 3. Avoidable delays, 9. No doubt her eyes were plum-shaped, slightly tilted. No doubt her hands were heavily ringed, with long, oval fingernails painted scarlet. When he returned to his apartment that evening, there was a letter from Ezra. It was an invitation to his restaurant this coming Saturday night. "You are cordially invited," was centered on the page like something engraved. Ezra's idea of a joke. Or maybe not. Maybe he meant it in earnest. Oh, Lord, not another one of Ezra's dinners. There would be toasts and a fumbling, sentimental speech leading up to some weighty announcement. In this case, his engagement. Cody thought of declining. But what good would that do? Ezra would be desolate if a single person was missing. He'd cancel the whole affair and reschedule it for later, and keep on rescheduling till Cody accepted. Cody might as well go and be done with it. Besides, he wouldn't at all mind meeting this Ruth. Ezra was listening to a customer, or a one-time customer from the sound of it. "Used to be," the man was saying, "this place had class. You follow me?" Ezra nodded, watching him with such a sympathetic, kindly expression that Cody wondered if his mind weren't somewhere else altogether. "Used to be there was fine French cuisine, flamed at the tables and all," said the man, "and chandeliers, and a hat-check girl, and waiters in black tie. What happened to your waiter?"